Chapter 721, Injuring the Demon God. Boom! 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 The pressure that came crashing down with the God Advent Tower fracturing the Ian Lake. The lake's water brought with it unquantifiable amounts of mud and stone, surging in all directions. It formed a gigantic mud wave that had the power of the torrential tide. It was a mystical land formation created naturally by the laws of creation. The land itself was protected by Ian energy, but even so, soil was still soil. How could it withstand the God Advent Tower's strike? Before the God Advent Tower reached the black-armored demon god, he felt a terrifying pressure surging at him. The black-armored demon god was at a critical stage of his reclusive recuperation. With his existence greatly threatened, the black-armored demon god had to forcefully wake up despite being immersed in an ethereal state. Oh! To be interrupted from his ethereal state, black-armored demon god was enraged but alarmed. He abruptly opened his eyes, with his face having an unnatural paleness to it. Instantly, he felt his energy backlash against him. But at this point in time, the tremendous danger he sensed forced him to ignore the chaotic spiritual energy in his soul sea. He looked up and he saw the black bottom of the God Advent Tower crashing downwards. The wanton aura seemed to be a strike straight at his soul. He was alarmed. This feeling. It was a familiar feeling. An impact that he had once felt and feared deeply was embedded deep in his memories. Having been sealed for tens of millions of years had caused his mind to be a blur. Many things were nearly forgotten. But now, that sudden sensation made him remember something. That man and that woman. And that pagoda. That sword. Tens of millions of years ago, he had been suppressed by the divine pagoda, and pierced through by a sword. Now, that scene was repeating itself. Although this feeling was much weaker compared to tens of millions of years ago, it still made the heavily injured black-armored demon god suffer from his chaotic soul sea. The God Advent Tower strike had a hidden pain in his heart. Roar! 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 The black-armored demon god let out a blood-curdling scream, as he used all his energy to forcefully repress the injuries that his soul and body were suffering. As the entire lake exploded, he grabbed the black lance beside him. Boom! The lance pierced through the void. There was no energy fluctuation, but a surging force came with this simple stab. It was like the heaven-earth Ian energy gathered by the 9 flood dragons was condensed together by the black-armored demon god's lance. The lance and the divine pagoda clashed together without any gaudy display. The entire lake collapsed. The God Advent Tower was forcefully stopped, and it was even sent backwards. Ian's soul was directly connected to the God Advent Tower. The divine strength that the black-armored demon god had exerted was enough to cause his body to shudder. Ian's organs writhed, making him suffer internal injuries. Terrifying. Ian turned stern. The black-armored demon god was too powerful. Despite striking him while he was recuperating, he was still able to withstand his God Advent Tower's attack. Who? A horrifying voice erupted from the bottom of the lake. The already turbulent flow of water burst upwards once again with this roar. Ever since the black-armored demon god appeared, he had only engaged in massacre after massacre. He did not speak a word, like he was a demonic lord who did not have any intelligence or emotions. But today, he spoke. The ancient tones he used was very different to the language the present Tianyuan world used. It was a result of Ian and the God Advent Tower's appearance that had awoken the memories buried deep in the recesses of his mind. It made him extremely agitated. This ear-splitting voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, Ian could not care about his injuries. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the God Advent Tower. And almost at the same time, boom! An explosion occurred at the Ian Lake's opening, completely destroying it, as the bare-backed black-armored demon god charged up. With a black lance in hand, his eyes were like an ancient desolate beast. Just looking into his eyes made one feel like one's soul would be injured. "It's you!" The black-armored demon god spoke with a loud but succinct voice, which Iyun found difficult to comprehend. He could sense that the black-armored demon god's voice was filled with alarm and disbelief. The black-armored demon god knew Iyun, and that he was on his kill list. He had locked onto Iyun's position, but he had never expected Iyun to suddenly appear above the Yin Lake, precisely locating the spot where he was recuperating. And what was even more unexpected to him was that Iyun actually had the God Advent Tower. That divine pagoda that was once held in the hands of that man in ancient times was now in Iyun's hands. He was that man's successor. The black-armored demon god's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Die!" As he brandished his lance, he stabbed it straight at Iyun. This attack didn't have any fanciful moves, but it caused space to lock up, preventing anyone from dodging. However, Iyun was already prepared. He did not move, nor did he try to escape the sealed space. The God Advent Tower spinned above his head before landing over him, enclosing Iyun within it. Boom! The God Advent Tower suddenly quaked as the black-armored demon god's lance stabbed it. The thunderous impact could crush mountains, but it did not leave a single mark on the God Advent Tower, leaving it flawless. Although the God Advent Tower was unharmed, Iyun, whose consciousness was connected to it, still experienced a tremendous amount of force. Even with the God Advent Tower protecting him, Iyun still felt his soul being injured. The intense force sent the God Advent Tower flying backwards. This suited Iyun's intentions, as he used the momentum in his favor as he controlled the God Advent Tower to fly far into the distance. After his sneak attack, he immediately retreated. Naturally, he did not plan to have a head-on clash with the black-armored demon god. Every attack of the black-armored demon god was extremely terrifying. If they were to land on him, it would immediately tear him apart. Trying to escape? Seeing Iyun about to retreat, the black-armored demon god was enraged. With the lance in hand, he chased after Iyun. However, at this moment, his body convulsed as his expression turned ugly. As his body trembled, bloody cracks appeared on the muscles of his upper body. His body was about to crack. However, as his body was cracking, his muscles were also recovering as fast as the eyes could see. He was injured. He was originally in recuperation, and he had been sneak attacked by Iyun. He forcefully struck back, but his two attacks were fruitless. This greatly exacerbated his condition. "Who?" A horrifying voice erupted from the bottom of the lake. The already turbulent flow of water burst upwards once again with this roar. Ever since the black-armored demon god appeared, he had only engaged in massacre after massacre. He did not speak a word, like he was a demonic lord who did not have any intelligence or emotions. But today, he spoke. The ancient tones he used was very different to the language the present Tian Yuan world used. It was a result of Iyun and the God Advent Tower's appearance that had awoken the memories buried deep in the recesses of his mind. It made him extremely agitated. This ear-splitting voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, Iyun could not care about his injuries. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the God Advent Tower. And almost at the same time, boom! An explosion occurred at the Yin Lake's opening, completely destroying it as the bare-backed black-armored demon god charged up. With a black lance in hand, his eyes were like an ancient desolate beast. Just looking into his eyes made one feel like one's soul would be injured. "It's you!" The black-armored demon god spoke with a loud but succinct voice, which Iyun found difficult to comprehend. He could sense that the black-armored demon god's voice was filled with alarm and disbelief. The black-armored demon god knew Iyun, and that he was on his kill list. He had locked onto Iyun's position, but he had never expected Iyun to suddenly appear above the Yin Lake, precisely locating the spot where he was recuperating. And what was even more unexpected to him was that Iyun actually had the God Advent Tower. That divine pagoda that was once held in the hands of that man in ancient times was now in Yun's hands. He was that man's successor. The black-armored demon god's eyes flashed with killing intent. Die! As he brandished his lance, he stabbed it straight at Yun. This attack didn't have any fanciful moves, but it caused space to lock up, preventing anyone from dodging. However, Yun was already prepared. He did not move, nor did he try to escape the sealed space. The God Advent Tower spinned above his head before landing over him, enclosing Yun within it. Boom! The God Advent Tower suddenly quaked as the black-armored demon god's lance stabbed it. The thunderous impact could crush mountains, but it did not leave a single mark on the God Advent Tower, leaving it flawless. Although the God Advent Tower was unharmed, Yun, whose consciousness was connected to it, still experienced a tremendous amount of force. Even with the God Advent Tower protecting him, Yun still felt his soul being injured. The intense force sent the God Advent Tower flying backwards. This suited Yun's intentions, as he used the momentum in his favor as he controlled the God Advent Tower to fly far into the distance. After his sneak attack, he immediately retreated. Naturally, he did not plan to have a head-on clash with the black-armored demon god. Every attack of the black-armored demon god was extremely terrifying. If they were to land on him, it would immediately tear him apart. Trying to escape? Seeing Yun about to retreat, the black-armored demon god was enraged. With the lance in hand, he chased after Yun. However, at this moment, his body convulsed as his expression turned ugly. As his body trembled, bloody cracks appeared on the muscles of his upper body. His body was about to crack. However, as his body was cracking, his muscles were also recovering as fast as the eyes could see. He was injured. He was originally in recuperation, and he had been sneak attacked by Yun. He forcefully struck back, but his two attacks were fruitless. This greatly exacerbated his condition. Chapter 722, Seamless Body. After the spiritual energy was devoured by Yun's use of the purple crystal, the God Advent Tower quickly disappeared from the demon god's vision. And immediately after that, the God Advent Tower's concealment array was activated, and with that, Yun and the God Advent Tower disappeared in thin air. The black-armored demon god watched as the God Advent Tower disappeared. He could not detect the God Advent Tower despite extending his perception, making his face turn ashen. His lips twitched gently. His muscles were still cracking and healing. As blood flowed out of the cracks on his flesh, and on the surface of his naked muscles, it did not coagulate. Instead, it was absorbed by his skin. It was like his flesh was like a sponge, never wasting a single ounce of blood or energy. This sort of body was termed a seamless body. The 360 acupuncture points were cultivated perfectly, allowing him to freely absorb heaven-earth yuan qi. Yet, not a single acupuncture point would let energy leak out. His body itself had no weakness, be it in terms of recovery and endurance, they were absolutely phenomenal. In the Tian Yuan world, a seamless body of such quality had never been recorded in the historical books, as it was something that could not be trained. Even in the 12 Empyrean heavens, such a body was the envy of numerous warriors. The God Advent Tower has appeared. It's that man's successor. The black-armored demon god said with a deep, low whisper while the muscles on his face were twitching violently. Yun's appearance made him feel that there was a crisis on his hands. Such a crisis awakened some of his consciousness. It made a portion of his memories resurface from the depths of his mind once again. Ah! The black-armored demon god suddenly held his head. The excruciating headache and the turmoil of his soul sea made the black-armored demon god experience even more pain than what his originally damaged soul sea was experiencing. The black-armored demon god suddenly lifted his eyelids and he looked into the void with eyes turning crimson from the blood vessels exploding behind his retinas. It was like he was looking at the God Advent Tower despite being separated by spacetime. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was that person from just now that brought him this pain. Kill. The black-armored demon god repeated those words with his ancient tone. Despite Yun's disappearance, the black-armored demon god was unsure if Yun would return or not. And at this moment, he was seriously wounded. His soul sea was in chaos, and he needed immediate healing. If not, his condition would only become worse. Although his seamless body did not allow him to lose blood or energy, for a seamless body to constantly repair his flesh and meridians, it required energy. So, the black-armored demon god's body sank downward suddenly as he rushed back into the Yin Lake. Splash! Water from the Yin Lake flew upwards. What was previously less than a mile in radius had now been expanded to over 5 miles in radius due to the battle from before. And the water level of the lake had been greatly reduced. Even so, the Yin Lake was still connected to the land's Yin roots. Yin killing energy was gathered here, and this was still considered to be a healing shrine for the black-armored demon god. He is injured too. The black-armored demon god postulated that Yun could no longer power the God Advent Tower again, and he would not appear again. Besides, Yun did not have a seamless body, and he would need at least a day or two to recover. And in this amount of time, although insufficient for him to heal completely, it was enough for him to recover to 60 to 70%. That was enough. With 60 to 70% of his strength, the black-armored demon god was confident that he could prevent Yun from escaping. Even if Yun entered the God Advent Tower, he could also lock the God Advent Tower down. Although the defenses of the God Advent Tower were a force to be reckoned with, once it was locked down, he could slowly drain the God Advent Tower's protective array, and when that happened, it was impossible for Yun to escape. The black-armored demon god was not fully awoken. His brain was filled with chaotic memories and thoughts, but the killing intent for Yun was extremely clear. The black-armored demon god released his 360 acupuncture points, connecting them to the land's 9 Yin roots, and he began his recuperation. And at this moment, thousands of miles away. Boom! The God Advent Tower smashed deep into a mountain's belly. The God Advent Tower's concealment array automatically activated and completely concealed the hole that had been smashed open. After that, Yun sat in the cultivation chamber on the 5th level of the God Advent Tower. With his spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal, he made a perfect connection with heaven-earth energy. Phew phew. Heaven-earth Yuan-Chi flooded from all directions, and it swirled right into the purple crystal, forming a gigantic Yuan-Chi vortex. The God Advent Tower itself had an array that gathered heaven-earth Yuan-Chi, but no matter how powerful that array was, it was far inferior to the purple crystal origins. And a warrior in it was also limited in his ability to absorbing the energy gathered by the God Advent Tower. However, with the purple crystal inside Yun's heart, it could be said to be one with him. With the purple crystal, Yun's body was even more perfect than a seamless body. He could control every ounce of energy in his body. With sufficient energy provided to him, the injuries to his meridians healed rapidly. Yun entered an ethereal state as he felt every inch of his vessels and meridians. Every flow of energy harmoniously followed the purple crystal's laws. It was the truth of the heavenly Tao. Under such circumstances, in about 6 hours, Yun had recovered about 80 to 90% of his strength. It was enough. The meditating Yun suddenly opened his eyes. He did not need to fully recover. The combat power he currently possessed was sufficient enough to power the God Advent Tower. Again! Boom! The God Advent Tower broke through the mountain and formed a stream of light as it flew into the horizon. Yun used the same strategy and activated the God Advent Tower's concealment arrays and the purple crystal. With the double layer of protection, not a single shred of his energy or aura leaked out. With that, he successfully arrived above the Yin Lake. 6 hours was enough for the Yin Lake to return to normal. To prevent himself from alerting the enemy, Yun did not even use his energy vision to look at the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god was extremely sensitive. The moment he was being peeped at, even if through the energy vision, it was something he could sense. He might have thought that it was an illusion the first time, but he would definitely not shrug it off this time. Hence, Iyun only shut his eyes to concentrate. He slowly sensed the flowing killing yin energy in the lands. He instantly determined that the 9 killing yin energies were gathered in the central point beneath the yin lake. Without needing to probe, Iyun knew that the black-armored demon god was located at the core. For a powerful being like the black-armored demon god, he could only treat his wounds here. Iyun flew out of the God Advent Tower, and like the last strike, he could use the God Advent Tower for his first attack, and it was his only chance. Buzz. The God Advent Tower began spinning as Iyun's Great Empress Heart Sutra circulated to its limits. Shout! Roar! The roar of 2 distant ancient beasts echoed as the golden crow and the 9 neonate charged out of Iyun's body, conjuring pure yang heavenly fire and pure yang heavenly thunder to fall from the sky. One of the 2 divine beast totem was engulfed in heavenly fire, while the other was baptized in heavenly thunder. Boom! The God Advent Tower crashed down like the stars, creating a suppressive force. With a powerful energy wave surging downwards, deep in the yin lake, the black-armored demon god, who had recovered only about 30 to 40%, abruptly opened his eyes. What? That familiar killing aura, that familiar heaven-earth energy. It's him again. The black-armored demon god was shocked. It had only been 6 hours. Iyun had also suffered from an energy backlash. But now, he could recover in such a short period of time and attack once again. Iyun's recovery speed exceeded his seamless body. Translator's note: seamless bodies had previously been introduced in chapter 33 to 34. Chapter 723, The Demon God's Wrath. Boom! Before the black-armored demon god could give it any thought, the God Advent Tower had broken through the lake's surface, stirring a tremendous explosion. As immense hydraulic pressure repressed downwards, the bottom of the Black Pagoda was already 30 feet above the black-armored demon god's head. Roar! The black-armored demon god let out a deafening roar as the meditating him grabbed the black long lance beside him, and his joints issuing cracking sounds. He stabbed upwards with his lance. Dang! The sound of a horrifying collision echoed as the God Advent Tower was sent flying upwards by the black-armored demon god's single blow. But at the same time, the black-armored demon god, who was in the midst of recuperation, was now suffering from his muscles being on the brink of collapse. Blood was spurting out as the huge impact caused him to sink deep to the bottom of the lake. It appeared as if this yin lake was bombarded by meteorites. Large amounts of mud, rocks and water evaporated due to the wanton energy. The black-armored demon god was pushed tens of meters deeper into the ground. Pang! The bottom of the lake exploded as the black-armored demon god charged out with disheveled hair and his lance in hand. Having his recovery interrupted meant that the past few hours of meditation had been for naught. The black-armored demon god appeared above the yin lake, his eyes as red as blood while he was in a frenzied state. He was extremely infuriated, but when he searched for traces of Iyun, all he saw was a tiny pagoda along the horizon. And in a split second, the tiny pagoda disappeared from his vision. This time, Iyun had fled even faster. Iyun knew that he was no match even for a severely injured black-armored demon god. Hence, after his strike, Iyun immediately escaped. He would not even stay behind to see the results of his attack. Human! The black-armored demon god's long hair stood up like an enraged beast. He was obviously much stronger than Iyun, yet Iyun had chosen to strike him with his most powerful blow at the moment that he was healing his wounds. And he would immediately flee, ignoring the outcome of his efforts. All Iyun wished was to interrupt his recovery, letting him experience the backlash of energy. However, he could do nothing to Iyun despite him employing such a battle strategy. This made him incensed. However, Iyun was already long gone. Although the black-armored demon god was furious, he was in a dilemma as to whether to chase Iyun. To him, Iyun was just a lowly being, even if he had inherited the Azure Yang Lord's heritage. In comparison, the Azure Yang Lord, he was a great Empyrean Heaven's divine lord. In the entire Yang God Empyrean Heaven, there were 72 divine lords, and the Azure Yang Lord was one of them. Tens of millions of years ago, the black-armored demon god had been sealed by the Azure Yang Lord. For that, he had nothing to say. As the difference in strength was too great, being sealed was just an expected outcome. However, Yi Yun was a human of a lower realm. He had, through some form of dumb luck, obtained the Azure Yang Lord's inheritance. And despite obtaining a Yang God Empyrean Heaven Divine Lord's inheritance, this Yi Yun only used the God Advent Tower to launch sneak attacks. He did it time and time again, escaping after each strike, never to face him directly in battle. Such a combat strategy was disgusting and shameless. If he were to chase Yi Yun, the black-armored demon god would have to pay a great price. He had not recovered from his wounds and he would expend his life force's essence. He had been sealed for tens of millions of years, and his life force essence had been greatly consumed. Although he had been engaging in mass slaughter in the Tian Yuan world, plundering the life force of those he killed, it was still insufficient. Those lowly lives had equally weak life force and they were even impure. After refining away the impurities, there was not much left to replenish his draining life force essence. Boom! The black-armored demon god retreated back into the Yin Lake. And at this moment, Yi Yun had returned to the mountain belly thousands of miles away. He had suffered some injuries in this round of sneak attacks, but they were lighter than the last. Controlling the God Advent Tower was still quite a considerable and difficult task for Yi Yun. It was like a child swinging a sledgehammer. The recoil from just slamming the hammer on an anvil would cause the child to feel numb in the arms and his blood surging. Yi Yun grasped all the time he had and he used the purple crystal to recover his Yuan Qi. The black-armored demon god remained vigilant. As he recuperated, he split a bit of his consciousness, causing his healing to slow down. He was constantly probing the Yin Lake's surroundings, and he did not fully focus on healing. But when he was distracted probing, Yi Yun would not come. And just as the black-armored demon god reduced his probing, and began the critical stage of healing his soul sea's injuries, Yi Yun appeared once again. He seemed to have a special ability at perceiving things, by striking decisively at the instant that the black-armored demon god could not be disturbed. It was the God Advent Tower again. It was another sneak attack. Boom! The Yin Lake exploded, rocking the mountains. This time, Yi Yun fled even faster. He did not even take a look and he fled far away. 3 consecutive sneak attacks allowed Yi Yun's control of the God Advent Tower and his familiarity with the black-armored demon god to increase. This was also what allowed him to successfully finish his sneak attacks. And such changes were apparently noticed by the black-armored demon god. He felt that although this human was weak, he was like a little worm that was constantly harassing him, and from that, find a method to give him the most painful bite. And it turned out, he was staying still at the same spot to cooperate with him. These Yin roots collected the divine wilderness's Yin energy, and the black-armored demon god had not found a second place better than this land of recuperation. If he were to leave, the black-armored demon god would find it harder to restore his life force essence. His sea soul was already in chaos, and he had been injured by the desolate race's sacred spirit. Now, his essence was unstable, and it was on the brink of collapse. He had killed so many warriors in the Tian Yuan world, but the energy he had plundered was impure. All of that had little real effect. If he could not stabilize his life force essence in one sitting, in the coming days, he will slowly be drained of his essential force. There will come a day when his life force essence was too weak, so weak that it could not support his powerful body, which will eventually result in his body cracking and falling apart. A seamless body was powerful, but it needed a powerful life force essence to support it. The black-armored demon god did not wish to leave, and he could not leave this spot because of a puny human. That would be an insult to his proud life. Kill! 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 The black-armored demon god roared with his ancient tone. The next time, he would make sure that the human was to come, but never leave. He did not split his consciousness this time. But instead, he locked onto his surroundings with a 1,000-mile radius. He may not be able to detect the concealed God Advent Tower, but before it struck, it had to pull the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, and at the same time, its concealment array would turn ineffective. He had been at the critical moment of his healing the past few times, so not only was he slow to react, he had to risk the danger of an energy backlash. So it was very difficult to kill Yi Yun at the instant that Yi Yun conjured the God Advent Tower. But now, the black-armored demon god decided to forego his healing temporarily and concentrate on killing Yi Yun. This time it was different. With his strength and his comprehension of the laws, he could tunnel through the void to arrive in front of Yi Yun at the moment he made his move. He could then deal Yi Yun a killing blow. Chapter 724, Withering. The struggle between the black-armored demon god and Yi Yun had ensued as time passed. The Yin Lake was the stage for the gamble, and the vast divine wilderness didn't have a single soul in thousands of miles. The battle between an ancient demon god and a New Age son of heaven was staged in such a lonesome manner. The black-armored demon god was originally Yi Yun's target for a sneak attack. But now, he had become the hunter. He was patiently waiting for his prey to appear. However, his wait was far longer than what the black-armored demon god expected. Dusk, going late into the night with stars filling the sky, till the moon set in the west and the sun rose. A day and a night had passed. Yet, Yi Yun had never appeared. The black-armored demon god was still waiting. At times, he would feel pain from his chaotic soul sea. He had not recovered from his injuries, and his life force essence was gradually weakening. However, Yi Yun, who used to appear every few hours, seemed to have disappeared. Even so, the black-armored demon god was very patient. He had managed to wait for tens of millions of years, so what was this tiny wait? He was like a black rock at the bottom of the lake, completely still and silent. In the dark bottom of the lake, only his eyes could be seen, emitting with a ghostly red glow. And at this moment, above and away from the Yin Lake, Yi Yun had already silently arrived at a spot less than 5 miles away from the Yin Lake. He was in the God Advent Tower, and the God Advent Tower was hidden in the void, not even leaving the slightest trace. Yi Yun was similarly waiting. He knew about the horrors of the black-armored demon god. In front of the ancient demon god, he had nearly no capability to face him directly. The black-armored demon god could suffer from his attacks time and time again, but for Yi Yun himself, the consequences would be disastrous if he were to be struck once by the black-armored demon god. He could do things right 100 times, but he could not make a single mistake. He had to be extremely cautious. The 3 sneak attacks from before had always been chosen at the critical moment of the black-armored demon god's healing process. And to determine that instant, Yi Yun had used his energy vision. He had used the purple crystal's ability to sense Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. Whenever Yi Yun noticed how the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi would surge towards the black-armored demon god's body, that was the best opportunity for him to attack. And now, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi flow had already slowed down. The black-armored demon god was not recuperating. As such, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the black-armored demon god had stopped his recuperation and had laid an ambush for him, or the black-armored demon god was gone. Would the proud ancient demon god leave his healing shrine just because of an ant harassing him? Yi Yun found it unlikely. Then, the most likely possibility was that the black-armored demon god was lurking at the bottom of the lake. With the black-armored demon god prepared, the odds were against Yi Yun. Yi Yun silently retreated from the Yin Lake. He chose one of the 9 Yin routes and tunneled straight into it. Boom! The ground shattered as Yi Yun tunneled a few miles downwards. There was a gigantic underground Yin river that had biting cold water. With these Yin roots gathered together, it formed an extreme Yin wonderland like the Yin Lake. The God Advent Tower soaked in the Yin River, and the arrays in the pagoda radiated a force field. As such, if the black-armored demon god came to attack Iyun would sense it and have enough time to react. Iyun flew out of the God Advent Tower. As he strolled in thin air, he looked at the rolling Yin River with a smile suffused on his lip. A wonderland deep in the divine wilderness was truly extraordinary. The black-armored demon god was already prepared for a slaughter and he was waiting for Iyun to walk into his trap. And since Iyun that knew he was no match for the black-armored demon god, he began to machinate against the 9 Yin roots. Since ancient times, there were peerless mighty figures who could refine divine rivers into enchanted treasures. Iyun had seen similar records in the Azure Yang Lord's Codex. Path to the Netherworld. Ghost maps. By refining the path to the Netherworld, and refining the ghostly rivers, they could become one's ultimate treasures. Iyun did not possess the ability to deprive the world of its power. But to refine these 9 Yin roots, it was something that he believed he could do. The 9 Yin roots were part of the Pure Yin laws. Although Iyun focused on Pure Yang laws, the Great Empress Heart Sutra was itself a mystic codex that combined Yin and Yang as one. Iyun cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra together with Lin Shinton, so he already had sufficient understanding of Pure Yin laws. Black-armored demon god, since you are recuperating in this divine wilderness wonderland, I'll refine these 9 Yin roots of yours. I'll adopt full measures against you and see how you are going to recuperate then. With Iyun stretching out his hand, a stream of frosting energy gathered in his hand, eventually condensing into a strange piece of deadwood. This block of deadwood did not have any luster, and it looked like it would fall apart from decay at any moment. This was the Death Soulwood that Iyun obtained from the Pure Yang Sword Palace. This block of Death Soulwood was originally an ancient enchanted tree that had lived for so long that no one knew how old it was. Due to a demon god dying on the tree, the demonic blood that flowed out of the demon god splattered on the enchanted tree, corroding it, finally reducing it to this piece of deadwood. Back when the Pure Yang Sword Palace obtained this piece of deadwood, he had given it to an artisan god, hoping to create an enchanted treasure out of it. But he was met with a rejection, with the reason being decayed wood cannot be carved. Although it was said that decayed wood cannot be carved, it did not mean that it was useless, and because the special laws and concepts contained in the enchanted piece of wood were too valuable. Any carving or refinement would destroy the concepts within. The Death Soulwood's value far exceeded the 1,000 snow domain that Iyun obtained, and it was simply invaluable. It would be difficult for Iyun to use this treasure against enemies, but it had many spectacular uses. Such as now. The moment the Death Soulwood appeared, Iyun's aura changed. Half a year ago, Iyun stayed in the Pure Yang Sword Palace to seek Dao enlightenment. He had transformed into a Dao tree's Dao leaf himself, personally experiencing the Dao leaf's life, from its germination to growth to withering. When Iyun withered from the branch stem, he had gained insights into his own Dao. And as a gift from the Dao tree, Iyun had sensed that Dao leaf, which withered alongside Iyun's withering. Now, with the Death Soulwood in hand, Iyun slowly displayed the deepest concept that he had gained from the Pure Yang Sword Palace withering concept. Iyun chose the Death Soulwood not because of its great value, but because its concepts matched him the best. Withering, ruin, decay, the flourishing and faltering of plants, the separation of people through death. Every being had the moment it would wither, nearly impossible to escape from samsara and destruction. Iyun had been practicing martial arts for more than a decade. He had learned the Taya sacred technique, gained insights in the sword and saber tombs, cultivated in the 10,000 Beast Totem, entered the Pure Yang Sword Palace and obtained the inheritance of the God Advent Tower. The nomological insights and cultivation techniques throughout his martial path far exceeded the standards of the Tian Yuan world. To this world's warriors, just gaining a tiny bit of insight to the cultivation techniques that Iyun cultivated in was enough to set them for life. But for Iyun, what he cultivated was insufficient. This was because, despite these cultivation techniques, canonical manuals, laws being absolutely amazing, they had something in common. That was, that they were all created by someone else. If he walked down the path of others, no matter how well he did, he would at best reach the height that others had previously attained. It would be hard for him to break through and conquer himself. Only by walking down a path that he created himself, and understanding a new Tao for himself, would he be able to reach that abstruse, true peak of martial arts. As Yi Yun was suspended above the Yin River, he gently touched the textured surface of the Death Soulwood. The aura of withering and death twirled between Yi Yun's fingers. It was like he saw the lush, verdant appearance of this enchanted tree back when it stood between the heaven and earth. It went through numerous days, with other plants flourishing and faltering. Yet, in just a single night, it withered and died as a result of being covered in demonic blood. It was like it had seen through the luxuriousness of the world, seeing through the years of vicissitudes, and then finally, extricating itself from all of that. A life of flourishing ended with withering overnight. This was the Tao that the block of wood eventually formed. The Death Soulwood flew out from Yi Yun's hands and it slowly sank into the Yin Lake. It happened without a sound, nor was there a single ripple. The concept of withering emanated, allowing itself to be carried by the river flow. The withering of a tree was like the death of humans, and the drying up of rivers. The Death Soulwood began to absorb the heaven-earth Yin energy that flowed through the Yin River. However, despite absorbing so much Yin energy, the Death Soulwood remained dead and silent. In contrast, the Yin root was drying up at a speed that the naked eye could notice. As the heaven-earth Yuan Qi decreased, it was slowly truncated. Comparatively, for a divine item at the level of the Death Soulwood, severing a Yin root in the divine wilderness was just too simple. One source of the Yin Lake's energy had now disappeared. What was once 9 Yin roots was now 8. With the use of the Death Soulwood and the concept of withering, Yi Yun had forcefully caused this Yin root to wither and dry up. The withered Yin root transformed into a black wisp of air that tossed and turned in the air, like a small flood dragon. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yun put the black flood dragon in the Death Soulwood. This black flood dragon may be an embodiment of the Yin root, but it did not contain much heaven-earth Yin energy. It was more a concept and law. If Yi Yun extracted all the heaven-earth Yin energy at once, the black-armored demon god would quickly discover it. However, if the concept and law was extracted, then on the surface, the Yin root might not have any changes as the heaven-earth Yin energy in the Yin lake was still as dense as before. However, what Yi Yun had done was equivalent to removing the naturally formed array runes of the Yin lake's array formation. Without its essence, the drying up of the Yin roots was just a matter of time. After Yi Yun kept the Yin root, he entered the God Advent Tower and he flew to the next Yin root without any delay. He planned to draw in all the 9 Yin roots, and refining them into the Death Soulwood. Maybe, these 9 Yin roots could form an array formation in the Death Soulwood. Array runes and array concepts were part of a law itself. As long as one comprehended the law, one could control the world as an array. And at this moment, deep at the bottom of the Yin lake, there was no change despite the disappearance of the Yin root. This Yin lake was formed from the world's power of creation. It was the product of tens of millions of years of accumulation. The 9 Yin roots were like the 9 pillars of support of the Yin lake. Severing one root would not have disastrous consequences, unless all of them were severed, only then would the Yin lake collapse. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god had long severed his connection with the Yin lake so he could concentrate on the incoming sneak attack by Yi Yun, stopping his recuperation. The black-armored demon god was not familiar with the concept of withering. The gaps between laws were like hundreds of thousands of mountains separating them. Furthermore, with his perception with the Yin lake severed, the black-armored demon god had no way of sensing what Yi Yun was doing, nor would he know that the 9 Yin roots around him were withering and drying up. Yi Yun's non-appearance became a competition of patience for the black-armored demon god. He breathed slowly and evenly. His body would constantly produce tiny cracks that slowly healed. He was like a timeless stone structure that was completely silent. For the black-armored demon god, who was used to spending tens of millions of years, a few days of wait was just like a blink of an eye. He had the sufficient patience. The Yin lake remained calm, while Yi Yun had silently arrived at the second Yin root. Taking the Death Soulwood out once again, he slowly extracted the second Yin roots law and concept. These 9 Yin roots were independent, but at the same time, they were interlinked. The combination of the 9 Yin roots formed a large array formation that gathered the heaven-earth Yin energy. Yi Yun extracted one root after another, but he did not incur any changes in the heaven-earth Yin energy. And the black-armored demon god was still waiting in the heart of the Yin lake. It was like he had become one with the Yin lake, preventing one from telling them apart. As Yi Yun took root after root away, the heaven-earth laws were gradually changing, but it did not present any qualitative changes. If Yi Yun were to stop at this point, the Yin roots he had extracted would still not recover. And in hundreds of years, this large array would gradually dry up and eventually disappear. Finally, Yi Yun arrived at the final Yin root. This Yin root was like a blood vessel of the land, and it was also the last blood vessel left in this vast piece of land. Death Soulwood, go! Yi Yun conjured the Death Soulwood. After absorbing so much Yin energy, this enchanted piece of wood had a tiny change in appearance. The moment it was conjured, the Yin root seemed to freeze. The smell of death lingered, slowly devouring the Yin root. With the final Yin root being extracted, it was equivalent to the complete collapse of the Yin lake's 9 pillars. The heaven-earth array formed naturally by the law of creation crumbled. Oh! The black-armored demon god suddenly opened his eyes as a red beam of light flashed past his eyes. He sensed the ground rumbling. What had happened? Suddenly, the mountains and rivers quaked. The entire Yin lake began to dry up quickly to the naked eye. Even the surrounding plants were withering along with it. The heaven-earth Yin energy was dissipating rapidly. The withering concept emanated as it radiated in all directions. The 9 Yin roots withering caused the vast piece of land to also wither with them. If humans or desolate beasts were to die, their blood would become dry and their flesh would decay. Even their bones would eventually return back to the earth. But for the death of a piece of land, the river flow and spiritual veins would dry up. The life of this piece of land would be exhausted, and any plant that was rooted in this piece of land would wither. Oh! The black-armored demon god suddenly stood up. The Yin lake had already dried up beneath his feet. The ground was rapidly drying up and splintering, with cracks appearing at the bottom of the lake. What happened? The black-armored demon god was alarmed as he rushed out of the withered Yin lake. He emanated his perception around him, connecting himself to the 9 Yin roots. Suddenly, he was dismayed to see that the 9 Yin roots had been completely severed. The Yin roots had withered from within. This excellent healing shrine was finished. It was that human. What did he do? How could the black-armored demon god expect Yi Yun to have an enchanted piece of wood like the Death Soulwood? He was also unable to understand the mysterious concept of withering that Yi Yun had. A withering concept was sufficient enough to make the 9 Yin roots to wither, and cause the land to wither together with them. The concept of withering was extremely rare. This was a Tao that Yi Yun managed to figure out completely by himself. It was a Tao that the black-armored demon god had no idea about. Hence, the black-armored demon god had no way of sensing it when Yi Yun had made all of this happen. Chapter 726, Patience. This was the first time that the black-armored demon god was in such a rage ever since he had woken up after tens of millions of years. When he slaughtered thousands of lives in the Tian Yuan world, he always did so in a deadpan manner. This was because those lowly life forms were not worthy to stir his emotions at all. But now, because of Yi Yun, the black-armored demon god had suffered setbacks and had become frustrated. While consecutively attacking 3 times, Yi Yun had grasped the perfect opportunity and chose the points at which he was weakest, at the moments where he could not be disturbed, preventing him from using any of his strength. As for the 4th face-off, the black-armored demon god had even given up treatment, and he had dedicated himself to hunting Yi Yun, but he was only met with such a bizarre outcome. All the 9 Yin roots had been extracted by Yi Yun, and the black-armored demon god only had a rude awakening of this fact in the final moment. A proud life form like him had been hoodwinked by such a lowly human. The black-armored demon god's chaotic soul sea was churning as his eyes emanated a cold killing aura. Kill! 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 The black-armored demon god let out an angry roar as the land trembled, causing landslides and killing beasts and birds. These lives could not withstand the concepts that the black-armored demon god's angry roar contained. The moment they were struck by the black-armored demon god's killing aura, their bodies disintegrated into a mess of flesh and blood. The black-armored demon god hovered midair, as his disheveled hair fluttered. He had his lance in his hand, while numerous bitter-looking faces appeared on his armor. It was like they were about to tunnel out of the armor. These suffering souls were the warriors that the black-armored demon god had killed and sealed. Only those warriors with sufficient strength were qualified to be sealed in the black-armored demon god's armor. Amongst them was Shintu Patriarch. As the blood aura emanated and killing aura diffused, the demon god's wrath caused the sky to change color. Yi Yun, who was in the God Advent Tower, immediately felt a strong surge of pressure. At this moment, Yi Yun was a huge distance away, more than 5,000 miles. But he could still sense the remnants of the black-armored demon god's might. At the instant that Yi Yun extracted the lasting root, he immediately entered the God Advent Tower and retreated far away. He knew deeply that by destroying the black-armored demon god's healing shrine, it was equivalent to forcing the black-armored demon god out. This way, the black-armored demon god would definitely want him dead. As Yi Yun controlled the God Advent Tower, he converged all energy fluctuations and activated the God Advent Tower's concealment array. He quietly hid in the void. As for Yi Yun himself, he held the Death Soulwood in his hand and shut his eyes. There were 9 tiny, black flood dragons twirling around the Death Soulwood. These were the Yin energy laws that Yi Yun had extracted. Sensing these 9 Yin energy hovering around the Death Soulwood, Yi Yun suddenly had a feeling that this Death Soulwood would also mature alongside him, becoming a powerful treasure of his. Unfortunately, the Death Soulwood was still too mystical for him at the moment. Although he had relied on the Death Soulwood and used the concept of withering, he still could not gain the true intent of the heavenly Tao contained in the Death Soulwood. And now, after absorbing the Yin energy laws, the Death Soulwood's aura became even more profound. It was like taking a few more looks at it would cause one's consciousness to sink right in it. Once someone was immersed in the Death Soulwood, their life would be gradually drained, and by the time they realized that, they would already be mostly on the brink of death. The Death Soulwood was a strange wonder. It was now slowly harmonizing with Yi Yun, and other than Yi Yun himself, no one could hold the Death Soulwood in hand. That would only cause their life to rapidly drain. Yi Yun concentrated on comprehending the Death Soulwood and refining the 9 Yin roots. He was in no hurry to engage in a showdown with the black-armored demon god. The outcome he wanted was to harass the black-armored demon god time and time again, attacking when he least expected it, causing the black-armored demon god to become more and more irritated and crazy, so that he would not have time to recuperate. When his soul was extremely chaotic beyond measure, while he slowly matured and gained strength during the battles, he would be able to face the black-armored demon god eventually. However, the proud demon god would not allow Yi Yun to repeatedly provoke him. In the eyes of the black-armored demon god, Yi Yun was just a lowly life form. Not only had he hoodwinked him, he even dared to hide in the vicinity, enjoying his reactions. Die! The black-armored demon god brandished his lance forcefully. Instantly, the sky changed color once again, as mountains exploded, splitting the land apart and rocks tumbled. The land spanning thousands of miles immediately flipped. The demon god's enraged strike was enough to destroy the lands and shock everyone. In the God Advent Tower, Yi Yun turned stern when he sensed the demon god's wrath. Despite being thousands of miles away in the God Advent Tower, he could still sense the surging aura. The energy fluctuations were still tremendous despite the distance. However, Yi Yun only quietly endured the surging energy and he did not activate the God Advent Tower's arrays to withstand the blow of the energy wave. If the surging energy was to be reflected by the God Advent Tower's defensive arrays, just a tiny amount would allow the black-armored demon god to sense it. For an existence at the level of the black-armored demon god, every ounce of energy he radiated was tied to himself. This attack he sent out was a probe to find Iyun. This secretly alarmed Iyun. He knew that the black-armored demon god was very strong, but Iyun did not expect that despite him being injured, his attack could still destroy large swaths of land spanning thousands of miles. The black-armored demon god was trying to locate his position from the reflection of his radiating energy. This technique gave him quite a shock. After the black-armored demon god struck, the muscles on his body began to split, causing blood to flow out of them. This not only made the black-armored demon god look extremely pathetic, it also made him look more terrifying. As he looked at the void around him, the black-armored demon god's eyes turned cold and furious. His large-scale attack failed to find the God Advent Tower, much less Iyun. He knew that the human was definitely hiding. Even if he continued attacking despite his injuries, the human would ignore it. He could even deactivate the God Advent Tower's arrays, and let the surging energy pass through the God Advent Tower. Even if he was slightly injured, he would not appear either. So crafty, yet timid like a mouse. The black-armored demon god gripped his lance tightly. That weak human was maddening. He had never encountered such an opponent that dealt his cards in an erratic fashion. He was also extremely careful and he did not reveal any flaws. He was extremely shameless in his martial arts and character. Why did the wild and intractable, yet proud Azure Yang Lord, choose such a wretched person as his successor? The demon god scanned his surroundings coldly. Suddenly, he locked his gaze in a particular direction. That direction, the black-armored demon god remembered that he had locked onto a desolate race girl who had the bloodline of someone from the 12 Empyrean heavens, and he had also locked onto Iyun. Iyun and that desolate race girl were in one's place, and appeared to have a close relationship. The black-armored demon god was extremely prideful. He did not want to have a confrontation with a lowly lifeform here, and be continuously teased by that lowly lifeform. His wrath naturally would be borne by someone. The black-armored demon god looked in that direction as a sinister smile suffused on his lips. Let me see if you can continue hiding in silence after I kill the desolate race girl and everyone in the desolate race. Chapter 727, Blood Aura Covers the Sky. The black-armored demon god's killing intent melted into a blood mist that locked onto the divine wilderness as it emanated throughout the world. When the black-armored demon god used all his strength, just passing above those weaker desolate beasts was enough to cause their bodies to explode, turning into mangled bloody messes. Powerful primordial species lay prostrate on the ground as they trembled. This was the huge difference that came from the difference in life's natural order. In front of a lifeform of the black-armored demon god's level, they did not even dare look up. Boom! This was the sonic boom the black-armored demon god emitted when he was flying. It was tumultuous like thunder, and with a sudden boom, he would disappear into the distance. And in the God Advent Tower, Iyun, who was prepared to receive the black-armored demon god's second attack's aftermath, frowned. Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. The surrounding heaven-earth Yuan Qi had been suddenly drained. It had formed an air current and it was directed in a particular direction in the distance. It was the black-armored demon god. Has he given up on me? Iyun sensed that the black-armored demon god had left. The extremely fast speed that he was traveling at and his powerful aura was enough to sweep away all the heaven-earth Yuan Qi, causing this region to nearly become a vacuum. Iyun felt that something was amiss. The black-armored demon god would not give up so easily. Such a proud lifeform would smash any puny lifeform that had angered him. However, the black-armored demon god had indeed left. He did not conceal his departure. The mighty demon god did not need to be bothered to use such means to trick Iyun out. However, for the black-armored demon god to leave at this moment, could it be? Iyun's breathing stalled as he felt an ominous feeling. Oh no! Iyun immediately controlled the God Advent Tower and flew back above the Yin Lake. The land, that was formerly a land of death, was now in ruins. From the cracks that dived deep underground, a red mist surged out. It was the demon god's killing aura. This place was not only a land of death, it would soon become a land that no living creature would approach in the future. Yi Yun had no time to sigh as he looked at his surroundings. The land had been ravaged. A scorch mark on the land extended into the distance. And in the sky over where the trail led, there was a bloodline. It was piercing to the eyes and it looked like a tidal wave that was rolling far away. Killing aura. That was the manifestation of the black-armored demon god's killing aura. In the Tian Yuan world, wherever the blood cloud arrived, it was the arrival of a massacre. Whenever people mentioned the blood cloud, their expressions would drastically change as they would tremble without fail. The blood cloud represented the black-armored demon god in the Tian Yuan world. It was an indication that he was about to begin his massacre. And that direction. Yi Yun's pupils constricted as he felt a heavy blow on his heart. That was the direction of the area where the desolate race was hiding. It was where Jiang Xiaoro and Lin Xintong were. The black-armored demon god had not given up. He had only turned his spearhead and diverted his killing intent to Jiang Xiaoro. The black-armored demon god had already locked onto Jiang Xiaoro. He had made her a target, and now, as retaliation against Yi Yun and to make him appear obediently, he decided to attack Jiang Xiaoro immediately. The blood cloud seemed to cover the sky, extending hundreds of thousands of miles. And wherever the black-armored demon god passed, the land beneath it would be ravaged, a wipeout of all life. Under such circumstances, it no longer mattered if there was a spiritual lock or not. The black-armored demon god's pressure seemed to envelop the entire divine wilderness. As he proceeded forward without any resistance, no matter how the desolate race hid, they would not be able to escape from the black-armored demon god. Black-armored demon god. Yi Yun immediately activated the God Advent Tower as he stared at the red line along the horizon. He followed it at an extremely fast speed. The God Advent Tower's speed was pushed to the extreme by Yi Yun. It issued a screeching sonic boom midair. The powerful airflow tore apart trees and sent soil splashing. The God Advent Tower pierced through the chaotic aura and continued flying forward. Hurry! Faster! Compared to the black-armored demon god's full speed, Yi Yun was still slower. And at this moment, in the desolate race's territory, Pancher was an elite warrior of the desolate race. He happened to be on duty today. The divine capital had 18 elite squads patrolling at every moment in time. He led one of those squads. And today, there was nothing different. Pancher and his desolate race warriors were riding desolate beasts and they arrived at the top of a hill. He first looked far into the distance. The divine wilderness was filled with endless mountains and was silent. Then, Pancher looked at the ground and quickly scanned through it. Suddenly, a disdainful smile appeared along the corners of his mouth. It was those humans. Upon Yi Yun's return, he had rejected the human race's request in their negotiations. These members of the human race were beginning to leave. Now, Pancher was seeing the first human group leave. They had chosen a direction and they were slowly entering the divine wilderness. After the negotiations failed, the human race did not obtain anything from the desolate race. The expressions of their legendary figures had turned purple from Yi Yun's sarcasm. However, not every member of the human race planned on leaving. Amongst the human race, there had their differences. A group of humans were led by the Sanctuary Island couple, so they decided to fight alongside the desolate race. Most humans feared the future reprisal of Yi Yun and they also feared the desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. Although they were inclined to leave, they found it hard to make up their minds. A final small group of people, which was those who were determined to leave, believed that staying behind to resist the black-armored demon god was just sending themselves to their deaths. Instead of dying now, they might as well risk the danger and leave. At least, there would be a chance. In front of Pancher was the humans who were eager to leave the desolate race. From their point of view, due to Yi Yun's willful act, the desolate race was doomed. They naturally did not wish to stay here any longer, sacrificing their lives along with the desolate race. As for Yi Yun, these people were now wishing that Yi Yun could deal a severe blow to the black-armored demon god before he died. These people probably accounted for a fifth of the total number of humans. The others were still hesitating or planning. Be it evacuating or fighting to the death, there was a need for a plan. These people who were in a hurry to leave were led by Mystic Tiger Immortal. With him leading these elites, traversing the divine wilderness was not too big a problem. Amongst all the humans, Mystic Tiger Immortal was the one who hated Yi Yun the most. He had lost face and suffered humiliation, so he naturally wanted to leave early. Pancher saw these people look back at the desolate race's campgrounds. Their eyes were filled with a look of schadenfreude, like they were looking at a bunch of people that were about to die. Those people are really infuriating. A desolate race warrior said angrily. Pancher said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. Let them leave. Our life and death battle does not need those people anyway." Indeed. The other desolate race warriors nodded. They watched as the humans left. If we leave in this direction, we can put a distance between us and the desolate race campground and Yi Yun. When the black-armored demon god attacks, we will be hiding in the untraversable sea. Mystic Tiger Immortal said. Yi Yun had threatened to demolish his family clan's power and kill all his descendants. Hence, by bringing away all the elites, Mystic Tiger Immortal wanted to see what Yi Yun, who had to fend for his life, could do. As they entered the divine wilderness, the desolate race campground was left far behind them. At this moment, a young disciple of a large faction looked up into the sky and suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to see a red line that had appeared on the horizon. Chapter 728, Mystic Tiger Immortal's Death. What's that? The young disciples were momentarily dumbfounded. At this moment, many others had discovered the red bloodline on the horizon, including Mystic Tiger Immortal. And that red line was expanding at an alarming speed. What is it? Everyone was alarmed. Their eyes widened in a split second. That red line had become a red cloud that enveloped them. And in the rolling red clouds, a pair of cold, red eyes was casting its gaze down at them. Black-armored demon god. Mystic Tiger Immortal was overwhelmed by terror. Why was he so fast? Mystic Tiger Immortal was completely dumbfounded. From the moment the negotiations failed to their decision to leave, only 2 to 3 days had passed. They had to plan their evacuation route and made preparations needed for evacuating, after which they gathered their people. It was already considered quite fast. Yet in such a short period of time, the black-armored demon god was here. Wasn't he still recuperating? For an existence the level of the black-armored demon god, he had a powerful life force, but as such, he would require a relatively large amount of energy to heal. In just 2 or 3 days, he had finished recuperating and come to kill? Where was Yi Yun? Where did Yi Yun go? Mystic Tiger Immortal was about to go crazy. He was almost about to leave the remote mountains. He was just a few steps short. However, just these few steps had become a natural cliff that was impossible to cross. The black-armored demon god was too fast. Although Mystic Tiger Immortal was a few realms higher than his family's disciples, he had failed to discover the black-armored demon god any earlier than them. The difference was too great. In front of absolute strength, Mystic Tiger Immortal and his family clan's disciples were no different to powerless mortals. They were all easily overcome, too weak to withstand a single blow. Why did this happen? Mystic Tiger Immortal felt his body turn cold. Escape? It was too late. A deep feeling of despair flashed in his heart. The geniuses around him had pale faces and their bodies were frozen stiff. With the blood cloud above them, the pressure was immense. This was not just fear of death, but the result of an instinctual fear of the demon god who was a life form several levels higher than them. As the blood cloud towered above them, their bones began to emit cracking sounds as they failed to withstand the pressure. The ones with weaker cultivation levels were already bleeding from all of their orifices. The black-armored demon god's cold gaze swept over them. He did not even stop. All of them were like ants that did not matter to him. The desolate race's camp was just in front, and Zhang Xiaoro was in there. He first wanted to kill Zhang Xiaoro and then slaughter the desolate race. As for these ants, there was no need for him to do a thing. As long as he flew past them, the immense pressure that resulted from the blood cloud would be enough to slaughter a large number of them. As for those who were lucky to survive, the black-armored demon god could not be bothered to care about them. He did not mind letting them rejoice over their survival. Boom! 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 As the blood cloud rolled over, this group of humans died tragic deaths due to the blood cloud's pressure. As long as they were below the Yuan opening realm, no matter if they were a peerless genius or at the peak Dao Seed realm, they all perished. These so-called elites and proud children of heavens of large family clans had been attended to by numerous people during times of peace. Now, they had all exploded into mangled messes of flesh and blood under the indomitable pressure. It took an instant to go from an elite to a mangled mess. Although the young geniuses died tragically, Mystic Tiger Immortal had survived. He was a human imperial king, and although he was greatly inferior to the black-armored demon god, he would not be reduced to a mangled mess from just the pressure. Other than Mystic Tiger Immortal, there were a few elders of the Mystic Tiger family clan who had survived as well. The pressure had just swept past them. Although a large number of people had died tragically, they had managed to survive and they felt disbelief. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god had already flown past their heads, and he did not seem to have any intention of stopping. The black-armored demon god was sparing them? They were pleasantly surprised. They had managed to avoid death. However, at this moment... Oh! The black-armored demon god suddenly stopped and his eyes swept past Mystic Tiger Immortal. With a large number of humans dead, Mystic Tiger Immortal and the remaining survivors naturally stood out. And even though the black-armored demon god did not plan on paying attention to this bunch of ants, he now noticed them. He looked at Mystic Tiger Immortal, causing his heartbeat to turn stagnant. He did not even dare to move. This human... As the black-armored demon god had failed to recuperate, his soul was still in chaos. However, he had an impression of this human. Back when he locked onto Yiyun, this person was beside him. The black-armored demon god did not know the details of the negotiations between Yiyun and Mystic Tiger Immortal, nor did he even care about it. However, he knew that this person had been in the same room with Yiyun, then it must mean that he was closely related to Yiyun. And even if they were not closely related, they had to at least know each other. And for the black-armored demon god, he hated Yiyun so much that anyone related to Yiyun had to die. The black-armored demon god's eyes locked onto Mystic Tiger Immortal and he stabbed his lance at him. Seeing the lance expand in his pupils, the tremendous pressure and horror caused Mystic Tiger Immortal's Yuan Qi to seemingly freeze. Mystic Tiger Immortal widened his eyes in despair. He had just sensed that the black-armored demon god seemed to ignore them. If that was the case, they would have temporarily escaped this disaster. But he never expected the black-armored demon god to turn his sight on him the very next moment. And his eyes were filled with rage. The black-armored demon god always killed people with a cold expression. What did he do to incur the black-armored demon god's wrath? Mystic Tiger Immortal had no time to think. In front of the black-armored demon god's true strength, he could only bellow and attack with all he had. Pu Chi! The lance stabbed through Mystic Tiger Immortal's body like he was made of paper. As for Mystic Tiger Immortal's attack, it had failed to cause any obstruction to the black-armored demon god. Around Mystic Tiger Immortal, those elders who had luckily survived screamed in unison. Just the aftermath of the blow caused them to explode into a mist of blood, not even leaving them with a complete corpse. Boom! A horrific burst of energy exploded. Not a single member of this first batch of escaping humans had survived under the black-armored demon god's lance. Only a few people, including Mystic Tiger Immortal, retained remnants of their consciousness. And these soul remnants and consciousnesses were grabbed by the black-armored demon god with a single grab. Mystic Tiger Immortal's soul condensed into a spiritual soul halo, and Mystic Tiger Immortal's face emerged from it. He had a twisted expression, looking extremely painful. The black-armored demon god waved his hand with a deadpan expression and directly absorbed the souls of Mystic Tiger Immortal and the other elders of the Mystic Tiger family clan into his armor. Inside the armor, Mystic Tiger Immortal's face emerged. He was in pain and he had a ferocious expression, with a look of disbelief. And this scene was witnessed by Pancher and company at the top of the hill. It was not accurate to say witnessing, for all of that had happened in the blink of an eye. The previous moment, the blood cloud that filled the sky rolled over, and in the next moment, the black-armored demon god's lance had pierced through Mystic Tiger Immortal. Pancher and company stared with their eyes widened. Their bodies turned cold like they were icicles. Before they could react, the black-armored demon god was already looking at them. Chapter 729, The War Bugle. The stern and horrific eyes seemed to be able to kill people with just a look. Facing the black-armored demon god, Pancher only felt two boiling streams of liquid flowing down the sides of his face. It was blood. His eyes had already been burnt by the surge of the black-armored demon god's killing aura. The demon god's power was not something that anyone could lay their eyes on. So, the black-armored demon god moved and flew over Pancher and company. As the billowing blood cloud descended, the mountains collapsed. The desolate beast under Pancher let out a wail before it burst, its body disintegrating. The blood that was flowing slowly looked blurry to Pancher as he stood in the pool of blood. He raised the spear in his hands high up while trembling. He knew that there was no way for him to escape. There was no need for the black-armored demon god to do a thing against them, as they would be killed by the pressure of the blood cloud. Many humans much stronger than them had died in such a manner. Since he knew he was going to die, Pancher did not want to meaninglessly end up like a pile of rotten meat. He only wished he could strike out once, burning his soul as a warrior in the process, so he could die gloriously in battle. Pancher could barely make out the black-armored demon god passing overhead. Boom! Like a resounding thunder, it rang in his ears. In that the instant the black-armored demon god passed by, the world collapsed. Everything as far as Pancher could see and hear collapsed. Pancher's body was completely frozen. His spear was lifted up, but he had failed to stab it. Pancher's life force had completely disappeared. His flesh was crumbling, leaving his armor and skeleton standing there. His eye sockets were now empty, and his soul had dispersed. A white bony hand could be seen grabbing a spear tightly. The spear tip was pointed in a particular direction, with a cold sparkle on it, seemingly frozen for eternity. Up to his death, Pancher's mouth only managed to open slightly. However, he failed to make a sound, almost shouting that sentence he wanted to shout so badly. The demon god is here. Behind Pancher, those desolate race warriors had also exploded. However, their deaths were not meaningless. Although Pancher wanted to attack, even before they began their patrols, they already knew that in front of the black-armored demon god, it was impossible for them to have any chance of struggling. Their patrol was not meant to discover the black-armored demon god in advance and send warning signals. Instead, it was meant for them to use their flesh and blood to ignite a burning flame, at the cost of their lives. More than 10 flames lit up. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! In the desolate race's campgrounds, a row of life slips amongst the thousands of life slips suddenly shattered at the same time. The former desolate queen suddenly opened her eyes. These life slips were spiritually connected to her mind. As such, she was immediately notified about the shattering of the life slips. The former desolate queen's heart tightened. Woo! A simple but bleak bugle could be heard echoing throughout the desolate race campground. This bugle would only be blown for one reason. There was only one thing that it represented. The black-armored demon god is coming. The war bugle. Throughout the remote mountains, all the desolate race members, regardless whether they were resting or patrolling, were alarmed when they heard the sound. They all rushed towards the desolate race palace. In the days before, the desolate race had gone through countless drills. This time, although they were alarmed and nervous, they did not panic. He's here. That was fast. I wonder how young Mastery is. The Sanctuary Island couple, who were meditating, opened their eyes. The woman sighed. This battle was most likely one that would be a life and death separation for them, or even one that might kill them both. However, since the couple had made their decision, they would not regret it. Donger, let's go. All right. The couple held each other's hands and flew towards the desolate race palace. Alongside them, there were large numbers of human warriors. To die in battle in a barren place like the remote mountains was equivalent to dying outside their homelands, but they had no choice at this point in time. It was all for the continuation of their families. The former desolate queen arrived at a hall. At this moment, the hall was empty except for Jiang Shiro, who was sitting quietly under a skyfox sculpture. And not far away from her, Shepherd Boy was also sitting on the ground, watching over her. Inside the skyfox sculpture was the sleeping sacred spirit of the desolate race. When the former desolate queen entered the hall, Jiang Shiro had already opened her eyes. Mother! The bugle has sounded. The former desolate queen looked at Jiang Shiro's calm but determined face and felt her heart ache. Yes. Jiang Shiro nodded gently. The sacred spirit was still sleeping after being wounded. When the black-armored demon god approached with all his strength, it had sensed the tremendous danger and had forcefully woken itself up from its slumber. The black-armored demon god's pressure locked onto the divine wilderness, and the sacred spirit itself was a single entity with the divine wilderness lands. This was the final showdown between two ancient existences. Thinking back to her worship at the divine bone altar many years ago, with the sacred spirit acknowledging her, it was like that had happened yesterday. Jiang Shiro sighed. The sacrifice that was destined was a reluctant choice for her. Yunur. Nothing bad must happen to you. Jiang Shiro whispered before standing up. Her brightly colored dress opened up like a blooming rose. Yi Yun had taken the initiative to strike at the black-armored demon god and he had went searching for him. But now, the black-armored demon god was approaching with immense murderous momentum. Jiang Shiro's heart was cold. She felt trepidation, but at this moment, as the desolate race's queen, she could not think about those things. This was a battle with the life and death of the desolate race on the line. When Jiang Shiro walked out of the hall, her emotions had returned to normal. Jiang Shiro's behavior made the former desolate queen relieved. Having no fear and being totally calm was indeed characteristics that proved that she was her daughter. Only then could she be supported by the desolate race, and obtain the acknowledgement of the sacred spirit as queen. Yunur will be fine. Jiang Shiro muttered to herself once again. She said it with a firm tone, like she was exhorting herself. Yi Yun had promised her, and he always fulfilled whatever he promised her. Just at the moment Jiang Shiro said that sentence, her eyes looked past the palace. Across the palace's square, all the way to the horizon, there was an endless killing intent emanating there. He is here. Jiang Shiro said. The patrol team that sacrificed themselves was only a few thousand miles away from the desolate race's campground. This distance was one that the black-armored demon god could cross in an instant. Jiang Shiro's long hair flowed backwards. She looked exquisite and alluring. But now, outside the hall, the sky was filled with blood clouds. The blood clouds had arrived in an instant, enveloping the entire desolate race campground. After hearing the bugle, people had just managed to rush over to the palace from their residences. Yet by the time they arrived, they saw that the blue sky above their heads had gone. The blood cloud was as thick as blood plasma, like it would drip down at any moment. Those legendary figures and desolate race imperial kings began forming Yuan Qi shields, protecting the weaker geniuses in it. But even so, the geniuses felt their blood and qi turn chaotic the moment that the blood cloud descended. Many of them were shivering. Against a demon god that could destroy everything, the young them were just too insignificant. Chapter 730, Demon God Successor. Wah! Outside the desolate race palace, a translucent hallowed membrane spread out rapidly like a gust of wind, blowing everything away. Even the red cloud that covered the sky was torn apart by the hallowed membrane and it was weakened. It was the desolate race's protective array. With this array, the desolate race could withstand the black-armored demon god's pressure. As the array was activated, the blood cloud began to surge. The true battle had yet to begin, but the sky had already changed colors. The black-armored demon god was inside the cloud. Everyone saw a stocky man in heavy armor and a lance in his hand. He stood on the top of the blood cloud, like a god that ruled the world. He was indomitable and invincible. Under his pressure, people felt their backs turn cold. His cold eyes seemed to be staring at every single one of them. That was too fast. We haven't even made any plans on what to do yet. A group of humans, who were inclined to escape the remote mountains, but had not made the decision, were currently feeling lost. They thought that they still had the time to consider, but they never expected the black-armored demon god to suddenly appear. Now, the entire desolate race campground was locked onto by the black-armored demon god. Regardless of where they escaped to, it would be a dead end. They could only bite the bullet and prepare for battle. Facing the demon god's dominance, against the repression from the difference in life's natural order, people had their Yuan Qi suppressed, like any movement would result in them being instantly killed. Even in the desolate race's array, this feeling was unavoidable. At this moment, the sound of intricate and gentle footsteps could be heard from the palace. The heavy palatial doors opened automatically as Jiang Xiao approached it. Following that, the red-dressed Jiang Xiao appeared with her black hair from inside the ancient hall. A desolate and ancient aura seemed to linger around her. Jiang Xiao held a bone staff in one hand, while her back was straight. Every step she took was slow, but she still walked out of the hall with determination. You? The black-armored demon god's gaze locked onto Jiang Xiao. An intense pressure surged over, engulfing Jiang Xiao. It was well known how terrifying the black-armored demon god's pressure was. Typical young elites would burst into a mangled mess of flesh and blood the moment they came close to his pressure. As for Jiang Xiao, she managed to withstand the black-armored demon god's gaze. Jiang Xiao was strong, but compared to a freak like Yi Yun, or human imperial kings, she was much weaker. Logically speaking, she would not have been able to look so calm under the black-armored demon god's gaze. However, she was exceptionally calm. She wore a red dress with wide sleeves, a black tassel belt, and had no makeup, except for two dark red highlights that flared towards the ends of her eyes. Every blink of her eyes seemed to open a window to a star-filled universe, but she also seemed like a glamorous yet cold skyfox. When typical warriors felt repressed by the black-armored demon god, it was a result of their bloodlines and the difference in life's natural order. But for Jiang Xiao, the blood that flowed in her body was a powerful bloodline that came from the 12 Empyrean heavens. With the support of her bloodline, it allowed her to remain calm in front of the black-armored demon god. Good. The black-armored demon god grinned and spoke with an ancient tone. Only very few desolate race imperial kings, who knew of the ancient language that aged tens of millions of years, could understand. For me to lock onto you, it was because of your bloodline. I originally wanted you to be my successor. With such a bloodline, you were born to fight. Unfortunately, you were born in this barren land. It is all right even if you are currently so weak. The potential of your bloodline is immense. Wasting 2 or 3 decades do not matter. As long as you sever ties with this weak race, you will become the strongest war spirit under me, killing for me and conquer the 12 Empyrean heavens. The black-armored demon god's words resounded throughout the world. The desolate race imperial kings, who understood this ancient language, were all dumbfounded with shock. Become the black-armored demon god's successor. So the reason why the black-armored demon god had originally locked onto Jiang Xioro was not to kill her, but because he eyed her bloodline. She wanted Jiang Xioro to become his successor. This was too shocking. Many people looked at Jiang Xioro. Be it the desolate race or the human race, they were weak lowlifes like ants to the black-armored demon god. However, the black-armored demon god had placed such great importance on Jiang Xioro. Make your choice. Follow me, and I will provide you great power, but, to express your sincerity, you have to slaughter these 2 lowly races. Agree, and you will become the strongest war spirit. Disagree, and I will destroy you. The black-armored demon god's tone was ferocious. As he had been angered by Yi Yun, when he first came to the remote mountains, he had planned on annihilating Jiang Xioro. But now, after seeing Jiang Xioro withstand his pressure directly, her powerful bloodline made his chaotic and mad soul see calm down. He felt it was too much a pity to destroy Jiang Xioro. Jiang Xioro did not understand the black-armored demon god's ancient words, but the sacred spirit had conveyed the meaning behind his words. Her eyes scanned the crowd and suddenly, she raised her head towards the sky. With that, she also raised the bone staff in her hand. Woo! A wind rose up. A sudden gust of wind blew around the area. Although the pressure that everyone was feeling did not reduce, they felt the ground beneath their feet thicken. Although the pressure was intense, they were still able to stand firmly. This is... Everyone looked at Jiang Xioro and they noticed that behind her, a gigantic Skyfox phantom image had appeared. This Skyfox cast its eyes on the world. Every strand of fur that it had was the size of a small tree. It had 6 tails and it seemed like a divine fire that reached out into the skies, dancing and burning. Sacred Spirit! It was the Sacred Spirit! The moment that the desolate race warriors saw the Skyfox appear, they felt their fighting spirit boil. The fear they had, and how they lacked confidence when facing the black-armored demon god was immediately reduced greatly. The Sacred Spirit was with them. The gust of wind was because the Sacred Spirit had made its move. The desolate race's Sacred Spirit was already seriously wounded. It could not even appear with its actual body. It could only reside in Jiang Xioro's body, using her body as a vessel for its combat strength. Only Jiang Xioro's bloodline would allow the Sacred Spirit to leverage its strength to the maximum. With the bone staff in hand, Jiang Xioro pointed it at the black-armored demon god. The tip of the bone staff flickered wantonly with a cold beam. And at this moment, Jiang Xioro was augmented with the Sacred Spirit's powers. Her strength and aura was enhanced without any limits. She was like a towering mountain whose peak could not be seen. Although she couldn't be compared to the black-armored demon god, she was able to withstand the blood cloud. For the young geniuses of the desolate race and human race, she held up the sky. This strength. As everyone looked at Jiang Xioro, they were startled, even if they knew this was the power of the Sacred Spirit. However, other than Jiang Xioro, none of them could withstand the Sacred Spirit's augmentation. This was a terrifying girl. If she managed to survive this disaster, her future was limitless. Ha 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 ha. The black-armored demon god suddenly laughed hysterically. He suddenly brandished his lance as the heaven-earth yuan qi thousands of miles around him began to flow crazily because of his motions. It seems that is your answer. You have rejected me. Fine. Do you think that you can use a tiny spirit fox from the sinkhole to resist me? A tiny fox, that grew up in this abandoned world, and only experienced 2 heavenly tribulations, is not even worthy to be my mount. Boom! At this moment, the blood cloud in the sky tumbled and billowed. The black-armored demon god looked at Jiang Shiro and grinned with a sinister smile. I'll kill you now. Although it's a pity, but drinking your blood will heal most of my injuries. Chapter 731, Snow Lotus. Not many could understand the conversation between the black-armored demon god and Jiang Shiro, but from the transmissions between the legendary figures of the desolate race, they got to learn the contents of their conversation. The content was alarming to them. The black-armored demon god was currently the Tian Yuan world's strongest warrior, and he was unrivaled. He killed imperial kings like he was cutting through grass. What sort of scene would it be if one became the black-armored demon god's successor? Not only that, the black-armored demon god had also mentioned a place that they found alien. The 12 Empyrean Heavens. Very few of the legendary human figures had seen any mention of this place in books. It represented a wider world, a world with higher martial arts. However, everyone also knew that with the black-armored demon god's savage personality, he would not be thoughtful to a disciple he took in. The war spirit he mentioned probably was to make Jiang Shiro his weapon, one that would fight only for his sake, and with no other thoughts. However, the other choice would then be death. Besides, it was a death that the black-armored demon god would personally execute. Right in front the black-armored demon god's pressure, whose heart wouldn't feel a sense of trepidation. The black-armored demon god's aura grew stronger as Jiang Shiro took a deep breath. Her aura also rose another notch as the Skyfox phantom image behind her suddenly rose up into the sky, facing the black-armored demon god on the same level. The sacred spirit's cold pair of eyes were identical to Jiang Shiro's. It was the embodiment of the sacred spirit, and it was also a manifestation of Jiang Shiro's will. It was one with Jiang Shiro. Since you want to drink my blood, then come get it. Jiang Shiro's voice was clear as it resounded through the world, clearly entering everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha. The black-armored demon god erupted into laughter. His voice was cold and cruel, and it shook the world, constantly echoing. People immediately felt their eardrums hurting and all their blood turned chaotic, like their bodies were about to burst open. Those legendary human figures began injecting even more Yuan Qi into the protective shields, but they were only able to withstand a portion of the terrifying pressure. Even they themselves shuddered from the laughter and had their Yuan Qi suppressed. It was too terrifying. Jiang Shiro and the black-armored demon god's terrifying momentum were wantonly facing off each other. One stood on the ground, while the other stood in the clouds. The clash of their aura emitted numerous lightning sparks that seemed to tear through the world. Then die. The black-armored demon god's killing aura was released. Ever since he awoke, he had met two arrogant people. One was Yi Yun and the other was Jiang Shiro. Amongst these two, one was insidious and crafty by sneakily attacking him, while the other did not know what was good for herself and thought too highly of herself, and dared to reject him. These two people were going to be killed by him. Accompanying his roar, the land suddenly trembled. Outside the desolate race's protective array, mountains began rupturing as boulders started crashing down. The moment the roar echoed, the black-armored demon god's lance was suddenly stabbed towards Jiang Shiro. Immediately, the blood cloud in the sky swirled and a violent wind howled. The heaven and earth seemed to be compressed together. It was just a simple lance, but at this point, in everyone's eyes, this lance was infinitely huge. It was like it was the only thing that existed in the world and it was looming against their heads. Without being able to dodge, much less withstand it, how could humans stand up to something that resembled the forces of nature? The human race geniuses involuntarily trembled under such an impressive show of force. They had no doubts that the residual power of the demon god's lance was enough to instantly turn them into smithereens. They would be left without bodies and their souls might even be destroyed in the resulting storm. Even the legendary human figures found it bleak. With such a powerful demon god, even if they were to join forces, how much change was possible? He was too powerful, there was no way to beat him. Roar! Against the demon god's attack, the Skyfox sacred spirit behind Jiang Shiro issued an angry growl. The mighty sound waves dispersed the black-armored demon god's roar. At the same time, Jiang Shiro lifted the bone staff and gently waved it at the black-armored demon god. Her actions looked very gentle, but at the same time, the Skyfox sacred spirit behind her was moving its 6 tails, gathering the power of desolates and using the power of the divine wilderness. It struck out at the black-armored demon god's attack. Boom! 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 The land trembled. Distant mountain peaks crumbled instantly. This was simply the most extreme show of force. This erupting power and Jiang Shiro's gentleness formed a strong contrast, but yet they strangely merged together. Bam! The first clash between both parties resulted in remnant shock waves instantly flattening the ground around them. What were once mountainous regions were now forcefully transformed into plains. The world changed colors. It was blocked. Before people had any time to react, the black-armored demon god had already struck a second time with his lance. The terrifying energy collision twisted space itself, as the heaven-earth Yuan Qi was already extremely chaotic. The black-armored demon god's second strike was still in full force, one that could destroy the world. As the black-armored demon god laughed boisterously, his boldness mounted as the battle progressed. His body had already fractured into tracks of wounds, with blood seeping out of them wantonly. However, the flowing of this blood did not seem to weaken or slow his attack. Instead, it stimulated him to become even crazier. He had not recovered from his injuries, and this was all due to Yi Yun's harassment and sneak attacks. But it was alright, even if he was injured, annihilating the desolate race and Yi Yun was more than enough. It was impossible for these lowly life forms to put up a struggle in front of him. Boom! The Skyfox sacred spirit suddenly turned vapory, and Jiang Shiro's face turned pale. The sacred spirit was unable to hold on. Members of the desolate race felt their hearts tightened as their expressions changed. The sacred spirit was originally seriously injured. It had forcefully woken itself up, and it was barely sustaining itself. Under the black-armored demon god's ravaging attacks, it suffered a relapse from its injuries and it quickly approached its limits. The sacred spirit was old. It had lived for tens of millions of years, and it could not undergo its third heavenly tribulation, so it was already approaching its death. The legendary human figures felt their hearts sink. The sacred spirit wasn't able to hold on anymore? Where's Yi Yun? Where did Yi Yun go? Someone asked. Although they thought of Yi Yun as a huge threat, the human race was accustomed to relying on Yi Yun, even if their logic told them that against the terrifying black-armored demon god, even if Yi Yun appeared, nothing would change. Yi Yun went to search for the black-armored demon god prior to this. Now with the black-armored demon god here, Yi Yun has yet to return. A legendary human figure said. They were informed of the news prior to this. What? Yi Yun went searching for the black-armored demon god? And now with the black-armored demon god here, did Yi Yun fail to find him? Or was he already? People did not dare to think any further. Why did he search for the black-armored demon god before this? Wasn't that simply courting death? Ha 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 ha. The black-armored demon god could not stop laughing. He could sense the sacred spirit weakening. If this carried on, in just a while, he could kill Jiang Shiro. The black-armored demon god aimed at Jiang Shiro's head and ruthlessly stabbed once again. Die! However, at this moment, a fleeting series of shadows flashed. A stunning sword beam, as cold as the luminous moon, like a blooming snow lotus, stabbed at the black-armored demon god silently. Boom! The black-armored demon god immediately sensed it as he instantly pulled back the lance that he had stabbed towards Jiang Shiro. Ka ka ka! The lance did not strike that figure, but instead, it struck a closed snow lotus bud. This snow lotus clashed with the lance and immediately bloomed. Instantly, frost chi surged out, and the frost crystals quickly traversed down the lance. Chapter 732, God Confining Lock. It's Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong has made her move. Is she attacking the black-armored demon god alone? Seeing the Snow Lotus appear, people already knew that it was Lin Shintong. Previously, when everyone faced the black-armored demon god, there was no need to even mention taking the initiative to attack because just withstanding his killing aura was extremely difficult for them. However, Lin Shintong had single-handedly attacked the black-armored demon god with her sword. Was she sick of living? Phew! Lin Shintong stabbed with her sword. This was an attack that contained everything she had. All her laws, concepts, and insights were in that attack. The snow lotuses were pure and flawless. The petals were crystalline, and they was condensed from all her martial efforts to date. Lin Shintong's original target was directed at the black-armored demon god's back, where his heart was. However, the black-armored demon god's reaction was just too fast. He could change his posture and move at any time he wanted despite attacking with all she had. With a sweep of his lance, he struck Lin Shintong's sword. Pang! The sword vibrated vigorously as the ice crystals shattered, melting into rain. All of Lin Shintong's protective Yuan Qi quivered intensely, as numerous cracks began forming. Shintong! Not far away was the Lin family, and when they saw this scene, their hearts nearly stopped beating. Matriarch Lin's face was pale as her hands trembled. Lin Shintong was the hope of their Lin family. Even if the entire upper echelons of the Lin family died, Lin Shintong was not to die. Ka-cha! The snow lotus protecting Lin Shintong also exploded, as ice crystals scattered in all directions. After it struck the black-armored demon god, it shattered completely, but it failed to do him any harm. Lin Shintong's attack was to save Jiang Shiro. Even though Jiang Shiro was augmented by the sacred spirit, she was unable to withstand the repeated assaults by the black-armored demon god. You want to die in her place? Fine, I'll grant you your wish. The ice crystals on the black-armored demon god's lance were still spreading to the point that his hands were covered in ice. However, he did not care, and he instead revealed a sarcastic smile. He knew that the white-dressed female in front of him had an important relationship with Yi Yun. Anyone with ties to Yi Yun was to die. He wanted to see Yi Yun grief-stricken, and then kill Yi Yun after that. The black-armored demon god was fully confident about his speed. He believed that even if Yi Yun noticed his departure at the first moment of notice, he would only be met with a pile of corpses even if he charged here at full speed. Go to hell! With the lance in hand, the black-armored demon god stabbed his lance at Lin Shintong's heart. This strike was without any gaudy display, nor did he use any heaven-earth Yuan Qi. It was just a simple stab, but yet, everyone knew that this strike contained a horrifying momentum that was indomitable. If it wasn't for Lin Shintong, the other legendary human figures would probably be bearing the brunt of this momentum, with their bodies completely crumbling. Pang! At that instant, Lin Shintong's protective Yuan Qi shattered into droplets of lights. Her body had lost all protection. In front of the black-armored demon god, even stars could be crushed, let alone flesh? Yet, at this moment of definite doom, Lin Shintong indifferently lifted her sword and stabbed it straight at the black-armored demon god's throat without any fear. A death blow just before her death? Everyone seeing this was stunned. People felt pity just as the lance was about to hit its target. Even the hostile factions against Yi Yun did not wish to see Lin Shintong die. As for the upper echelons of the Lin family, their hearts seemed to have shrunk from worry. The black-armored demon god's physical defense far exceeded any weapon. Lin Shintong's death blow would definitely not harm him, and instead, if Lin Shintong were to be stabbed in the heart by the lance, it would spell certain death for her. No one was able to withstand the black-armored demon god's frontal attack. Guaranteed death with a single strike. There was no other way about it. At that split instant, just as people could only watch helplessly as the lance stabbed at Lin Shintong. Wah! Heaven-earth Yuan Qi exploded, as the endless blood cloud in the sky was penetrated. 12 golden beams of light shot down from blood cloud. The golden beam's speed was extremely fast, and nearly instantly, they flew at the black-armored demon god's body. Ka ka ka. The black-armored demon god's body and lance were all twined around by the beams of light. People managed to clearly make out that the 12 golden beams of light were actually 12 chains. The golden chains, about the thickness of a baby's wrist, had penetrated the blood cloud, allowing the rays of the sun to illuminate the chains, making it blindingly bright. Ancient runes on the golden chains began to emerge, like they were dictating an ancient order, one that was able to seal demons and lock gods. This chain was. People were alarmed, and at this moment, before they could give it further thought, Lin Shinton's sword had already stabbed at the black-armored demon god's throat. As for the black-armored demon god's lance, it was completely bound by the chain's order. Cha! The sword pierced through. The black-armored demon god's skin was extremely tough, and he managed to use just his muscles to withstand Lin Shinton's strike. The immense impact caused the soft sword to bend, and as for the black-armored demon god's throat, it had only been stabbed by just a bit before the sword could no longer proceed. A few drops of the demon god's blood flowed out, staining the cold sword blade red. A cold beam flashed in Lin Shinton's eyes, with frosting energy exploding from her sword. Lin Shinton had already circulated the Great Empress Heart Sutra to its limits. Through the black-armored demon god's tiny wound, extreme energy surged right into his body. Pa! 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 A few drops of the demon god's blood froze into red gems. Even the black-armored demon god's wound had begun freezing. However, beneath the black-armored demon god's red eyes there was a grin. God confining lock? I never expected that you would secretly set up the God confining lock formation array that allowed you to appear so fearless. It looked like you were seeking death yourself, but you managed to save that red-dressed girl and injured me after that. As the black-armored demon god looked at Lin Shinton, his entire body was trapped in the God confining lock, and it did not seem like he could move. This array. The legendary human figures were amazed seeing how it suddenly appeared to trap the black-armored demon god. God confining lock array? What array was this? Where did the desolate race obtain this array from? The moment that this array was activated, it seemed like the world was resounding with sacred murmurs of chanting, that even reduced the pressure that the blood cloud gave to the people. The God confining lock array had not only trapped the demon god, it had even sealed the demon god's terrifying strength, killing aura and yuan qi in his body. This feeling was extremely apparent, and it astonished many people. Ever since the black-armored demon god had appeared, the human and desolate race had always been repressed. This counterstrike seemed to be able to temporarily stop the black-armored demon god. In fact, when Jiang Shiro was possessed by the sacred spirit, and at the moment that Lin Shinton made her move, the God-confining lock was already being secretly cast. It was activated by the former Desolate Queen, Shepherd Boy, and many legendary Desolate race figures. This array left behind by Yi Yun was the greatest thing that these legendary Desolate race figures would rely on to resist the black-armored demon god. Jiang Shiro and the sacred spirit had appeared to fight together, not to achieve any outcome with the black-armored demon god, but to give them time to activate the array. The black-armored demon god had arrived too soon, which meant that they had no time to prepare. However, Jiang Shiro and Lin Shinton's attacks gave the time for the array to be successfully activated. Between the heavens and earth, shimmering golden chains that looked like they sprouted out of the heavens and earth, chained up the black-armored demon god's 4 limbs. Chapter 733, Redoubtable Strength. To my surprise, you actually have this array formation. The black-armored demon god said with a deep voice. The God-confining lock array could be traced back to ancient times. The so-called ancient times was not tens of millions of years ago, when the Azure Yang Lord fought the 7 demon disciples. It was an era even further back. It was back when the mighty figures of each race in the 12 Empyrean heavens fought the ancient ancestor god. Back then, each race gathered more than 100 mighty warriors and set up the God-confining lock array, resulting in 300 God-confining chains to shoot out. Even the heavenly Tao itself could be temporarily sealed. That was what a true God-confining lock was. But now, the God-confining lock used by the Desolate race was a simplified version, and of course accordingly, the simplified version of the God-confining lock array's operating requirements were lower. If not, it would not be something that the members of the Desolate race could operate. What a waste of a heavenly treasure! If such an array formation were to be placed in the 12 empyrean heavens, it would be extremely precious. What a pity! With a bunch of trash like you, how are all of you able to allow this array to display its greatest strength? The black-armored demon god said with a sneer. As he spoke, his joints cracked as his muscles swelled up. Blue veins began to appear all over his body like crawling earthworms. Pa! 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 Many cracks began to appear on the black-armored demon god's muscle as blood spewed out. His injury-ridden body did not seem like it could withstand his redoubtable power. Every time he used his energy, it was a major depletion of the black-armored demon god's life force essence. However, he did not mind. He allowed his blood to flow as he laughed maniacally. Lin Shinton felt her heart palpitate. Retracting her sword, she quickly retreated backwards. Ka-cha! The golden chain that twined around the black-armored demon god's lance suddenly snapped, causing golden light to spew wantonly, which was followed by a thunderous explosion. The black-armored demon god managed to free his lance, as the remaining energy shattered the void. This amount of force was horrifying. If Lin Shinton had retreated any slower, she would probably be seriously injured or even dead. He broke through just like that. The legendary human figures, as well as the legendary Desolate race figures who were powering the array, were all alarmed. This array was so profound, and the black-armored demon god had even said that the array formation was extremely precious even in the 12 empyrean heavens. Yet, such an array formation failed to completely trap the black-armored demon god? A pale Jiang Xiero looked at the black-armored demon god as her gaze turned weak. Ha! The black-armored demon god roared as the remaining 11 chains vibrated. The runes on the chains flickered rapidly. They lit up and dimmed at times, like they were about to rupture at any time. The black-armored demon god held his lance in one hand, and forcefully pulled with the other hand. A terrifying power was transmitted through the 11 chains. Boom! Heaven Earth Yuan Qi surged in all directions as the energy that the black-armored demon god injected into the chains exploded. The land trembled as the Desolate race palace sunk deeper, and it looked like it was about to collapse. A few legendary Desolate race figures were thrown out of the four corners of the palace. All of them looked pale, like they were suffering from internal injuries. The God-confining Lock's array disk emerged in the palace's core, flashing occasionally with golden runes. The runes' power flowed through the 11 chains, but the chains had not been broken yet. However, despite the God-confining lock not being completely broken apart, the legendary Desolate race figures that powered the formation had been forcefully pulled out, and they looked extremely miserable. Ha 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 ha! Trash! The black-armored demon god looked at the miserable state of these legendary figures as he laughed maniacally. Upon seeing this scene, the glint in Lin Shinton and Jiang Xiero's eyes dimmed. The human race and the Desolate race could not help but shudder, especially those legendary Desolate race figures who had been pulled out. They could feel the deep sense of helplessness and powerlessness. He was too strong. Even if he was confined by 11 chains, the black-armored demon god still remained unrivaled. He was able to be so arrogant because he had the means to do so. There were numerous mighty figures present here, all warriors that stood at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan world. But at this moment, even if they all joined forces, they would still be no match for an injured or even imprisoned demon god. There was no way of obtaining victory. Under the current circumstances, the demon god was still as terrifying as ever. Many people felt their hearts turn cold. But at this moment, two figures suddenly flew forward. These two figures came from the human race. After that, a few figures joined the two figures and flew into the sky. It's the Sanctuary Island couple. It's our seniors! The human race geniuses exclaimed in unison. The Sanctuary Island couple held hands while hovering midair. They silently looked at the black-armored demon god. A few other legendary human race figures also stared straight at the black-armored demon god. The corners of the black-armored demon god's mouth suffused a sneer. There are more who are sick of living? With the caliber of these people, the number that stood forward were the number who died. Although the black-armored demon god was still trapped by the 11 chains, his lance was already freed. From the way he freed himself and brutally pulled the legendary desolate race figures out, it was obvious that nearing the black-armored demon god was still suicidal. So what if the legendary human figures attacked? What could they do? The black-armored demon god didn't even bother with them. As long as he continued freeing himself from the remaining 11 chains, he could slaughter everyone including Jiang Xiao and Lin Xintong. He wanted to use their blood to dye his lance red. At this moment, with a deep growl, the chain around his left leg began to tremble violently. Bam! Countless ancient runes shattered. Another chain of the god-confining lock had broken. With this chain shattering, everyone's hearts began to undergo violent trepidations. The black-armored demon god is indeed tough, but we will not sit idle either. We have escaped so much, and today, the desolate race has managed to set up an array to temporarily restrain him. Besides, he is also injured. If it remains hopeless under such a situation, then if we were to carry on fleeing, there will be no hope of us eliminating him in the future. The Sanctuary Island couple said loudly. With that, the two of them took out an array disc, as all their yuan qi was let loose. Set up the array formation. Do not let him break free from the god-confining lock any longer. The Sanctuary Island couple shouted loudly. The other legendary human figures did not speak as they released their yuan qi as well. A powerful burst of energy instantly formed a sea of yuan qi midair. And following that, the array disk emitted a black light, as the small array disk became like an bottomless whirlpool, absorbing the entire yuan qi sea. The legendary human figures continued injecting their yuan qi into the array disk, while the array disk was connected to the Sanctuary Island couple. The couple's aura rose constantly, and soon, they reached a terrifying stage. Another array formation? The black-armored demon god scanned the legendary human figures. Cosmic Infinite Array? That's probably what you are capable of. This was an array formation used by the Azure Yang Lord against the 7 demon disciples tens of millions of years ago. It also came from the 12 Empyrean heavens, so the black-armored demon god naturally knew about it. He stopped trying to release himself from the shackles of the god-confining lock, and instead, he pointed lance and swung it at the legendary human figures. Even though he was facing 2 arrays, he still remained as calm as ever. Chapter 734, Sacred Spirits Nirvana. Looking at us with contempt? When the legendary human figures saw how the black-armored demon god was behaving, they felt pangs of fury in their hearts. They knew that the black-armored demon god was terrifying, but now, despite him being trapped in the god-confining lock, he still thought nothing of them, disparaging them completely. Everyone! The Sanctuary Island Lord said with a deep voice from within the worldly array, we have all practiced martial arts for years, enduring the loneliness associated with reclusive training and the dangers that accompanied mystic realms. We have gone through all kinds of hardship. Other than fighting against fate, it is because we are unwilling to lead ordinary lives, and do not want to waste our lives. One strike. I only want one strike. We need to produce a domineering stance. As he spoke, his yuan qi surged. His hair stood up, and in between his eyebrows, a flame was burning. Beside him, his partner's black dress was also fluttering, as she pushed her energy to the limits. At this moment, the Sanctuary Island couple had actually chosen to burn their blood essence. Seeing the Sanctuary Island couple's actions, the legendary human figures were stunned. Although they had made the difficult decision of staying behind to fight the black-armored demon god, most of them only hoped to seriously injure the black-armored demon god so as to allow their lineage to continue. But to burn one's blood essence? That would drain one's lifespan. The legendary human figures were naturally unwilling to burn their blood essence. But at this moment, with their lives on the line, they were pushed to the edge of the cliff. If they were defeated, it was equivalent to death. Compared to the elders, who did not have much lifespan left, the Sanctuary Island couple's life force and potential were much higher than theirs. Yet, they did not hesitate to burn their blood essence. What more them? Humans were beings that were easily influenced by their surroundings. They were selfish at times, but at times, they might have righteous ardor and turn fearless. Instantly, all the legendary human figures, who were powering the cosmic infinite array, burned their blood essence. Boom! As blood and chi surged into the sky, a golden array seemed to flip the cosmos. Mountains crumbled as the world shook. The cosmic infinite array was naturally not as abstruse as the God-confining lock. However, despite the God-confining lock being powerful, the legendary desolate race figures could not let it live up to its potential. As for the cosmic infinite array, although it was a few notches weaker, the legendary human figures were able to bring most of the cosmic infinite array's power into play. As such, the difference was no longer that great. With the Sanctuary Island couple as the lead, the cosmic infinite array seemed to transform into a small world itself. As the human geniuses on the ground looked up, they were all holding their breath as they watched with great concern. Their eyes reflected a redness that was a result of the burning blood and chi in the sky. These were their seniors, their patriarchs. They were human warriors who stood at the peak. Black-armored demon god. The Sanctuary Island couple roared. As the voices reverberated through the air, the cosmic infinite array began to spin with a loud rumble. It suddenly smashed itself at the black-armored demon god. It seemed to blot out the sky and cover up the earth. It was like an entire world falling down from the sky, smashing heavily at the black-armored demon god's head. Everyone's gaze followed the cosmic infinite array's fall. Although they did not partake in it, their breaths stagnated and they felt their blood tossing and turning. It was like they were a part of that attack. It was a strike that contained the human race's willpower. Seeing this scene, the black-armored demon god finally stopped looking at them with contempt. He roared as his body began tearing apart and blood spurted out everywhere. In the blood that sputtered out, the black lance was like a black dragon that emerged out of water, stabbing forcefully. Die! The lance was aimed straight at the cosmic infinite array's core. Two of the strongest powers at this moment in time clashed right into each other without any fancifulness. Wah! Instantly, everyone felt like all sounds had disappeared from their ears. The lighted scene in front of their eyes had disappeared, and it was replaced by a screen of red blood. It was an oppressive yuan qi. It wasn't truly silent, but at this moment, due to the immense destructive force, they had temporarily lost their sense of hearing despite their yuan qi protecting them. The light that appeared as a result of the clash did not disappear. Instead, because of the crazy burst of energy, it caused space itself to distort. What happened? Everyone stared with widened eyes. Suddenly, the wanton energy was swept away. The black-armored demon god's figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, and his arm was covered in blood. He was standing midair. The energy had been sucked into the lance. The black lance had pierced right through the cosmic infinite array's core. The Sanctuary Island couple was right in the middle and they had burnt their blood essence. The couple, who had been augmented by the array's powers, had suffered a blow that resembled being struck by a mountain. The Sanctuary Island Lord was slightly further in front. His sternum had shattered, and the right arm that held a sword had burst into a mist of blood. As for the other legendary human figures, they also experienced an immense impact. Those who were slightly weaker had their organs completely smashed, and they were in critical conditions. The human race had paid a bitter price to produce the strongest strike, and they finally seriously injured the black-armored demon god. At this moment, the black-armored demon god's body had suffered from repeated injuries. The surface of his body was completely cracked. There was nearly nowhere on his skin that was still intact. And the healing of his wounds was slowing down too. A chance. In front of the Desolate Race Palace, the legendary Desolate Race figures were giving their all to power the god-confining Lacaray. 10 of the divine chains of order were confining the black-armored demon god. Above the palace, the Skyfox's phantom image turned a faint red, while Jiang Shiro flew up and stood on top of the Skyfox phantom image's head. The Skyfox's fur was fluttering where its long ears were. The bit of cinnabar in the middle of Jiang Shiro's eyebrows had also turned vermilion. Her forceful stance as well as the sacred spirit Skyfox's aura was increasing rapidly. When this aura reached its peak, Jiang Shiro raised her bone staff and suddenly began to chant profound ancient words. The heaven and earth seemed to experience a cataclysm. The ground quaked, as if the land's life force and immense history, as well as the souls of all the flora and fauna, was rising up from deep underground, surging right into the Skyfox's body. Its shape was rapidly increasing. As the long hair behind Jiang Shiro fluttered, she gathered an ancient aura that made people want to pay homage to her. Everyone could tell that this was the most powerful strike that the sacred spirit could produce at the cost of burning its life. Oh! Upon seeing the sacred spirit's state, the black-armored demon god showed his first look of surprise. As for the human race and the Desolate Race continuously attacking him without any break in between, he was furious. Ah! The Skyfox howled and charged at the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god screamed as he raised his lance to face the attack. The black lance pierced through the Skyfox's head. As for the huge Skyfox phantom image, it also pierced through the black-armored demon god's body. The result of the terrifying impact radiated in all directions, as the red clouds in the sky were pushed to greater heights. Branched lightning lit up the tenebrous sky. Buzzing and hissing, they trembled with the anger of being shackled to the sky since time began, causing the world to turn silent. Everyone could even feel the ground suddenly sink down. In the sky, the blood clouds had dispersed and the killing aura had vanished. The black-armored demon god's hair was disheveled as his arm drooped low. As for Jiang Shiro, she was holding the bone staff to support her body. Her face was pale. Even the bit of cinnabar in the middle of her eyebrows had turned dim. She had clearly pushed all her strength to its limits. And behind her, the sacred spirit's phantom image was so blurry that it nearly disappeared. The huge Skyfox's head looked down on the world from high in the air. It had a nonchalant and calm expression, like it was experiencing a faint sense of nostalgia. People could sense that the Skyfox was bidding farewell to this world. Chapter 735, Devouring Souls. The sacred spirit had expended all of its energy. The Skyfox, which was nearing the end of its life, had been injured. And compounded with it burning its life force, it struck out its final strike before its death. The Desolate Race warriors felt terrible about this. Their sacred spirit came from the 12 Empyrean heavens, and it had silently protected the divine wilderness for tens of millions of years. Now, it died in battle for the Desolate Race. They were upset over the sacred spirit's death, but the battle was still ongoing. They had no time to hold a memorial ceremony for the sacred spirit. The sacred spirit's phantom image turned increasingly faint, as it was about to disperse at any moment. At this moment, even the human warriors felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow, much less the Desolate Race. Against a calamity that could destroy the world, all prejudice and the hatred between the races no longer mattered. All of you. Suddenly, a low and raspy voice echoed from the sky. The black-armored demon god's hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood. Several cracks had even appeared on his black armor. However, his aura was still exceedingly powerful. In fact, his killing aura was even more intense. All of you have completely infuriated me. All of you are to die. Die! The black-armored demon god roared. His body looked like it was made of blood only. The rate at which his muscles were recovering was much slower, and his life force was getting closer and closer to eventual collapse. However, he still was a god of death. His terrifying combat powers made the human and desolate race despair. Unrivaled. This was an enemy no one could defeat. They had used every means they had, and each strike had consumed their life force, expending all that they had. Now, the sacred spirit was dead. All the legendary human figures were grievously injured, yet the black-armored demon god still had ravaging, killing intent. Despair. Every warrior could only feel a strong sense of despair at this moment. There were still 10 chains twined around the black-armored demon god's body. As he held onto his bloody lance, he suddenly reached out and grabbed his armor. He grasped his armor tightly. And with that, woo 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 woo! A shrilling and ghastly wail echoed as numerous souls appeared from the black-armored demon god's armor as they writhed in pain. The souls had twisted faces and miserable expressions. Their spiritual soul flames were dim, and they were filled with despair. They were the warrior souls that had been sealed in his armor. Amongst these souls, a large number of them were Yuan opening realm human experts, and even quite a number of human imperial kings. After being killed by the black-armored demon god, their bodies were devastated, while their souls were trapped, experiencing endless pain. Yet, they still managed to retain their thoughts back when they were alive. Amongst them was Shintu Patriarch and Mystic Tiger Immortal. Nearly a year ago, Shintu Patriarch was killed by the black-armored demon god, and his soul had been sealed in the armor. He had endured such extended period of torture to the brink of collapse. As for Mystic Tiger Immortal, he had been killed only a short while ago. Although his body was dead, he realized that he still possessed his consciousness. Other than feeling extreme fear, he still had fantasies, hoping that he would one day be able to escape from the black-armored demon god's armor, possessing a body and carry on living. Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shintu Patriarch had been grabbed simultaneously by the black-armored demon god. Previously, while they were in the armor, they knew about the intense battle happening outside. They even had a vague understanding of the details of the battle. Now that Mystic Tiger Immortal was suddenly released, he felt extremely excited seeing the outside world. As for Shintu Patriarch, he seemed to regain a bit of hope from his despair. Woo woo woo! Save! Save me! Save me! Mystic Tiger Immortal pleaded for help with great difficulty. He could see the Sanctuary Island couple and the desolate race's desolate queen. Just thinking of his soul undergoing the torture in the black-armored demon god's armor made him turn crazy from the pain. Now, the desolate queen and the Sanctuary Island couple had become the only people that could save him. It's Mystic Tiger Immortal. Some people recognized Mystic Tiger Immortal. Although he was in soul form, as a human imperial king, his aura was still extraordinary. Anyone who was familiar with him could recognize him. Didn't he lead his family clan in a bid to escape? Why was he also killed? That scum escaped faster than anyone else. Now that he has been killed and his soul trapped, he wants us to save him? To save him, we need to approach the black-armored demon god. That is sacrificing our lives in exchange for his half-dead soul. He can dream on. People say in a disgruntled manner. At this moment, even the human race despised a lowlife like Mystic Tiger Immortal, much less the desolate race. Save me! Mystic Tiger Immortal shouted in pain, yet everyone ignored him. And at this moment, swish! The black-armored demon god lifted his hand, and forcefully put a large handful of tortured souls into his mouth. The souls that were bitten by the black-armored demon god let out wails of pain as they were being eaten by the black-armored demon god. The moment the souls entered his body, they dissipated immediately, turning into pure soul energy that he absorbed. This is... People looked in shock at the black-armored demon god and felt their hearts go cold. The black-armored demon god had stored souls in his armor, and at this moment, he was absorbing the soul energy to recover his power. They had no way of preventing the black-armored demon god from eating the souls, and they could only watch helplessly. All of you shall die. The black-armored demon god's eyes were filled with killing intent. Pang! 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 A series of sounds resounded as soul after soul exploded as they were devoured by the black-armored demon god. When Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch saw this scene, their souls turned cold and they felt unfathomable despair. It was not as horrifying as if they were just being killed. Now, not only had their bodies been destroyed, their souls would also be dispersed, turning into energy for him. This way of dying was extremely horrible. However, after the black-armored demon god ate 80% of the warrior souls, he suddenly stopped. By a stroke of luck, Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch were spared. For the black-armored demon god, these souls were enough for his treatment. Visible blood and chi rapidly emanated through the black-armored demon god's arms, as bloodlines appeared, before they rapidly spread throughout his body. The black-armored demon god's chest rose and fell violently as the red bloodlines quickly covered his entire body. They glowed intermittently, and even reached his pupils. Like a layer of totem runic patterns, it spread all over his body, making the black-armored demon god look even more demonic. The black-armored demon god's wounds were slowly recovering as his muscles bulged. Like divine metal, his bones began to issue explosive sounds, with each one sounding like tumultuous thunder. Ah! 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 Sounds came out of the black-armored demon god's throat as his eyes looked extremely frenzied. His soul sea was originally in a mess, and now with him suddenly devouring large amounts of souls that could provide nourishment to his body, the large quantity of memory fragments also surged into his body, stimulating his soul sea, and making his soul sea even more unstable. However, at this moment, the black-armored demon god was on the brink of madness. He did not care about this at all. The black-armored demon god suddenly lifted his head and looked at everyone with a feverish gaze. It made these people seem to hear a resounding boom in their ears that came from their pounding heartbeat. Chapter 736, Lotus Flower Concept. In the eyes of everyone, the black-armored demon god was currently in a completely frenzied state. What really just happened? People were shuddering in fear. Although the black-armored demon god's flesh had healed, his soul was still clearly in chaos. His spiritual mind was acting like it was in a tumultuous storm. His soul sea absorbed many soul fragments. Although those human warriors were weak, their combined soul energy is no trifling matter. The crux of the matter is that the black-armored demon god is heavily injured. When he first came, he was already in a seriously injured state, so he is unable to withstand the energy. Lin Shinton muttered midair. She was proficient in Purine laws, so she was extremely perceptive of the black-armored demon god's spiritual condition. He was seriously injured when he first came? People were stunned as many of them did not realize that. Even a seriously injured black-armored demon god was so terrifying? Wasn't he recuperating before this? Why did he come to attack us before he recovered from his injuries? A legendary human figure asked. Upon hearing this question, Lin Shinton took a deep breath. This is probably the work of Yi Yun. Yi Yun? The legendary human figures were stunned. Yi Yun made the black-armored demon god forgo his recuperation to attack the remote mountains? How did he do that? Where's Yi Yun? Could he have already? From Lin Shinton's words, Yi Yun clearly had met the black-armored demon god prior to this. It was hard to believe that Yi Yun alone managed to escape, despite facing the black-armored demon god. Yi Yun was strong, but the black-armored demon god was even more terrifying. He could fend the combined forces of the Desolate race and the human race, two divine arrays, as well as the sacred spirit's strike that consumed its life force alone. Yet, all of that failed to do much to the black-armored demon god. He was an existence who was impossible to resist against by human means. At this moment, ding dang! The black-armored demon god grabbed a god-confining lock chain that bound his right leg. Ka ka ka. With his hands, he ripped at it in two different directions. Golden runes immediately exploded into flashes. The legendary desolate race figure responsible for that god-confining lock chain immediately felt a heavy blow. His face was pale as he tried his best to hold on. The black-armored demon god's muscles bulged on both his arms and he revealed a grin. As a series of ka-ka sounds issued, golden runes suddenly exploded as that god-confining lock chain was forcefully ripped apart. That legendary desolate race figure immediately felt his body quiver as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as a sheet of paper, while black blood flowed out of his orifices. With the god-confining lock chain broken, that legendary desolate race figure was also seriously injured. Seeing the black-armored demon god rip the god-confining lock apart with his bare hands, everyone trembled with fear. The black-armored demon god looked at another chain, and with a swing of his lance, he smashed at it. Ka-cha! Yet another god-confining lock chain was severed. The legendary desolate race figure manning this chain immediately suffered internal injuries. Even the skin on his face ruptured as blood spurted out all across his body. While trembling, he still tried to stabilize the god-confining lock chain, but his strength fell short of his wishes. I've already said that all of you are going to die. With 4 of the god-confining lock's chains severed, a third of the array was cracked, making it unable to restrain the black-armored demon god any further. As the black-armored demon god twisted his neck, the veins on his body began to squirm. With a grab of his hand, he threw the remaining 20% of the human warrior's souls back into his armor, saving it for future rations. It was not because he could not bear eating these souls, but he did not want to give his chaotic soul see further injuries. Voila! The chains tightened. After losing 4 god-confining lock chains, the god-confining lock array was no longer perfect, and it was impossible to prevent the black-armored demon god from moving forward. With his lance in hand, he approached Jiang Xioro step by step. Your blood, give it to me. The black-armored demon god wanted to devour Jiang Xioro's blood. For those souls, not only were their energies impure, they were also harmful to his soul if he ate them. But Jiang Xioro's blood contained powerful energies and it was extremely suitable to help him. Roar! The former desolate queen's face turned white as she stood beside Jiang Xioro. Shepherd Boy also stood in front of Jiang Xioro. They were preparing to fight to the death. Abruptly, the sunlight that dawned upon the lands dimmed slightly. At this moment of crisis, people raised their heads in astonishment. They realized that the sun in the sky had disappeared, as it was covered by a gigantic snow lotus. Around the snow lotus, absolute darkness emanated from it. People could even see faint stars as a result. As the starlight showered down, it augmented Lin Xintong, increasing her aura steadily. With that, she pointed her sword tip at the black-armored demon god. With Jiang Xioro's life on the line, Lin Xintong had no choice but to make her move. However, everyone had previously seen Lin Xintong use all her strength in an attack, yet it had failed to injure the black-armored demon god. She had nearly been killed by the black-armored demon god. No matter how strong Lin Xintong was, it was impossible for her to withstand a single strike of the black-armored demon god. Even a graze might deal her serious harm. You want to die in her stead again? You managed to escape the last time, but this time, I'll kill you first. The black-armored demon god roared as he brandished the lance in his hand. A strike without any gaudy display stabbed through the thousands of starlight rays in the sky as it flew straight at Lin Xintong. Xintong. On the Lin family's side, matriarch Lin's creased face turned pale. The members of the desolate race also felt extremely nervous. The black-armored demon god was originally charging at Jiang Xioro, so Lin Xintong was forced to make her move just to save Jiang Xioro. If Lin Xintong died as a result of this, they would feel greatly indebted to the Lin family. Ka-cha! The black lance stabbed straight, clashing with Lin Xintong's sword beam. The starlight gathered, augmenting the sword beams, but even so. Pang pang pang! The sword beam began to shatter, and in this disproportionate showdown, the black lance beam's momentum was indomitable. The empty void was pierced, causing violent tremors. Unstoppable. Seeing the black lance beam about to penetrate Lin Xintong's body, no one could bear to watch any further. And at this moment, Lin Xintong's eyes flashed. She tapped lightly with her toes, and every step she made midair produced a lotus flower. Lotus flowers bloomed, they were beautiful and holy. The lotus flower was a concept. Although it was not as powerful as pure yin and yang, it still contained an inexplicably profound mysticism. Lin Xintong stepped through the void, with each step producing a lotus flower. The way she moved did not seem fast. Each step could be seen clearly by others, and they could even see the process of the lotus flower blooming. But strangely, the lance beam that was about to pierce Lin Xintong was always just short of doing so. It failed to reach Lin Xintong. As Lin Xintong retreated, the black lance beam chased closely behind her. Under the black-armored demon god's full power, even though Lin Xintong had displayed an exquisite lotus flower concept, the lance beam was drawing closer to Lin Xintong, and it nearly penetrated Lin Xintong's neck. On the brink of death, Lin Xintong remained extremely calm, like there was no lance pointing in her direction. Her toes tapped again, as Lin Xintong shrunk her body backwards. And at the same time, an incredibly fast divine beam shot out from behind Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong did not even look back, as her figure shrunk into that divine beam. Boom! The black lance clashed with the divine beam, causing the void to collapse. Before a tumultuous explosion could be heard, its sound waves were devoured by the void's cracks, causing silence in the world. People looked in astonishment as a miniature pagoda that was 6 stories tall spun mid-air. This miniature pagoda was the one that shot that divine beam of light, and Lin Xintong had used her lotus flower concept to retreat into this miniature pagoda. Chapter 737, Yi Yun vs. Demon God. After being struck by the black-armored demon god's lance beam, the 6-story miniature pagoda flew backwards. As it spun rapidly midair, it also grew in size rapidly. Boom! The divine pagoda crashed down, suppressing the divine wilderness, standing erect with an indomitable spirit. That pagoda! People looked at the divine pagoda that had suddenly appeared with astonishment. Many of them knew that it was the God Advent Tower that came from the great Empress Mystic Realm, and it was owned by Yi Yun. Yi Yun! It's Yi Yun! He had previously faced the black-armored demon god directly, but he still managed to survive. With the black-armored demon god attacking the remote mountains, and with the knowledge that Yi Yun had launched a sneak attack on him, people were beginning to suspect that Yi Yun had been killed by the black-armored demon god. But now, the God Advent Tower had appeared, and it had blocked the black-armored demon god's strike. As people recalled the lotus flower concept that Lin Xintong used from before, she had clearly sensed Yi Yun's arrival and she knew the God Advent Tower was flying in her direction. Hence, she had retreated the moment she dealt her blow, taking shelter immediately afterwards in the God Advent Tower. This made the black-armored demon god's attack fall short. The couple had great teamwork between the two of them. Seeing the God Advent Tower undamaged and Lin Xintong taking shelter in the God Advent Tower, Matriarch Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Xintong cultivates the Great Empress Heart Sutra together with Yi Yun, so they probably have a telepathic link between themselves. They already detected each other's presence from not far away. Hence, Xintong could attack the black-armored demon god in such a manner. She really gave this pile of old bones a fright. As Matriarch Lin looked at the God Advent Tower, she became even more fond and appreciative of Yi Yun. Even though the black-armored demon god was on a rampage, and she knew that Yi Yun's appearance did not mean that he was the match for black-armored demon god, she felt an inexplicable sense of contentment. You have finally arrived. The black-armored demon god looked at the God Advent Tower as he roared out with laughter. The God Advent Tower is a memento of the Azure Yang Lord. Do you think that I can't do a thing with you hiding in the God Advent Tower? The God Advent Tower's defenses were astounding, and with the black-armored demon god's power, even a frontal assault on it would be parried. But the God Advent Tower was able to withstand the black-armored demon god's attack, all because of its arrays. As a mobile immortal residence, the God Advent Tower was made out of extremely strong refined materials. However, without the support of energy and arrays, it was just a dead object. A dead object definitely could not ward off the black-armored demon god. If Yi Yun did not launch a counteroffensive, and was continuously attacked by the black-armored demon god, in time to come, the energy in the God Advent Tower's arrays would be expended. When that happened, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong would only be left for the slaughter for the black-armored demon god. Are you still going to hide like a tortoise inside the God Advent Tower? No problem, I'll kill all these people first. Yi Yun had really come, which also showed how much Jiang Xiao meant to him. Now, Yi Yun was hiding in the God Advent Tower, while Jiang Xiao was on the other side, with the black-armored demon god in between them. It was impossible for Yi Yun to bypass the black-armored demon god to save Jiang Xiao. Since you aren't coming out, then watch me drink her blood. Once I recover a bit of strength, I'll shatter your tortoise shell. The black-armored demon god sneered as he looked at the God Advent Tower before turning to Jiang Xiao. Yi Yun was here now, making the black-armored demon god's thirst of killing Jiang Xiao even stronger. He wanted Jiang Xiao, a beautiful woman, to die a horrible death. Roar! The former desolate queen stood in front of her. People immediately woke up from the shock the God Advent Tower had given them. Although Yi Yun had appeared at such a critical point in time, he was still unable to change the battle situation. They were still in the midst of grave danger. And it seemed like Yi Yun had, for some reason, angered the black-armored demon god. Seeing the black-armored demon god abandon the God Advent Tower, and swaggering over to Jiang Xiao, everyone felt their hearts turn cold. The black-armored demon god did not only want to kill Jiang Xiao, he also wanted to kill everyone present. They had led a life of hardship in order to pursue their martial paths. Yet now, they could only be like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. They had no means to strike back, and it was pathetic. The black-armored demon god raised his lance as a forceful stance gathered on its tip. The Yuan Qi throughout the world rapidly gathered as he drew closer to Jiang Xiao, his stance accumulating in strength. If he struck out, the former desolate queen and shepherd boy had no means of withstanding it. They would only be reduced to smithereens. What were they going to do? People looked at Jiang Xiao and then they looked at the God Advent Tower. They felt that if they were put in the position of Yi Yun, it was extremely difficult to make a choice. And at this moment, the God Advent Tower flashed with a golden brilliance, as a golden crow phantom image descended. As Yi Yun stood on the golden crow's back, he appeared at the top of the God Advent Tower. He looked at the black-armored demon god, with the pure yang broken sword in his hand. He pointed the rusty blade straight at the black-armored demon god. Yi Yun came out. People held their breaths. From what they knew, Yi Yun's strength was not much different to Lin Xintong's. Lin Xintong was clearly no match for the black-armored demon god, so it was impossible for Yi Yun to step forward to defeat the black-armored demon god. There was no need to even mention victory, even withstanding a single strike of the black-armored demon god's lance was extremely difficult. Yunar. Seeing Yi Yun come out of the God Advent Tower, Jiang Xiao felt her heart tense up. Yi Yun would be much safer in the God Advent Tower, but once he came out, he would be placed in an extremely dangerous situation. Upon seeing Yi Yun appear, the black-armored demon god grinned viciously. He abandoned Jiang Xiao and approached Yi Yun. What foolishness! To die for a woman. The black-armored demon god mocked. As he raised his black lance, a massive amount of energy surged out the tip of the lance. Around Yi Yun, the space began to suddenly tighten. It was like a cage entrapping him within. Seal. The black-armored demon god let out a deep growl. In between him and Yi Yun, a black screen of light appeared, enveloping the two of them in it. A sealed enchantment. Someone exclaimed. The black-armored demon god had used a portion of his energy to set up a sealed enchantment. This sealed enchantment could temporarily seal a region of space, preventing Iyun from escaping. And the God Advent Tower was outside the sealed enchantment. The black-armored demon god did this to prevent Iyun from being able to dodge his attacks and escape back into the God Advent Tower. This made everyone's hearts tighten even more. With Iyun unable to escape back into the God Advent Tower, he was also sealed in the enchantment. It seemed like he had to withstand the black-armored demon god's blow. Up to now, no one had been able to withstand a frontal blow that the black-armored demon god produced. Without even needing to look at the light curtain, Iyun could see the strength of this sealed enchantment easily with the purple crystal's energy vision. He could attack and break through the light curtain, but the black-armored demon god would not give him the chance to do so. As Iyun looked at the black-armored demon god, he suddenly sneered, "Your body is still bleeding." The black-armored demon god had suffered a severe hit on his vitality. Even though he had consumed a large number of souls that had provided him with energy, they were still very limited. After ripping away 4 God-confining lock chains, he had depleted a lot of his energy. Iyun could still see that the God-confining lock chains, which had lost most of their efficacy, were still twined around the black-armored demon god. If the black-armored demon god was at his peak condition, he could have ripped all the God-confining lock chains apart. Why would he leave them entwined around him? Despite the black-armored demon god looking extremely powerful and invincible, Iyun could tell that this was actually his weakest moment. It was also the chance for him to defeat the black-armored demon god. Since I came, I never planned to hide. Instead, I'm here to put you down under my sword. Iyun's voice resounded through the remote mountains. The golden crow beneath his feet also let out a loud shrill that rumbled through the heaven and earth. Chapter 738, One Sword Strike to Seal the Throat. Put the black-armored demon god under his sword? What Iyun said stunned both the desolate race and human race. Put the demon god down? This was the black-armored demon god that neither Lin Shinton, the sacred spirit, nor 2 powerful arrays could do a thing against. You want to put me down? Ha ha ha. The black-armored demon god suddenly roared with laughter. He had crossed swords with Iyun several times, and he had a rough gauge of Iyun's strength. All Iyun could do was sneak up on him while he was recuperating. What a joke. Back when I was recuperating, whenever you sneaked up on me, even a simple counterattack of mine could injure you through the God Advent Tower. You sure have the nerve to make such a bold statement of putting me under your sword. With that, the black-armored demon god attacked. The lance in his hand looked simple and lusterless, but it was a peerless divine weapon. The black-armored demon god's attacks were always simple sweeps or stabs, yet such simple moves remained unrivaled. But now, the black-armored demon god's lance was stabbing straight at Iyun's heart. There was an enchantment sealing Iyun's surroundings, isolating him from the God Advent Tower, so there was no room for retreat. Even if he could retreat, Iyun would not do so either. He knew deep down that this was the best opportunity to kill the black-armored demon god. Once he missed it, the opportunity would not come again. That instant, time seemed to slow down for Iyun. The scene of the Azure Yang Lord slashing at the black-armored demon god from the disc array in the Great Empress Mystic Realm kept replaying in his mind. In the disc array's images, the black-armored demon god was holding a lance and he was riding a divine horse, yet he had been destroyed by the Azure Yang Lord with one sword strike. That single sword strike was like an azure lightning bolt that pierced through the black-armored demon god. Tens of millions of years ago, the black-armored demon god was at his peak, and he was far more impressive than he was now. That strike. He just needed to produce 1/100th of that strike's power. Back then, the Azure Yang Lord had destroyed the 7 demon disciples when they were at their peaks. I can only kill one of them, and he is already severely injured. If I can't destroy him, wouldn't attempting to voyage through the 12 empyrean heavens be a joke? Thought Iyun. With the pure Yang broken sword in his hand, he felt his mind being enriched. An indescribable will was augmented on the pure Yang broken sword. This was Iyun's sword intent, which was much stronger than the sword intent he previously had. The realms of the sword were divided into gaining insight into sword intent, followed by condensing one's heart of the sword, then tempering one's sword soul, and finally creating the heavenly Tao of the sword. Yi Yun spent nearly a year to gain Tao-seeking enlightenment in the Pure Yang Sword Palace, and he had already reached the large success stage of sword intent. And now, he was already beginning to reach for the threshold of condensing his heart of the sword. Heart of the sword was also a warrior's temperament. It was not a sword technique, it was a sublime will of sword Tao. Pressing forward with indomitable will and irresistible force. CCC. Behind Yi Yun, the 9 neonate and golden crow phantom images appeared at the same time. A beam tore through the void, missing the black lance, stabbing straight at the black-armored demon god's throat. Oh! Upon seeing this situation, people felt their hearts quaking. When warriors exchanged blows, it was one party launching an attack while the other first tried to parry it, before thinking of a way to destroy his opponent. But now, Yi Yun's attack was not for defending, it was offensive. He had deliberately not dodged the black-armored demon god's lance so he could stab at the black-armored demon god's throat. The black-armored demon god's powerful attacks made people shudder with fear. Just withstanding his attacks was nearly impossible. Yet, Yi Yun did not even dodge. It was almost like an attack with no return. He is about to be pierced through by the lance. Is he trying to use death in exchange for a strike? The black-armored demon god's offensive strength is just too formidable. If Yi Yun's sword beam were to clash with the lance directly, the sword beam would definitely shatter. It would not harm the black-armored demon god at all, so he avoided the lance, but to do that would result. People held their breaths. Even if Yi Yun did not care for himself and wanted to exchange death for causing injury with that one strike, what sort of harm could it cause the black-armored demon god? The black-armored demon god not only had terrifying offensive strength, his defenses were also phenomenal. Yunar. Jiang Xiaorou's heart stalled. She helplessly watched as the black-armored demon god's lance had already stabbed into Yi Yun's chest. The black-armored demon god grinned. You want to die with me? You aren't worthy. Ka-cha. The black lance pierced through Yi Yun's protective Yuan Qi as it ripped like paper, leaving no suspense. Just as it seemed like the lance was about to penetrate Yi Yun's body. So, from Yi Yun's dantian, a stream of light flew out and faced the black-armored demon god's lance. In that instantaneous flash, the stream of light rapidly increased in size, turning into a youth dressed in pale gold robes. The youth's looks resembled Yi Yun greatly, like they were made from the same mold. The only difference was that his skin had a pale gold luster, like his skin had a metallic texture. The moment the youth appeared, he welcomed the black-armored demon god's lance. With a wave of his hands, a series of shiny projectiles shot out of his body. The projectiles were flying sabers. 999 flying sabers danced through the air in a chaotic fashion, like snow had just fallen from the sky. This was Yi Yun's 1,000 snow domain. Boom! The flying sabers clashed with the black lance, causing terrifying shockwaves to burst outwards. Despite the momentum of the black-armored demon god's lance reducing, it still heavily slammed into the pale gold youth's chest. The youth's body quivered as he smacked the black lance before flying backwards. And at this moment, the terrifying energy in the black lance exploded out, sweeping through the surroundings. Even the enchantment that the black-armored demon god created burst open and collapsed. Under such an energetic storm, Yi Yun's body transformed into a stream of light and streaked towards the youth in pale gold robes. After Yi Yun's body merged into the youth's dantian, he disappeared. Boom! The youth was like a mountain that had been struck. His body fell, smashing through a mountain. As gravel thundered down, it buried the youth deep underground. What is this? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Jiang Xiaorou was completely baffled. Who was the youth dressed in pale gold robes that resembled Yi Yun so much? How was Yi Yun after withstanding that strike? Was the youth dead? People turned extremely anxious. And at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Look at the black-armored demon god's neck!" With the exclamation, everyone looked over and saw the black-armored demon god holding his black lance in one hand, while his other hand was clasping his neck. In between his fingers, dark red demonic blood flowed out. He was injured. Yi Yun's strike had reproduced the charm of the Azure Yang Lord's strike from back then. At that instant, he had even reached the threshold of the heart of the sword. In order to let the strike's offensive power reach its limits, Yi Yun had avoided the black-armored demon god's lance beam. All his sword intent had surged right at the black-armored demon god's weak spot. One sword strike to seal the throat. The black-armored demon god slowly removed his hand. There was a wound the thickness of a finger left behind on his neck. Although the wound was small, it was very deep. Around the wound, his flesh was squirming, like it was attempting to fix itself. However, there was an undying sword intent lingering around the wound. It was constantly tearing the wound open. The sword intent was difficult to extinguish, and it constantly caused damage over time. Chapter 739, Draco First Avatar. This is the Azure Yang Lord's sword intent, you. The black-armored demon god's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although Yi Yun's strike was extremely powerful, it was far from being able to kill him. However, this attack had once again damaged the essence of his life force. That undying sword intent left behind by Yi Yun's blade made him recall that strike that had destroyed his demonic soul tens of millions of years ago. This made his soul seat that was on the brink of collapse turn even more chaotic. And at this moment, boom! The collapsed mountain exploded as rocks that weighed millions of pounds were sent scattering before melting due to an intense heat wave. A three-legged golden crow flew up high into the sky, and on its back stood a youth dressed in a pale gold robe. This youth had a cold expression, and circling around him were 999 flying sabers. Who was he? The black-armored demon god's lance had been weakened by that person's saber array, but it had still managed to stab into the pale gold chest. Yet, for some inconceivable reason, he did not die. He did not even suffer any serious injuries, at least not on the surface. You are an avatar. The black-armored demon god stared at the youth with shining eyes. For it to look identical to Yi Yun and be used as some form of enchanted treasure stored in Yi Yun's dantian, the only thing it could be was Yi Yun's avatar. How did Yi Yun obtain such a powerful avatar, considering the fact that he had cultivated for less than 3 decades? It had managed to endure one of his blows without dying. It was not even seriously injured. The youth did not respond. He had clear-cut and well-defined, handsome facial features. The robe around his chest had been pierced through by the black-armored demon god's lance attack. But now, pale gold heaven-earth energy gathered together which mended his robe. The robe had a metallic feel to it and there were exquisite and mysterious-looking runes embroidered on it. Wearing it gave the youth an air of majesty, as if he was a king from ancient times who had stepped foot into the rivers of time. Swish! A stream of light flashed as Yi Yun's actual body flew out of the youth's dantian. He was holding the pure yang broken sword in hand. After taking a glance at the damages his avatar had received, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Draco First True Gold avatar's defensive strength was truly impressive. Back when Yi Yun entered the God Advent Tower, he had passed the God Advent Tower's tests and went to the highest level together with Lin Xintong. There, Yi Yun had found a few paragon treasures. One of them was the disc array controlling the God Advent Tower. After Yi Yun refined it, the God Advent Tower had become Yi Yun's immortal residence which he could bring along with him. As for the second item, its value even exceeded the God Advent Tower. It was a cosmos bag, and a 7-foot stone sculpture was stored in it. The carvings were crass, but there were pure Yang Great Tao runic patterns engraved on the surface through natural processes. After Yi Yun touched the stone sculpture, it cracked, revealing the Draco First True Gold avatar. Yi Yun obtained the avatar in Chapter 555. As it's been a while, you might have forgotten it. Draco First True Gold could only be formed in extreme pure yang lands, such as in the core of some mysterious star, through absorbing the pure yang essence of the heavens, earth, and the divine items of the world. What was formerly a precious stone was refined into true gold, and that was Draco First True Gold. Draco First True Gold could be used to produce divine sacred weapons, and had a value impossible to measure. What was even more valuable than Draco First True Gold was when it produced flesh and blood after spending countless amount of time in an extreme yang land. From a precious stone transforming to true gold, and from true gold spiritually metamorphosing into a Tao body divine fetus. Not only was its defensive strength comparable to Draco First True Gold, it could also interface with the heaven and earth, allowing it to gather heaven-earth yuan qi. It was the epitome of a naturally formed perfect yang body. Back when the Azure Yang Lord received this divine item in the sinkhole, he had planned on refining it into an avatar. However, it required a long period of time. The Azure Yang Lord had placed the Draco First True Gold avatar at the top level of the God Advent Tower and had used the entire pagoda's arrays to nourish the avatar, slowly refining it to take form. Unfortunately, before the Draco First True Gold avatar took form, the Azure Yang Lord had passed on. After tens of millions of years, when Yun came to the God Advent Tower, the Draco First True Gold had already successfully taken form. Yun left a spiritual imprint in the Draco First True Gold, finally, making it become his avatar. Ever since Yun came out of the God Advent Tower, the Draco First True Gold had been hidden and cultivating inside his dantian. Yun and the avatar were one and the same person. Whatever laws Yun received insight on, his avatar would receive too. After Yun obtained the Thousand Snow domain, he had given it to his Draco First True Gold avatar, letting his avatar cultivate it for use. Back then, when Yun came out of the God Advent Tower and fought in the Soul Tomb, Yun was only facing Zhulong, who had yet to achieve his cultivation peak after reincarnation, so there was no need to use it. Only now, against the black-armored demon god, in this final showdown where Yun was no match for the black-armored demon god, did he have to rely on the Draco First True Gold avatar, as well as the God Advent Tower. Indeed, Yun's actual body had no means to withstand the black-armored demon god's strike. That black lance would bore a hole through him easily. However, the Draco First True Gold avatar was different. His body was a peerless weapon in its own right. Compared to the black-armored demon god's lance, it was far more stronger. This avatar is not something the Tian Yuan world can have. It was left behind by the Azure Yang Lord as well? The black-armored demon god stared at Yun with scarlet eyes that protruded out slightly. The wound on his neck emitted a wisp of black gas as the sword intent left behind by Yun had been mostly eliminated. His wound was finally begin to recover. But at this moment, the black-armored demon god had suffered a heavy blow from both the sacred spirit and the two powerful arrays. Before Yun came, the black-armored demon god's vitality was extremely weak. It was very difficult to use that bit of vitality to heal his wounds. The black-armored demon god suddenly grabbed at his armor. Woo 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 woo. A large number of souls was pulled out of the black-armored demon god's armor, and amongst them were Shinto Patriarch and Mystic Tiger Immortal souls. Previously, the black-armored demon god had deliberately left the souls of the human imperial kings aside, but now, against Yun and his Draco First True Gold avatar, the black-armored demon god had already decided on devouring all these souls. Shinto Patriarch and Mystic Tiger Immortal were struggling vigorously after being pulled out a second time. They also could see Yun and his Draco First True Gold avatar, and even had a general idea of the astonishing clash between Yun and the black-armored demon god. However, they could not be bothered to understand why Yun possessed such terrifying power because their lives were in danger. Who? The black-armored demon god sucked in a large batch of souls through his mouth. One could hear the sad and shrill wails as these souls were devoured. The pain derived from having their souls devoured was an agony no human could endure. Seeing that they were about to be sucked into the black-armored demon god's mouth, Shinto Patriarch and Mystic Tiger Immortal felt despair as they screamed crazily. Yun! Save me! Save me! Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch were on the brink of collapse, yet Yi-Yun did not make a move. Despite Yi-Yun not having any feelings of pity towards the two of them, Yi-Yun naturally did not want to see the black-armored demon god recover. Unfortunately, at the moment the black-armored demon god devoured the souls, he had already set up a force field to protect him. To destroy that force field in a short period of time? Difficult. Chapter 740 Sword strikes like fluttering snowflakes. Woo woo woo. The tragic wails of souls echoed as Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch were both sucked into the black-armored demon god's mouth. They didn't even get to struggle as their souls were completely destroyed. On the human and desolate race front, they shuddered when they saw this scene. These legendary human figures had died an extremely tragic death. After devouring the souls of human imperial kings, blue veins began to bulge out of the black-armored demon god's forehead. His eyes were like that of a wild beast, as his soul sea became even more chaotic. Yi-Yun quietly watched all of this as the black-armored demon god received damage after damage. In addition to him overdrawing on his life essence several times, it moved his life closer and closer to its end. If all this went well, the final straw that broke the camel's back would appear. As for Yi-Yun, he just needed to hold out till that straw appeared, causing the black-armored demon god's life force to collapse, resulting in his complete destruction. Die! The black-armored demon god said this word through gritted teeth as he forcefully brandished his lance. Swish! The world turned dark as rays of light were distorted. The spatial dimensional forces instantly turned chaotic. Spatial dimension laws? People were alarmed because up to now, the black-armored demon god had almost never used laws. His offensive strikes were always simple stabs or sweeps. It was probably because there was no need for him to use laws. But now, the black-armored demon god had conjured up the spatial dimension power, and the power began to envelope the pale golden-robed Yi-Yun. He wanted to separate Yi-Yun's actual body from his avatar. Once his avatar was separated, Yi-Yun's actual body had no way to withstand the black-armored demon god's frontal assault. Seal. As space began to seal, Yi-Yun's heart sank. With a flash of his body, before the space enclosed fully, he charged into his avatar's dantian. Naturally, he would not allow his actual body to be separated from his avatar by the black-armored demon god. Twang! As the lance moved forward, it was augmented by spatial dimensional forces. As the ground and mountains got twisted by the distortions of space itself, they began to crack and crumble. The black-armored demon god's strike was aimed straight at the middle of the Draco First True Gold avatar's eyebrows. Sha! 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 The 1,000 snow-flying sabers flew out of the avatar's dantian. The 999 flying sabers merged as one, and they stabbed at the black-armored demon god's lance. However, the black-armored demon god's lance was too powerful, and with it augmented by spatial dimensional forces, it was not something that the 1,000 snow domain could withstand. Boom! A gigantic energy explosion happened as a storm stirred up, concealing the sky and sun. Nearly all the rays of light were swallowed by it, as it became an empty, black void. Careful! The human and desolate race warriors were terrified of this storm. In front of the black-armored demon god, they were just too weak. To prevent further harm, the human and desolate race imperial kings set up enchanted seals to block the storm. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god's lance had struck the Draco First True Gold avatar. With a violent tremor, the avatar flew backwards as it spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though it had a Draco First True Gold body, it too had received a great deal of damage after receiving 2 consecutive heavy strikes. Refine. The black-armored demon god struck out a second time as spatial dimensional forces shot out and directly enveloped the Draco First True Gold avatar. The avatar, which had flown backwards, was like a bug stuck to a spider's web. It was restricted midair by the spatial dimensional forces. Ding! The 1,000 snow-flying sabers began to slash at the spatial dimensional forces, severing the chains formed from spatial laws. However, even more spatial dimensional energy surged over, and like a massive net, there was nowhere for him to escape to. No matter how many treasures you have, without the strength supporting them, it will still be useless. The black-armored demon god was in control of Yun's avatar. A gigantic black hand was conjured as it tried to grab the spiritual sea of Yun's avatar. The gigantic black hand had a sinister and cold air to it. There were ghastly wails emitted from it, and it was full of a killing aura. Yun, careful, he is trying to wipe away your avatar's spiritual imprint. Amidst the storm, the Sanctuary Island's island lord shouted, so as to warn Yun. Although the Draco First True Gold avatar's defensive strength was crazily strong, it still needed to be controlled by Yun. If its spiritual sea was torn apart, then the spiritual imprint left behind on the Draco First True Gold avatar would be forcefully wiped away by the black-armored demon god. If that happened, not only would Yun suffer a serious blow to his spiritual being, the Draco First True Gold avatar would also become ownerless and the black-armored demon god could control. Then, Yun, who was still hiding in the Draco First True Gold avatar's dantian, would have obvious consequences. As the avatar was already restricted by the black-armored demon god, the gigantic black hand was just in front of his eyes. It would strike in just an instant. And at this moment, boom! There was a tumultuous sound, like the 9 heavens had collapsed. A divine pagoda came crashing down from the sky, right at the black-armored demon god. Oh! The black-armored demon god's facial expression sank. The God Advent Tower was a mobile treasure that the Azure Yang Lord brought from the 12 Empyrean heavens. Its offensive strength was too horrifying, so even though it could not display 1/100th of its power, it was enough to injure him. The black-armored demon god, who had already been severely injured, would be pushed to the brink of collapse if he received the God Advent Tower's strike. If the black-armored demon god carried on attacking the avatar, it would take at least a few seconds to wipe out Yun's spiritual imprint. By then, the God Advent Tower would have long smashed onto his body. Scram! His black lance stabbed upwards, striking the base of the God Advent Tower. Ka-cha! The lance quivered violently as the impact from the God Advent Tower caused it to bend. The black-armored demon god had used a lance to forcefully withstand the God Advent Tower. Phew! At this moment, a white figure charged out of the God Advent Tower, as icy blue snowflakes suddenly appeared in the sky, fluttering beautifully through the sky. With a sword in hand, Lin Shintong slashed down from top to bottom. A white sword beam came crashing downwards like a 1,000-foot waterfall. The black-armored demon god's pupils constricted as all the muscles on his body bulged. Ha! He roared out loudly as his bulging muscles began to crack. All of the black-armored demon god's energy exploded as he swung his lance, causing the black lance to bend back into shape. The God Advent Tower was deflected upwards by the lance. The black-armored demon god had used his terrifying strength to fling the God Advent Tower away. This scene made people shudder. The black-armored demon god was too terrifying. Yun, who had the Draco First True Gold avatar and God Advent Tower, was fully suppressed in front of the black-armored demon god, and he was in critical condition. Die! The black-armored demon god was covered in blood. After he flung the God Advent Tower away, he did not even manage to take a breather, as he charged straight at Lin Shintong. Just flinging the God Advent Tower away had drained a great deal of the black-armored demon god's energy. Having used up most of his energy, he did not have the momentum any further. He was at his weakest, but even so. Pang, pang, pang. The lance stabbed forward as white sword beams began to shatter in sequence. The thousands of snowflakes fluttering in the sky were also shattered as the black lance was aimed straight at Lin Shintong's neck. Lin Shintong's black pupils reflected the cold lance tip. At the moment of life and death, she remained extremely calm as she circulated the Great Empress Heart Sutra to its limits. Pure yin began to surge in her terminated meridians. The full power of the Great Empress Heart Sutra could only be released by Lin Shintong with her pure yin and terminated meridians. Sha! Sha! Cha! Her sword came surging down like a blanketing snowstorm, clashing with the black lance time and time again. It cut the black-armored demon god's flesh open, and at the same time, Lin Shinton quickly retreated. Lin Shinton's Great Empress Heart Sutra was also no match for the black-armored demon god. Chapter 741, Withering with a Single Sword Strike. The black-armored demon god was indomitable. As his muscles were bombarded by Lin Shinton's sword chi, the sword chi were shattered relentlessly. His black lance was locked onto Lin Shinton as it drew closer. And at the same time, the God Advent Tower was being restrained by the black-armored demon god using spatial dimensional forces. The black-armored demon god was extremely fearful of the divine pagoda. While battling Iyun and Lin Shinton, he had to divert a large portion of energy to restrain the God Advent Tower. If not, Iyun and Lin Shinton could hide into the God Advent Tower at any moment. He would then have to expend a great deal of life force just to completely drain the God Advent Tower's arrays of their energy. He withstood the sword chi as his damaged body was still draining his life force. But even so, he still wanted to kill Lin Shinton in that one go. As long as he killed either Lin Shinton or Iyun, then the other would be much easier to kill. However, how could Iyun sit idle and watch Lin Shinton being killed? Shao! The golden crow screeched forward with Iyun standing on its back. The Draco First True Gold Avatar was injured and had been kept inside Iyun's actual body Stantian. Now, Iyun was pointing the pure yang broken sword straight at the black-armored demon god. Iyun and Lin Shinton had no means to have a frontal clash with the black-armored demon god. Their hearts were telepathically connected, so with both of them tying him down, they enjoyed great teamwork. Humph! The black-armored demon god sneered. He knew what was on Iyun's mind. Iyun planned on using that strike, forcing him to defend, hence, saving Lin Shinton. The black-armored demon god knew that if he were to stop his attack to respond to Iyun, Lin Shinton would be out of danger, then he would have endured Lin Shinton's sword chi for nothing. Just Lin Shinton alone wasn't much trouble, but with the God Advent Tower, with Iyun and his avatar combining forces with Lin Shinton, then leaving Lin Shinton alive would spell disaster for the future. He decided to kill Lin Shinton even at the cost of being struck by Iyun's sword. With his mind made up, the black-armored demon god's black lance did not lose any momentum. Upon seeing this scene, the human and desolate race warriors, especially the Lin family, felt their hearts shrink. The black-armored demon god had decided on killing Lin Shinton, and for Iyun's strike, so what if it landed on the black-armored demon god? He could not save Lin Shinton at all, and it probably would be very difficult for it to deal any serious damage to the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god completely ignored Iyun, and just as Lin Shinton's life was on the line, Iyun held his breath. His eyes flashed with phenomenological images of the growth of thousands of living beings, and the withering of plants. Phew! Out from Iyun's dantian, a piece of deadwood shot out. It was the Death Soulwood. The Death Soulwood flew up into the sky, and behind Iyun, it condensed a phantom image of a divine tree. The divine tree looked lush initially, but then instantly dried up. As a countless number of leaves fell, they looked like butterflies of death. Withering, the falling of leaves was withering, the drying up of trees was withering, the death of people was also withering. Iyun injected the withering concepts he understood from the pure yang sword palace into his sword. This was the first sword Dao Iyun created for himself. Withering Sword Dao. Withering with a single sword strike. Iyun's blade aimed straight at the black-armored demon god's eyebrows. This strike contained an air of death and withering, but on the surface, it did not look like anything special. Even the sword chi was very stable and calm, as if it did not possess any lethality. Oh? You think of harming me without using the Azure Yang Lord's sword intent? The black-armored demon god grinned. Tens of millions of years ago, he had nearly been destroyed by the Azure Yang Lord's attack. He feared the Azure Yang Lord's sword intent the most. As for a sword Dao created by Iyun himself, he was not worried about it at all. Boom! All of Lin Shinton's sword chi was shattered by the lance, as Lin Shinton's slim body quivered vigorously. Her face was pale as she looked at the storm swept up by the black lance, about to annihilate her completely. And at this moment, Yun's sword had stabbed at the black-armored demon god's head. The sword tip tapped lightly in the middle of his eyebrows, as if it was a strike that could not deal any damage. Wah! The withering concept burst out as if it was a bleak autumn scene. It blew from the middle of the black-armored demon god's eyebrows straight into his soul sea. Although it looked like a weak bundle of energy, the moment it entered his soul sea, the black-armored demon god's life force rapidly withered. Oh! The black-armored demon god was alarmed. The black-armored demon god's soul sea was already on the brink of collapse, and he was currently at his weakest. A weak life force was just like a withering tree. At this moment, the black-armored demon god was like a blighted piece of wood. If he experienced the withering of his life, then the damage would increase even more. This was an extremely rare concept, created by Yun himself. Even the black-armored demon god had never experienced it before. Hence, he was momentarily at a loss how to dissolve it. As his spiritual energies were rapidly disappearing, the black-armored demon god's soul sea was drying up and shrinking. Excruciating pain made the black-armored demon god let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, ah, ah. He clenched his head while his body shot out like a meteor. He was struggling violently, trying to dissolve the withering concept Yun had shot into his soul sea. And at this moment, the surging storm was still before Lin Shinton's eyes. After losing the black-armored demon god as its energy source, this storm was much weaker, but Lin Shinton alone would find it very difficult to withstand it. Yun gathered his Yuan Qi as the Draco first true gold avatar, which was injured, shot out from his Dantian. 999 flying sabers shuttled through the void as the Thousand Snow Domain came crashing down, sweeping up a spiraling flying saber tornado. Lin Shinton also bit the tip of her tongue and circulated the Great Empress Heart Sutra, forcefully striking out. With the Thousand Snow Domain and Lin Shinton's fluttering snowflakes combined, they harmoniously broke apart the black-armored demon god storm. Yun's actual body took the opportunity to charge forward and grab Lin Shinton by the waist. The two of them passed through the void in a sideways fashion, finally dodging the core of the storm. Boom! The storm exploded, while Yun and Lin Shinton were already far away from it. Although they experienced a portion of the aftermath, they did not receive any serious injuries. The black-armored demon god's attack was too terrifying. Even if they had used all they had, just experiencing one of his attacks put them into such a pathetic state, with their lives on the line. Black-armored demon god. Yun took a glance and saw the black-armored demon god holding his black lance in one hand, while his other hand was grabbing his head. He seemed like he was in a frenzy. The withering that began from his soul sea was equivalent to the blighting of his soul. This was an inhuman torture for the black-armored demon god who had nothing much left in his life force. The pain that came from the soul was difficult to bear. Previously, the legendary human figures, who had their souls absorbed by the black-armored demon god, had experienced a similar pain, and now it was the black-armored demon god's turn to experience it. Ah! The frenzied black-armored demon god slashed out with his lance, as the few remaining blood clouds in the sky were swept up. A storm began to wantonly brew in the clouds, while snakes of lightning flashed. The entire world seemed like it was torn apart by this void, as mountains began to crumble. The desolate race's protective array began to shatter like flaking pieces of paper. There were human and desolate race warriors, who were too close to the fallout, that were torn into shreds. Under such power, lives with weak strength were just ants. Shinton, let us attack together. He had to take advantage of his perilous situation. At this moment, Yun could not care about those young warriors of the human and desolate race who fell victim to the storm. With the black-armored demon god's soul sea in chaos, slashing out that lance attack meant he had just finished his move, and having used up his energy, he was at his weakest. This was the best opportunity to kill the black-armored demon god. Chapter 742, A Leaf to Cover the Skies. As Yi Yun and Lin Xintong combined forces, the yin and yang energies within their bodies blended together. Because of them combining forces, the great Empress Heart Sutra experienced a harmonious reconciliation, resulting in a qualitative change in strength. As the starlight showered down from the 9 heavens, they flowed onto Lin Xintong's sword. As pure yang flames surged, Yi Yun imbued the pure yang broken sword with the flames. The entire divine wilderness heaven-earth Yuan Qi was at this moment surging turbulently over. Swords used in unison. Wah! The 2 swords tore through the heavens and earth, as they slashed at the black-armored demon god at the same time. The black-armored demon god, who was currently suffering from his chaotic soul sea, surprisingly did not block or dodge the 2 strikes. The blades slashed across his body, as his muscles cracked apart, leaving 2 dreadful gashes. As blood splattered, the black-armored demon god eyes turned ferocious. "The both of you are not strong enough to kill me." The black-armored demon god suddenly roared. Ignoring the blood oozing out of his body, he turned around suddenly and threw his black lance at Yi Yun, who was flying backwards after having successfully attacked. Phew! The black lance was like a black, punishing lightning bolt from a god. It tore through the void as it shot straight at Yi Yun's back where his heart was. This lance was formidable, for it was injected with all of the black-armored demon god's strength. That terrifying penetrating force seemed like even the Tian Yuan world could be penetrated with just this one strike. There was no way Yi Yun could resist it with his body. Even the Draco First True Gold Avatar would be severely injured if it resisted this attack, what more Yi Yun himself. And at this moment, the Draco First True Gold Avatar had previously used the Thousand Snow Domain to tear the spatial dimension storm apart. It was still a good distance away from Yi Yun himself, so there was no time for it to return to save Yi Yun. As for the God Advent Tower, it had been bound by the spatial dimensional forces the black-armored demon god produced from before. There was no way Yi Yun could hide inside it. He had to face the strike directly. The black lance contained an extremely terrifying force field. It had locked onto everything, so there was no way to dodge as such a powerful force field couldn't be broken through. Even if he broke through, it would be too late. Yi Yun! The black lance came flying at him like a divine arrow of death. People held their breaths as they saw the scene unfold before their eyes. The black-armored demon god had even thrown out his weapon. In a battle between warriors, it was taboo to let go of one's weapon. Once it was let go, it meant someone was going for broke. Who could withstand a strike from the black-armored demon god when he was going for broke? The human and desolate race warriors tightened their hearts. Jiang Shiro's heart stopped beating. As for Lin Xintong, who was right beside Yi Yun, she could only watch helplessly. She had similarly been bound by the force field, so there was nothing she could do. Lin Xintong, who was usually calm, felt extremely anxious at this moment. Her watery eyes were filled with worry and fear. She could not imagine Yi Yun dying. In a split second. Against the strike, Yi Yun's heart turned cold as death approached. At this point in time, he could only take a gamble. He twisted his body and faced the black lance head-on. With the pure yang broken sword in hand, a green beam flew out of his dantian. It was a leaf. A tiny tree leaf an inch in size was in no way eye-catching. On the tree leaf, it was interlaced with rows of runic patterns that contained the great Tao of the world. This was the Tao tree's leaf. Billions of years ago, at the birth of the universe, the Tao tree had been born out of chaos. Its existence preceded the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner. The Tao tree's 3,000 Tao leaves represented 3,000 great Tao. On every Tao leaf, it was a sublimation of the way of the heavenly Tao. As such, this Tao tree was itself like a god. A green leaf that seemed negligible moved towards the indomitable black lance. Boom! The black lance struck straight into the middle of the Tao leaf. It was a collision with unbalanced proportions. People did not realize what the Black Lance had collided into at the beginning. Only when the Black Lance's force field weakened, as if it had crashed into a divine mountain, did people realize that there was a leaf at the tip of the lance. A leaf managed to withstand the black-armored demon god's lance. Rumble. Black lightning flashed as spatial dimensional forces surged. All of the black-armored demon god's energy had surged out, as the unassailable lance was like a black flood dragon, charging forcefully forwards. As for the Tao leaf, there was Tao and truth interleaved together with heaven and earth laws. These profound divine runes interleaved to form a large net that resisted the black lance's momentum. For peerless mighty figures, a grain of sand could suppress the land, while a tree leaf could cover the skies. To do all of this required heaven and earth laws. Buzz. The nomological net, deformed as mysterious and profound runes, began to imprint themselves on the cold lance. What? The black-armored demon god was alarmed. He did not know where Yi Yun obtained that leaf. Although he was well learned, he had never seen a Tao tree born during the time of chaos. He only knew that the leaf was extraordinary. You want to stop me with just a leaf? The black-armored demon god roared as all his muscles began to split outwards. His long hair began to flare up behind him. He flew towards the black lance and wanted to punch at the lance's pole, so as to shatter the nomological net completely. However, at this moment, Yi Yun's avatar rushed over with the thousand snow flying sabers. Under the thousand snow domain, there were countless numbers of saber flashes that resembled snow. At the same time, Lin Xintong also began to brandish her sword, causing snow lotuses to bloom in midair. Lin Xintong, along with Yi Yun's avatar, slashed apart the spatial dimension forces that bound the God Advent Tower. Boom! With the God Advent Tower released from its shackles, it came suppressing straight away like a divine mountain, smashing right at the black-armored demon god. At the instant the God Advent Tower was smashed downwards, Yi Yun rapidly retreated with all his might. Although the Tao leaf's nomological properties were intricate, Yi Yun had to expend energy to power the Tao leaf. Similarly, the God Advent Tower required Yi Yun's energy as well. By using two Paragon treasures consecutively, Yi Yun felt like his life force was being completely drained. Be defeated! Yi Yun roared angrily. He knew the black-armored demon god's life force was nearing on collapse, but his situation was not much better than the black-armored demon god. He was much weaker than the black-armored demon god, and to power such powerful laws and treasures, his Yuan Qi was being depleted like a dam. His cultivation level was after all limited. With such a cultivation level and such excessive expenditure of his energy, even with the purple crystal origins constantly absorbing heaven-earth Yuan Qi to replenish his energies, he was also on the brink of being completely exhausted. He had to quickly defeat the black-armored demon god, if not the first to not hold out would be Yi Yun himself. Boom! With the lance no longer in hand, the black-armored demon god had no weapons to use. To everyone's surprise, he used his large arms that were like tempered divine metal to forcefully hug the God Advent Tower's base. As the God Advent Tower came suppressing downwards, the impact was unrivaled. As the black-armored demon god hugged the God Advent Tower, he slammed heavily into the ground. Seeing the black-armored demon god being struck down, the human and desolate race warriors felt their hearts drum out loud while their blood boiled. He had managed to parry it. Yi Yun had managed to parry the black-armored demon god's invulnerable strike, and had powered the God Advent Tower to slam him downwards. Everyone, attack! The Sanctuary Island couple shouted. They could tell that it was already extremely difficult for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong to do all of this. They had to take this opportunity to help Yi Yun. This was also the best opportunity for them to strike the black-armored demon god. Chapter 743, One Final Desperate Attempt. The Sanctuary Island couple flew high into the sky as the other legendary human figures followed closely behind. They once again began to power the Cosmic Infinite Array, by beginning to burn and consume their blood essence. They had expended too much of their energies, and only by burning their blood essence and life force could they have the strength to attack the black-armored demon god. At this moment, even though they knew that overdrawing on their life force would cause irreparable harm to themselves, and might even decrease their cultivation realm, these legendary figures could no longer care about that. If they didn't manage to kill the black-armored demon god, they would all die. Their heritage, their families and race would all be finished. At the same moment the human experts attacked, the Desolate Race's imperial kings, including Shepherd Boy and the former Desolate Queen, attacked too. They powered the god-confining lock once again as burning blood and chi shot up into the sky. After this strike, they would definitely have their strengths greatly reduced, but this was the only opportunity to kill the black-armored demon god, hence their desperate actions. The God Advent Tower came crashing from top to bottom onto the black-armored demon god, while the human and Desolate Race's imperial kings released a strike at the cost of burning their life force. Boom! Energy surged as it exploded in midair. It was as if the sun had descended down to the mortal realm, causing the divine wilderness lands to crater inwards, as millions of tons of rock were evaporated instantly by the energy's high temperature. The void was torn apart, and just the resulting shockwave alone was terrifying. It caused the attacking human and Desolate Race imperial kings to suffer broken meridians and ruptured organs. They were seriously wounded, and many of them were nearing the limits of their vitality. This strike had greatly reduced their lifespans. This was a strike that combined all the strength of the human and Desolate Race, all for one last desperate struggle. They were already left without any power to carry on fighting, so this strike had to kill the black-armored demon god. Up in the air, Yi-Yun was also severely depleted of energy. As for Lin Shintong, she had been injured by the black-armored demon god, and was no longer able to participate in the battle. Boom! The God Advent Tower slammed into the ground, forming a huge crater as the pagoda bore deep underground. The suppressive force of the God Advent Tower was immense, as it broke through the lithosphere, causing magma to spew out. Yi-Yun's face was pale. After having to engage in intense battles again and again, especially having used the Dao Leaf, he had used a law that far exceeded Yi-Yun's present cultivation realm. This drained too much of him. Now, he was using the purple crystal to rapidly absorb Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi so as to recover his stamina. However, he could no longer control the God Advent Tower for the time being. Yi-Yun using the God Advent Tower was like a child swinging a giant axe around. Although the power was immense, Yi-Yun was still after all unable to fully wield it. Every time he attacked with the God Advent Tower, it would drain a tremendous amount of energy from Yi-Yun. Now, half the pagoda was immersed in magma, and Yi-Yun could not easily summon it back. However, his connection with the God Advent Tower was still crystal clear. As long as he recovered a bit more Yuan Qi, he would be able to retrieve the God Advent Tower. However, the main problem was the black-armored demon god. Everyone was looking at the gaping hole in the ground. Its diameter stretched hundreds of thousand feet out, and looking far into the distance, the hole stretched all the way to the limits of their vision. Amidst all this was a faint blood-colored smoke lingering around the hole. Only the top levels were revealed outside. Was the black-armored demon god dead? People held their breaths. If the black-armored demon god did not die, they really had no idea how they were to carry on fighting. Bloop! Gases emerged out of magma, forming dark red magma bubbles as they burst one by one. Everyone's heart tightened as they stared intently at the magma's surface. As the bubbles increased in number, they also increased in size as an intense amount of killing aura began to surge out of the magma. Everyone's heart sank. Was the black-armored demon god not dead yet? Yi-Yun tightened his grip on the pure yang broken sword as his gaze landed on the magma lake like two electric beams. Boom! The magma lake exploded as a stalwart man, who was covered in blood, charged out. His muscles were ruptured, while his armor had cracked. The flesh on his two arms were mangled, while one could see a bloodied bone in his forearm. It could be said he no longer looked human. Black-armored demon god. He was still alive. The black-armored demon god had only one eye left. His blood-red eye was filled with a chaotic and violent killing aura, as his gaze swept across everyone present. He said with a slur, "Die, die, all of you shall die." People felt despair. They had attacked at the cost of falling a cultivation realm, yet it was ineffective against such an enemy. They had lost all morale. The black-armored demon god suddenly looked at Jiang Xiao. His gaze was surging with a hint of greed. "Blood, give your blood to me." The black-armored demon god stretched out his hand with the revealed bone. He wanted to grab Jiang Xiao and suck her dry of her blood so as to recover his strength. The black-armored demon god was very close to collapsing. "Die!" Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun shouted from high up in the sky. His actual body held the pure yang broken sword, while the 1,000 snow-flying sabers were circulating around the Draco First True Gold avatar. He and his avatar each wielded sword and saber weapons respectively, as they transformed into a gold and pale gold energy stream. Sword and saber beams poured down from the sky. At this moment, Yi Yun consumed all his energy and decided to go for broke, risking his life all on it. Roar! An angry growl, that sounded like a primordial beast, roared from the black-armored demon god's chest. It did not sound anything like what a human could produce. The terrifying sound waves burst out in all directions, as the magma lake exploded. The black-armored demon god had already lost his lance, so he clenched his fist and punched at Yi Yun. Kill! 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 The black-armored demon god punched at Yi Yun at the risk of falling apart. Although it was a strike from a spent force, with him using all his strength, the power was comparable to him attacking with his lance from before. No one could withstand the black-armored demon god's direct blow. However, at this moment, Yi Yun remained resolute and appeared to have no fear. Boom! The saber and sword beams collided with the black-armored demon god's fist beam. The magma began to churn as the land cratered once again. A terrifying shock wave radiated out, leaving destruction in its wake. The immense recoil caused Yi Yun's arms to fracture. Ka-cha! Yi Yun's right hand, which was holding to his sword, was now bending in a peculiar angle. However, the fist's momentum did not decrease, and slammed straight at Yi Yun's sternum. And at that instant, the Draco First True Gold avatar flashed in front of Yi Yun, withstanding most of the impact for Yi Yun. Even so, Yi Yun's sternum fractured, damaging his heart and lungs. If not for the Draco First True Gold avatar, Yi Yun would probably have died right there and then. Yi Yun flew backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His sword had tapped on the black-armored demon god's forehead, while the avatar's saber had stabbed at the black-armored demon god's heart. The combined attack of the 999 flying sabers may have lacerated the black-armored demon god's heavily damaged body, but it still failed to penetrate his body. As for the pure yang broken sword, the wound left behind by the strike was even shallower. The defensive strength of the black-armored demon god's skull was much stronger than his chest muscles. "You can't kill me!" The black-armored demon god was in a frenzied state. On his forehead, the spot, where Yi Yun pricked with his sword, did not have much blood flowing out. However, strangely, there was a strand of black gas condensing around it, before it slowly sank into the wound. This strand of black gas seemed to be even more sinister than the black-armored demon god's killing aura. Chapter 744, Spatial Seal. Yi Yun knew that his final strike would not be able to penetrate the black-armored demon god's skull, hence he had added the evil energy that the purple crystal controlled on the sword. This evil energy had entered the black-armored demon god's soul sea at the moment Yi Yun pricked him. Ever since Yi Yun entered the Heavenly Dao Union and took control over Shintu Nanshan's corpse, the evil energy had once again been in Yi Yun's control. The evil energy was adept at devouring and possessing souls. Back then, it had devoured the masked man, allowing Yi Yun to make the masked man his puppet and read his memories, eventually destroying Blood Moon's Blackstone Trials plans. Back then, the evil energy had grown a lot. After that, in Blood Moon's soul tomb, Yi Yun had used the evil energy to devour all the sleeping inspectors. After devouring so many inspectors, the evil energy was greatly enhanced. Of course, no matter how much the evil energy had grown, trying to use it to devour the black-armored demon god Soul Sea was wishful thinking. But it was different now. The black-armored demon god was a spent force, and his Soul Sea had reached the brink of collapse multiple times, and he had suffered heavy blows. At this moment, the relatively weak evil energy was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Yun had resorted to using the God Advent Tower, the Draco First True Gold, the Death Soulwood and the Dao Tree's Dao Leaf. He had used every means he had, yet he failed to kill the black-armored demon god, but he had managed to push him to the point of being a flickering candle in the wind. Finally, the evil energy, that was best for devouring souls, had been injected into the black-armored demon god Soul Sea. Yi Yun flew backwards in an uncontrollable fashion. There were sounds of his bones cracking all over his body as his muscles ruptured, splattering blood everywhere. Yi Yun could no longer attack anymore. Die! The black-armored demon god was like a mad demon as he lifted his fist, in preparation to chase Yi Yun. Everyone's heart sank when they saw this. It's over. Yi Yun was flying backwards with no strength left to fight. And although the black-armored demon god looked heavily injured, he still had a surging killing aura. There was no question about the difference in strength. Probably that one hit would kill Yi Yun, who had no way of defending himself. And they would be killed following that. Despair. Everyone felt despair rise up their hearts. Was today the end of the world? Just as everyone felt a deep sense of despair, the black-armored demon god, who was flying towards Yi Yun at a high speed, suddenly trembled, before he sank downwards abruptly. He nearly fell into the magma lake. Ah! The black-armored demon god suddenly screamed. His attack on Yi Yun stopped as a result as he felt like his head was about to burst apart. The black-armored demon god could sense a dark energy squirming in his Soul Sea and biting at it. This energy was devouring his soul power, and combining it with its own strength. Yi Yun! What did he just do? The black-armored demon god Soul Sea was already on the brink of collapse, and it was just a mess of fragments. Now, the evil energy was inside his Soul Sea, biting at it, immediately causing his Soul Sea, that was about to collapse, to begin stirring. The pain coming from one's Soul Sea was 1,000 times worse than physical pain. Even the black-armored demon god found it unbearable. Get out! Get the hell out! The black-armored demon god's eye was blood red, as his twisted expression writhed in pain. He began waving his fist randomly, attempting to force the evil energy inside his Soul Sea out. However, that energy was like a maggot. Although it was much weaker than his soul power, it was extremely cunning. It sank deep into his Soul Sea, and bit on it, refusing to come out. Although tigers were strong, sometimes an extremely small parasite that drilled into their brains would make them fall into madness. Dissipate! 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 The black-armored demon god roared as he tried to dissipate the evil energy. However, every time he used his soul power, his Soul Sea would crumble a bit more. If this went on, his soul would collapse, leading to his death before he dissipated the evil energy. Boom! 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 Space surrounding the black-armored demon god began to rip apart as surging energy swept up into a storm. At this moment, anyone who approached the black-armored demon god would be instantly annihilated into dust. What's wrong with the black-armored demon god? The human and desolate race warriors had seen that Yi Yun was seriously injured, while the black-armored demon god was chasing him for the kill. They thought everything was over. But now, there was a twist, as the aggressive black-armored demon god had suddenly fallen into great pain. He has received an attack on his Soul Sea. The Sanctuary Island Lord said. He was extremely sensitive in his spiritual perception. He did not know what Yi Yun had done, but he could sense how unstable the black-armored demon god's mental situation was. An attack on his Soul Sea? Yi Yun has such means? Has the situation reversed? Everyone held their breaths as they stared intently at the black-armored demon god. At this moment, they were already too weak to fight. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong could no longer launch any more attacks either. Everything depended on whether the black-armored demon god soul would collapse. Yi Yun managed to stop his body not far away. As he held on, his eyes focused on the black-armored demon god. Indeed, he was too weak to carry on fighting at this moment. He had staked everything on the evil energy. Suddenly, the black-armored demon god raised his head in extreme agony. His fervent gaze locked onto Yi Yun. "You!" Then he charged right at Yi Yun again, before screaming in excruciating pain once again. The evil energy was being controlled by Yi Yun's purple crystal, so it began to devour the black-armored demon god's soul sea at an even faster pace. Damn it! Damn it! The black-armored demon god wished that he could tear Yi Yun apart. He felt his soul sea was in extreme chaos once again. Under this situation, he would not be able to hold on. There was only one way to dissipate the evil energy. He had to let his soul sea enter a slumber. Only by entering a slumber would he be able to summon powerful soul power to slowly repair the injuries to his soul sea. Only then would he be able to devour the black energy. And this process would not take long. It would take a few decades only. However, after he entered a slumber, he would lose touch with the external world and lose the ability to protect himself. When that happened, even those so-called legendary figures of the puny members of the human and desolate race would be able to kill him bit by bit, much less Yi Yun. To think a bunch of ants wants to kill me. Such wishful thinking. How could the black-armored demon god let these ants bit him to death, considering his esteemed life? He needed to enter slumber, but he too needed to protect himself. There was no time left. He had to enter slumber immediately. The remaining energy he had left was to protect his slumbering body. If he wanted to kill Yi Yun, with Yi Yun controlling the evil energy to give him a backlash, they might end up dying together. Ah! With a roar, the black-armored demon god suddenly punched out. In the empty void, profound laws appeared as it gathered on the black-armored demon god's fist. A black crack tore open beneath the black-armored demon god's fist. This was another dimension. It had been punched open by the black-armored demon god through the use of spatial dimensional laws. Chapter 745, Uncertain Life or Death. Once this alternate dimension closed, although it was located in the Tian Yuan world, no one would be able to locate it, unless there was someone who had a deeper mastery of spatial dimension laws than the black-armored demon god. However, it was impossible for there to be such a person in the Tian Yuan world. Amongst them, the person who knew spatial dimension laws the most didn't even have 0.01% of the black-armored demon god's comprehension. The black-armored demon god Soul Sea could no longer withstand the evil energy ingestion. He had to immediately enter a slumbering state, and before that, he planned on entering this space, sealing him in it, so he could protect his body. These puny humans could still live a little longer while he entered his slumber. Be sealed together with me. The black-armored demon god endured the pain from his chaotic thoughts, and grabbed at Yi Yun. The spatial crack behind the black-armored demon god was increasing in size, like a giant mouth. It locked the surrounding space. And at this moment, Yi Yun and the black-armored demon god were both above the magma lake, and Yi Yun felt like he was about to be sucked into the spatial wormhole. He was seriously wounded and he had no way to break free from the spatial wormhole. The black-armored demon god's attainment in spatial dimension laws far exceeded Yi Yun's. As the spatial crack expanded rapidly, it pulled at Yi Yun. There was no way to escape. Yi Yun felt alarmed. At this moment, he could not control the God Advent Tower. The 1,000 snow-flying sabers also could not tear through the spatial wormhole. He did not have much energy left in him. The black-armored demon god grinned at Yi Yun. The black-armored demon god did not care about those ants from the human race. When he woke up once again, those ants would just become his food. However, Yi Yun was different. He was the Azure Yang Lord's successor. He originally thought that Yi Yun was just a shameless person. But then, after the intense battle from before, with Yi Yun using all sorts of different techniques, it made him see the potential that he possessed. The black-armored demon god would not allow such an enemy to keep growing outside. He needed to enter slumber for a few decades. By the time he woke up again, Yi Yun might be able to grow to a point where he could face him in true battle, so how could he allow this to happen? The black-armored demon god decided to seal himself with Yi Yun. In the sealed dimension, Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi would be completely cut off, without a tinge of it left. Yi Yun would not be able to heal himself, much less cultivate. As such, by the time the black-armored demon god healed his soul C, even if he would be extremely weak after his slumber, he would still be able to kill Yi Yun easily. With one less threat of Yi Yun, by the time he came to the Tian Yuan world in peak condition, there would only be Lin Xintong left. It was nothing to fear. As everything happened so fast, when they saw the spatial crack about to devour Yi Yun, many people were greatly alarmed. Yi Yun had been sucked into the spatial crack. Yuner. Zhang Xiaorou's expression changed. She was too far away, and she was unable to do anything in time. Yi Yun. Lin Xintong was closest to Yi Yun. She slashed out with her sword, hoping to sever the spatial dimensional forces and release Yi Yun. However, her sword beam was engulfed by the spatial wormhole. There was no way that she could sever it. Seeing Yi Yun about to be swallowed by the black hole, she flew towards Yi Yun and held his hands. Xintong, you. Yi Yun was alarmed. He wanted to push Lin Xintong away, but her hands held onto him firmly. She wanted to pull Yi Yun out. However, her injuries were worse than Yi Yun, so there was no way that she could pull him out. Ha ha ha! The black-armored demon god roared with laughter. His face was still writhing in pain, but he managed to say, "To think that there is someone throwing herself into danger. What foolishness! Even better, the both of you shall be sealed together. In 20 years, I'll kill the both of you, then there will be no one left in this world that can hurt me one bit." The black-armored demon god's voice was distorted by the spatial storm as his body retreated into the spatial crack. As the blood and qi swirled, bolts of lightning were emitted. And instantly, the black hole shrunk, and in a blink of an eye, it changed into a black spot in the sky. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's bodies also disappeared along with the black hole. Xintong. Matriarch Lin and the rest of the Lin family turned aghast at seeing this. They could only watch helplessly as the two most promising youths of the human race disappeared in the spatial seal, with their life or death uncertain. The sky was cloudless for thousands of miles as calm was restored. If not for how the ground looked like it had collapsed with destruction everywhere, the calmness would make people think that nothing had happened. It was like everything was just a nightmare. Some of the young human geniuses looked blankly into the sky and felt their bodies go limp. It was like all their strength had been drained away. The black-armored demon god's monstrous and murderous actions had destroyed the human and desolate race's arrays, leaving the imperial kings seriously wounded. Under such a situation, they had seen their peers evaporate into bloody clouds when they were hit by the shock waves. Their hearts were full of despair, thinking that they would definitely die. However, they never expected that Yi Yun, a young man who was about their age, had managed to engage in such an intense battle with the black-armored demon god. It could be said that there was a moment in time that they were nearly equals. They did understand what had happened during the final moments. They did not know of the evil energy, nor did they know that the black-armored demon god was opening an alternate dimension so as to protect himself during his slumber. They only saw Yi Yun and Lin Xintong disappear with the black-armored demon god. No one knew if they would return or not. The Sanctuary Island couple, as well as the rest of the imperial kings, were extremely worried. However, with their strength, attempting to break through the void to search for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong was undoubtedly wishful thinking. What did the black-armored demon god say before he disappeared? A legendary human figure asked. The black-armored demon god used an ancient language, so they could barely understand the simpler words. The black-armored demon god could use their mental fluctuations to understand their words, but they did not understand what the black-armored demon god was saying. The black-armored demon god said Lin Shintong was throwing herself into danger. He would seal Lin Shintong and Yi Yun together and kill them in 20 years. Then, there will be no one left in this world that could hurt him one bit. A desolate race imperial king said with a heavy tone. His words made everyone's heart turn cold. Many of them did not know what had happened at the end. But now, they understand that it was a spatial cage that had appeared at the very end. And the black-armored demon god had intended for Yi Yun and Lin Shintong to be sucked into it. What were they going to do? Everything was in the black-armored demon god's control. In 20 years, the black-armored demon god would appear once again. They did not dare think any further. Young Master Yi and Lady Lin are undoubtedly a dragon and phoenix amongst people. They will not die too easily. The Sanctuary Island couple said as they looked into the void. Instead of saying this was their judgment, it was better to say that it was them expressing their hope. And their words clearly could not comfort many. That was because the final strike was mediated by the black-armored demon god, while Yi Yun and Lin Shintong had clearly been hit by it. After entering the alternate dimension, that was the black-armored demon god's home ground. The black-armored demon god was adept at controlling spatial dimension laws, while Yi Yun and Lin Shintong did not know much about it. How were they able to defeat the black-armored demon god? In front of the desolate race palace that had nearly completely collapsed, Jiang Shiro raised her head to look at the spot where Yi Yun disappeared. Jiang Shiro's face was pale. As she looked at the empty void, it was like her gaze penetrated the void. In the whistling wind, a sandstorm blew across the ruined land, but Jiang Shiro's vacant gaze remained locked onto that spot. Inside the rumbling magma lake, the God Advent Tower remained standing there. In the final moment, Yi Yun was completely exhausted, and he was stuck in the spatial wormhole, so he could not even take the God Advent Tower away. Without the God Advent Tower, and with Yi Yun being completely unfamiliar with the alternate dimension, how was he able to resist the black-armored demon god? Jiang Shiro's heart sank bit by bit. The former desolate queen looked at Jiang Shiro, while her heart ached for her. The two of them will definitely return alive. The former desolate queen said. Definitely. Jiang Shiro repeated it, like she was trying to fortify her confidence. Those human imperial kings, the young human geniuses, as well as the desolate race's warriors all looked up into the sky, regardless of their race or status. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong's figures during their battle with the black-armored demon god were still deeply impressed in their eyes. Chapter 746, No Room for Retreat. The apocalypse was finally over. This battle had dealt a heavy blow to the human race, the desolate race, as well as the entire world. The human and desolate race had lost numerous elites. The desolate race's sacred spirit had died fighting, while Shepherd Boy, the former desolate queen, and many legendary desolate race figures were eviscerated. Many of them had suffered a drop in cultivation realm, and they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. The Sanctuary Island couple were in a similar situation. However, other than grief, a dark cloud hung over the human and desolate race. All of them knew that the end of the apocalypse was just temporary. The black-armored demon god would still return, and the period of time was limited to 20 years. They still had 20 years to breathe freely, but what could they do during these 2 decades? Nurture a successor to resist the black-armored demon god? That would be a joke. Break through the void to search for Yi Yun and the black-armored demon god's traces? That amounted to wishful thinking. It seemed like they could not do a single thing. In 20 years' time, the black-armored demon god would return to the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness, and having been restored to his peak condition, it would be nothing but ants in front of him. They had nowhere to escape, nor did they have any tricks that they could use. All they could do was await death. Only unless Yi Yun and Lin Shintong were still alive. Only unless they managed to kill the black-armored demon god while inside the alternate dimension. However, the likelihood of that was very low. They also knew that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong did not know any spatial dimension laws. Spatial dimension laws were considered a heritage of the 12 Empyrean heavens, and with its immense power, it was something that few people in the Tian Yuan world knew. Once the black-armored demon god set up spatial dimension laws to open up an alternate dimension, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong would very likely be trapped in a spatial dimension maze, with no way of getting out. Yun Jiang Xioro sighed. Although she firmly believed Yi Yun could return, she still felt extremely worried deep in her heart. She wondered how Yi Yun was, after being sealed in that alternate dimension. At this moment, in a dimmed alternate dimension, spatial dimensional forces suddenly warped as Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had arrived. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were readying themselves to fight the black-armored demon god to the death. But with a flash in front of their eyes, they had seemed to traverse an immense distance in a split instant. They then appeared in this silent world, where there was no sign of the black-armored demon god. Yi Yun was alert of his surroundings. He used his nearly depleted energies to prepare for any unexpected situations, but there was nothing out of the ordinary in this void space. He couldn't even sense the presence of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, and his perception could not be spread out. Yi Yun frowned as he thought about the black-armored demon god's words. He did not know much about the language, but through the fluctuations of the black-armored demon god's mind processes, he had a rough idea of the black-armored demon god's intentions. It seemed like the black-armored demon god planned on sealing them in this spatial dimension. Let's look around. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong flew through the void. They slowly explored the ends of this space. It was a confined space, and they were surrounded by spatial dimensional barriers that resembled curtains that stood in between the heavens and earth. The black barriers were thick and dark, and they looked like a mess of chaos. Their perception could not penetrate it, and just touching it made them feel like they had entered an intricate and confusing spatial maze. Their perception would turn faint, and once they probed too far, the perception would be lost, with no way of recovering it. This spatial dimension seal was truly weird. Yi Yun took a deep breath. The black-armored demon god had used spatial dimension laws to seal the boundary, and he had set up a spatial maze outside. All of this was done to completely seal Lin Xintong and him inside. Unless they were proficient in spatial dimension laws, there was no way of escaping. It looks like the black-armored demon god is determined to seal us in here. In the future, when his strength is restored, he will then kill us. Lin Xintong said softly. Although she was in such a gloomy situation, she did not appear afraid at all. She did not regret her choice of ignoring all consequences to enter the sealed space with Yi Yun. She did not even mention this matter, much less talk about regret. The reason why she made the choice was, in her opinion, a very natural option. Seeing Lin Xintong's unpanicked look, Yi Yun felt somewhat guilty. Xintong, you shouldn't have been sealed in here with me in the first place. Lin Xintong shook her head gently. I couldn't think of any other methods outside, so I might as well be together with you. Then, if we encounter anything, we will face it together. Lin Xintong said lightly. Her tone remained natural, like she didn't find that it was a great sacrifice for her feelings, it was a natural choice. Yi Yun felt touched as he silently tightened his grip on Lin Xintong's hand. At this moment, for Lin Xintong to be able to say those words so calmly, it gave him the feeling of fiery warmth and passion. This kind of true feeling that resided in plainness, while they faced this difficult moment together, hand in hand, was even more precious. We cannot be trapped in here. Yi Yun took a deep breath as he said solemnly. He was saying this for Lin Xintong, as well as for himself. The black-armored demon god must be sleeping in another space. If we can find him. The space that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were in was not considered very vast. It did not have any Yuan Qi at all. In the space, the both of them could not recover from their injuries, nor could they cultivate. It was equivalent to simply waiting for death. They needed to escape or find the black-armored demon god. Although they were sealed in an independent void, Iyun's connection with the evil energy still remained. He could faintly sense where the evil energy was located. However, there were layers of spatial dimension barriers separating him and the evil energy. Iyun sensed that the evil energy was somehow being suppressed by the black-armored demon god. The evil energy was now sealed in a corner of the black-armored demon god's soul sea, preventing it from devouring the black-armored demon god's soul any further. And the black-armored demon god's soul sea had fallen into a state of silence. This meant that the black-armored demon god was in deep slumber. Through such a slumber, the injury to his soul sea would slowly recover. When the time came, the evil energy would not only fail to devour the black-armored demon god's soul, it would instead be devoured by the black-armored demon god, and in turn, used to nourish his soul. The black-armored demon god, who was deep in slumber, had no means to resist. This was the best opportunity to kill him. But what preceded that was finding him. Iyun looked at the black spatial dimension barrier. There was no heaven-earth yuan qi, so Iyun was unable to heal himself, thus, he would constantly remain in a weak state. He did not know spatial dimension laws either, so even though he could vaguely know where the black-armored demon god's location was through the evil energy, Iyun could not do a thing. If he had the God Advent Tower, he could still power the God Advent Tower with all his strength, and use its terrifying impact to smash through the spatial barriers. However, the God Advent Tower was isolated outside the alternate dimension. Even if he had it in hand, with him currently being extremely weakened, being completely devoid of heaven-earth yuan qi, he could not control the God Advent Tower at all. In 20 years' time, once the black-armored demon god woke up, not only would they die. Zhang Xiao, the desolate race, the Lin family, all of them would be slaughtered and destroyed. 20 years. He had to seize this 20 years and use it properly. He had no room for retreat, and he could only proceed forward. Even if there was no path in front of him, he had to find a path. Chapter 747, The Light in the Midst of Darkness. The black-armored demon god should be completely asleep and he can't resist at all. As long as we find him, we can kill him. Iyun tightened his grip on Lin Xinton's hand. Although it seemed like they were faced dead ends, all they needed to do was carefully analyze the situation. They only needed to do two things. Firstly, they had to grasp spatial dimension laws. Secondly, they had to recover their strength, and it would be best if they could make a cultivation realm breakthrough, so they could control more powerful energies. They would then be able to gain dominance over spatial dimension laws and forcefully break through the thick spatial barrier. There was no one to guide them for the first point. Without any inheritance to learn from, how was one to gain nomological insight independently? That was truly as difficult as ascending the heavens. As for the latter point, this dimension did not have any yuan qi. Simply eating pills or relics restored impure yuan qi. This made it difficult for them to recover to their peak states. And to attempt at making a breakthrough in cultivation realm, so they could control more powerful energies, that was something even more impossible. As Iyun was ruminating over possible actions, Lin Xinton moved towards the spatial barrier. She stared intently at the spatial barrier's energy flow, slowly pondering over its mysteries. Just using a spatial barrier and its energy flow to gain insight into the mysteries within was an extremely difficult method. It required extraordinary perception. Although Lin Xinton had very good perception, she had a lacking foundation. Her horizons were limited, and she was much worse when compared to the 12 Empyrean Heavens elites. If the elites of the 12 Empyrean Heavens could not gain any insight of spatial dimension laws from a spatial barrier, then it would be even harder for Lin Xinton to do so. But even so, Lin Xinton still proceeded without hesitation to try to understand the cold spatial barrier. She concentrated intently and was extremely meticulous. Lin Xinton seldom said any words that voiced her feelings or resolve. Instead, she would just face all difficulties and obstacles together with Iyun, like it was a matter of course. She never lacked the courage to wield her sword to cut through a thorn-filled path together with Yi Yun. Just like a decade ago, Lin Xintong had been given a death sentence with her naturally in meridians. Despite there being no means to join her terminated meridians up, she still silently fought against her fate, never giving up. Lin Xintong stretched her hand out as she gingerly touched the black spatial dimension barrier. As her slender fingers gently tapped on it, ripples began to appear on the black screen, like the surface of water. On these ripples, she could see numerous runes flicker. These runes had formed a lock, sealing the black screen. This was a lock that the black-armored demon god had left behind. That was to say, if Yi Yun and Lin Xintong wanted to charge out of this independent space, not only would they have to gain insight into spatial dimension laws and break through the spatial barrier, they had to also crack open the runic lock that the black-armored demon god left behind. Difficult. 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 Yi Yun breathed gently as his gaze was absorbed by the black screen. All he saw was deep black. However, the purple crystal began to activate at this moment, allowing him to see the profoundly formed energies. They were like chains intertwined with each other. The purple crystal's vision could see through the origins of energy. Back in the Saber Tomb, Yi Yun had managed to gain insight using the purple crystal. It was the same this time. Although spatial dimension laws were extremely abstruse, in the purple crystal's vision, the trajectories of spatial energy was extremely clear. However, being able to see things clearly did not mean comprehension. The Saber Tomb's text were a form of inheritance, so being able to see it clearly meant comprehension. This was like making a replica of a key. Once he could see it clearly, just copying it would produce a similar key. But for the spatial energies contained in the spatial barrier, they were the most primitive heavenly Tao laws. Trying to comprehend his own version of Tao from it was equivalent to looking at a lock. He needed to first understand the principles behind opening a lock before he could consider creating a key. That was more than 100 times harder. However, Yi Yun did not know the principles behind opening a lock, nor did he have anywhere to learn it from. Yi Yun swallowed a superior-grade relic in front of the spatial barrier and sat down. As he stared intently at the spatial barrier, the surging gray spatial energies appeared like bobbing water waves to him. Their flow trajectories looked perfect and harmonious, containing a mysterious charm. Seeking enlightenment was a dull and lonely process, especially when it came to gaining insight to such a profound Tao like spatial dimension laws. It was made even more obscure and arduous. There were 3,000 great Tao in martial arts constituting a wide variety. Warriors would usually be able to gain insight into a very limited number of Tao throughout their entire lives. These Tao were of different grades. The highest were the Great Tao of Origins. There were very few types of Great Tao of Origins. They exceeded all the other laws and they were the most difficult to gain enlightenment on, as well as the most difficult Tao to master. Other than the difficulty of making any breakthroughs while meditating over the Great Tao of Origins, just trying to find manuals or heritage that described the Great Tao of Origins was nearly impossible. Any manuals that could describe such Tao was a rare treasure. For example, Chaos Tao was a Great Tao of Origins. One level lower were the Great Tao of Supremacy. The Yin and Yang Tao that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong cultivated were Great Tao of Supremacy. Now, the spatial dimension Tao that they were trying to understand, or Chrono Tao, Life and Death Tao or Immortal Tao, were all Great Tao of Supremacy. Trying to independently gain insight to a Great Tao of Supremacy was extremely difficult. Yi Yun also did not know how far he could go in his enlightenment. Many a time, getting stuck at a point during enlightenment could leave one stuck for more than a decade. As for Yi Yun, it was a race against time. If he could not beat it, it meant death. And at this moment, Yi Yun realized that there were dots of light shimmering on his body in the purple crystal's energy vision. These dots of lights looked like luminous jewels in the night as they sparkled. Oh! Yi Yun understood something and naturally knew what the dots of light were. Stretching his hand out, the dots of light landed on his palm. Tao Leaf. This Dao leaf had withstood the black-armored demon god's strike, saving his life. Although the black-armored demon god's attack was extremely powerful, it was nothing compared to the Dao leaf. It did not even leave a mark. This was only right, but what made Yi Yun astonished was that this Dao leaf could emit such bright light, despite there being no yuan qi fluctuations in this completely isolated alternate dimension. It was expirating Origin's energy, and it was unknown where this energy came from. Although this alternate dimension was isolated from everything else, it could not isolate Dao. Its existence and itself was a part of Dao. Yi Yun looked at the Dao leaf. The sparkling lights emitted by the Origin's energy could only be seen through the purple crystal's vision. The heavily Dao runic patterns formed veins on the Dao leaf, and the energy was flowing through it like the flow of blood. The Dao tree that was born out of chaos embodied the 3,000 great Dao, and within all of that, it contained the chaos Dao. As for the other great Dao of supremacy, including spatial dimension Dao, yin-yang Dao, etc., they were naturally a part of it. It had become a part of the Dao leaf's runic patterns. As he held onto the Dao leaf, Yi Yun took a deep breath as his eyes sparkled with a strange twinkle. Not long ago, you separated yourself from the Dao tree to follow me. I will not be an insult to you. I'm sorry for nearly having my confidence shaken just now. Yi Yun grasped the Dao leaf tightly. Indeed, he did not have spatial dimension heritage, but he had the Dao tree's lead that accommodated the 3,000 great Dao. This was one of the sources of heavenly Dao. With the Dao leaf, it was equivalent to having the best spatial dimension heritage. With the Dao leaf in hand, why would he need to have his confidence shaken? Back in the Puryang Sword Palace, Yi Yun had sat quietly underneath the Dao tree, gaining insight into the withering Dao by himself. Furthermore, it was the withering Dao that came from the Dao tree of chaos. Now, inside the spatial barriers formed by the black-armored demon god, he did not believe that he could not gain any insight into spatial dimension Dao. Chapter 748, Fishing in Troubled Waters. 3 months had passed since Yi Yun was sucked into the alternate dimension. In the past 3 months, the area where Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had disappeared was constantly guarded, as people hoped that they would escape from the alternate dimension. Unfortunately, after so many days, this place remained quiet and tranquil. There was not a single spatial dimension ripple. The dense blood clouds that had gathered there had long dispersed. The remote mountains were restored of its peace, but it was littered with collapsed mountains. The huge pit in the ground that had a diameter of 5 kilometers indicated how intense the battle was 3 months ago. At the bottom of the pit, there was still magma that had yet to cool down, making it resemble a volcano's mouth. However, the God Advent Tower, which was previously immersed in the magma lake, had been pulled out. Without Yi Yun's control, the God Advent Tower had shrunk down to 10 feet in size. It began absorbing heaven-earth yuan qi so as to replenish the energy it had consumed during the battle. The desolate race had fished the God Advent Tower out and they had sealed it inside the palace. Without Yi Yun, no one could control the God Advent Tower. The desolate race hoped that Yi Yun would be able to return safely in 20 years' time, and regain control of the God Advent Tower, so the world could truly tide through the apocalypse. However, everyone knew that for all to happen was equivalent to a miracle. On this day, the Sanctuary Island couple led the human race, as they planned to leave the divine wilderness. The desolate race had already prepared 2 imperial kings to escort them back to the Tianyuan world. In the battle with the black-armored demon god, the legendary human and desolate race figures had all suffered seriously. Many of them dropped in cultivation realms. It was unlikely that they would recover before the battle in 20 years. It was fated that the second apocalypse in 20 years would be even more tragic. For this, the legendary figures felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Actually, they also knew that even if they recovered to their peak states, it would still be useless. Whether they recovered their peak states or not just meant the difference between a smaller or bigger ant in front of the black-armored demon god. This truly gave them a helpless sense of sadness. Sanctuary Island Lord, take care. The former Desolate Queen led the legendary Desolate race figures to bid farewell to the Sanctuary Island couple. In the battle 3 months ago, the legendary human figures had sacrificed a great deal as well. Without them, the Desolate race's sacrifice would be even worse. At the critical moment, the legendary human figures had attacked, slowing the black-armored demon god's offensive down. Your Majesty, we will return to the Divine Wilderness in 19 years' time. Regardless of the outcome, we will face it together. The Sanctuary Island Lord sighed. At this moment, his heart was heavy. The period of 20 years was like the wait for receiving their death sentences. When the time came, how would the world turn out? Just as the Sanctuary Island Lord was thinking. Boom! An explosion sounded out from the Desolate race's palace. Plumes of black yuan qi shot up into the sky. Everyone was alarmed as they looked back. The Desolate race's palace had been attacked. What is the meaning of this? The former Desolate Queen's heart sank as she sped towards the area where the explosion was. The Sanctuary Island couple followed closely behind. The few of them arrived at the explosion nearly instantly. They saw the palace in ruins as it had been blasted apart by yuan qi. Amongst the destroyed walls, a yuan-opening Desolate race elder lay on the ground covered in blood. All his meridians had been severed and his dantian was destroyed. He had been killed. Elder Qingyue. The former Desolate Queen was enraged as she looked around, but she saw nothing. God Advent Tower. Someone has stolen the God Advent Tower. The former Desolate Queen's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. This palace was where the God Advent Tower was sealed in. Someone had broke into the palace in broad daylight, killing a Desolate race elder, stealing the God Advent Tower away. What did you say? When the Sanctuary Island couple heard the former Desolate Queen's words, they were infuriated. Young Hiroyi's battle with the black-armored demon god had saved the Desolate race and human race. Because of that battle, his survival is still unknown, yet someone took this opportunity to rob young Hiroi of his treasure? One had to know that companion treasures of warriors were imbued with a spiritual imprint. Without the owner around, and the treasure obtained by someone else, slowly refining it would wipe the treasure of the imprint. After all, a spiritual imprint was no match against an expert. Just thinking of how someone took advantage of Yun being sealed to forcefully wipe out the imprint he left on the God Advent Tower, made many legendary human and Desolate race figures furious. Yun was separated from the God Advent Tower by a spatial barrier, so his control of the God Advent Tower was extremely weak. To fish in troubled waters was an extremely despicable act. Let's split up and chase after that person. We cannot let that person succeed. The Sanctuary Island Lord said angrily. He had a hunch that this was done by a human. The Desolate race was united by a queen, and they had the religion of the sacred spirit. They were much more united than the human race, so it was unlikely that they would steal what was in their care. And for a human to do such a thing at this moment made the Sanctuary Island Lord furious. Chase after him. Shepherd Boy was the first to fly out. His body transformed into a blue beam of light as he moved extremely fast. Shepherd Boy could sense the heaven-earth yuan qi fluctuations, so he could chase after that person. For a person who could instantly kill a yuan opening realm elder, it had to be a Heaven Ascension mighty figure. For a Heaven Ascension realm expert to escape at high speeds, he would naturally leave behind yuan qi fluctuations. Behind Shepherd Boy, the human and Desolate race experts chased closely behind by using the yuan qi fluctuations. Everyone in this group was extremely powerful. Even though they had been injured in the battle with the black-armored demon god, they still had their speed. After they chased a few thousand miles, the yuan qi fluctuation began to dwindle till it finally disappeared. A bunch of legendary figures saw Shepherd Boy, who was the first to fly off, standing still alone mid-air not far from them. There was no trace of the person who had stolen the God Advent Tower. The yuan qi fluctuations ended here. Shepherd Boy said with a frown. The Sanctuary Island Lord's face turned ashen. Preposterous. Previously, there were many legendary human figures who chose not to fight the black-armored demon god. For that, the Sanctuary Island couple did not think much of it. After all, everyone had their own thoughts. In the eyes of many, remaining in the remote mountains to fight the black-armored demon god was equivalent to dying in vain. Hence, they had the right to leave. But now, someone had stolen the God Advent Tower that Yi Yun left behind in front of them. This behavior was too despicable. This person is extremely powerful. I couldn't keep up, Shepherd Boy said as he shook his head. He was indignant as Yi Yun had saved the desolate race and Jiang Xioro. Yet, he could not even protect the God Advent Tower that Yi Yun left behind. If he could not find the God Advent Tower, regardless of whether Yi Yun was alive or dead, he felt ashamed to face Yi Yun. This matter is likely done by a human. I'm really ashamed. I will answer to all of you, the Sanctuary Island Lord said with a sigh. He had a guess who was the one who robbed the God Advent Tower, but he couldn't be sure. Then we will trouble the Sanctuary Island Lord. The God Advent Tower is of great importance, so please do it with great urgency. The former desolate queen was clueless about how to retrieve the God Advent Tower, so she could only rely on the Sanctuary Island couple. However, she knew that with the Sanctuary Island couple injured, their cultivation levels had deteriorated. They might not be able to recover their peak conditions, and to search for the God Advent Tower in the vast Tian Yuan world? Difficult. Your Majesty, don't worry. Although a treasure separated from its owner can have the imprint wiped off easily, the God Advent Tower is no ordinary treasure. Regardless of who wants to wipe away young Master Yi's imprint, it wouldn't be that easy, the Sanctuary Island Lord said, before he bade the desolate race farewell, and embarked on the return journey back to the Tian Yuan world. Chapter 749, The Pagoda Stealer. Tian Yuan World, Umbriferous Divine Palace. It was a black palace situated at the bottom of a dark valley. This valley was perennially covered in darkness, without seeing light. It would usually be dimmer in valleys, so the interior of the Umbriferous Divine Palace was pitch black. Mortals would not be able to see their fingers in front of them. But in the Umbriferous Divine Palace, warriors were able to easily see around them. At this moment, in a large hall in the Umbriferous Divine Palace's core, there was a hexagonal altar. A miniature 6-story pagoda was placed on the altar. This small pagoda was Yi Yun's God Advent Tower. Now, the God Advent Tower was completely sealed in the Umbriferous Divine Palace. Around the God Advent Tower, dark red runes would occasionally appear in the hall. Energy waves would follow these runes and be transferred into the miniature pagoda. Every energy flow brought with it a dark red glow. The glow pulsed like flowing blood in veins. This was a blood sacrifice array. The goal of setting this array was to wipe the imprint that Yi Yun had left on the God Advent Tower away. It was best way to wipe an imprint away using intense blood, qi, and killing aura. Dozens of black-robed monks stood around the blood array. They were chanting ancient curses as their voice runes turned into demonic energies that were injected into the array before being injected into the God Advent Tower. And in the middle of the array, the God Advent Tower stood there in a lusterless state, silently experiencing everything that being was done to it. After leaving the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the God Advent Tower had lost the support of the Great Empress Mystic Realm's arrays. Now, it was only Yi Yun's enchanted treasure. And without Yi Yun around, the God Advent Tower didn't have any intelligence. It would not retaliate against enemies that violated it. Hence, this bunch of people dared to slowly refine the God Advent Tower. If Yi Yun was around, a simple rumble of the God Advent Tower was enough to shock the black-robed monks into meat paste. Now, the refinement of the God Advent Tower wasn't going very smoothly. The arrays in the God Advent Tower were extremely profound and intricate. It was impossible to understand the array formations, so what they could only do was slowly deplete the God Advent Tower's array formations of their energy. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in this umbriferous divine palace was isolated by the blood array. Without Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi being provided to it, the God Advent Tower had no way of replenishing its energy. And in the battle with the black-armored demon god, the God Advent Tower had been greatly depleted of energy. It was the best opportunity to refine the God Advent Tower. I don't believe that with 20 years, I won't be able to deal with a dead object. A gray-robed man enveloped by black gas walked out of the umbriferous Grand Hall. His skin was pale, and there was a strange curse seal on the middle of his eyebrows. He looked extremely sinister. Refining this pagoda 24 hours a day, without a single break, only until the pagoda's energy is drained completely. If you are able to do that, I will reward you generously. If you can't, then none of you are worthy of living. The gray-robed man said with a cold voice. These black-robed monks were nurtured in the umbriferous divine palace. They had been taken in since they were young, and they were Death Knights loyal to the umbriferous divine palace. The umbriferous divine palace was a mysterious faction in the Tian Yuan world, and its owner was considered the number one person in the Tian Yuan world, sovereign of the Eventide. 1 year ago, the sovereign of the Eventide and the Sanctuary Island couple had established the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium. They had invited Yun, and the sovereign of the Eventide had targeted Yun unfairly, intending to get Yun to sign a soul contract which promised to never attack the Tian Yuan world's factions when he one day became strong. However, Yun ignored him completely, and it even turned into a fight. Shintu Patriarch had fought Yun, and he had nearly been killed by him. Finally, if not for the sovereign of the Eventide interfering, Shintu Patriarch would have been destroyed by Yun. Although the sovereign of the Eventide saved Shintu Patriarch, he could do nothing about Yun, and he had to let Yun leave freely. At that meeting, the sovereign of the Eventide became enemies with Yun. Later on, when the black-armored demon god appeared, the sovereign of the Eventide had disappeared. In the Divine Wilderness's remote mountains battle, the Sanctuary Island couple led the legendary human figures in battle. But as the number one human, the sovereign of the Eventide did not show up. From the moment that the black-armored demon god appeared, the sovereign of the Eventide had vanished. Only now did he appear, but only to steal the God Advent Tower. If Yun was here, he would probably find it hard to recognize the sovereign of the Eventide. This was because, back at Greatsword Mountain, Yun saw the sovereign of the Eventide as a thin old man, and he looked like a walking zombie. But now, the sovereign of the Eventide was a middle-aged man with pale skin. He looked a lot different. The sovereign of the Eventide had eyed the God Advent Tower for a long time ago. Now, with Yun sealed, it was the best opportunity for him to obtain the God Advent Tower. The only problem was that refining it was extremely difficult. At this moment, a red-dressed girl walked into the hall and knelt down on one knee in front of the sovereign of the Eventide. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining the God Advent Tower. However, in 20 years, I wonder how the Lord will handle the appearance of the black-armored demon god? This red-dressed girl was also groomed by the umbriferous divine palace since she was young. She was loyal to the sovereign of the Eventide, but she knew that over all these years, despite the sovereign of the Eventide hiding his true strength, and even if he obtained greater strength through the God Advent Tower as his personal treasure in 20 years' time, he would still be powerless against the black-armored demon god. Black-armored demon god? The sovereign of the Eventide sneered. He is an ancient demon god that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even if his current strength is less than 1% of its original self, it is not something that we can handle. That bunch of foolish people even thought of killing the black-armored demon god. That is completely absurd. Thankfully, Yun was dumb enough, hence, giving me this opportunity. Now that Yun is lost in the alternate dimensions maze, and doesn't even know spatial dimension laws, there is no way that he can come out. It would be useless even if he knows that I'm refining the God Advent Tower. I also have no plans on fighting the black-armored demon god. This Tian Yuan world is considered an abandoned world, but in fact, there are spatial nodes that connect it to the 12 Empyrean heavens. With the God Advent Tower, I should be able to use those spatial nodes to head to the 12 Empyrean heavens. As for the appearance of the black-armored demon god in 20 years, what would that have to do with me? As long as I'm in the 12 Empyrean heavens, who cares if the Tian Yuan world perishes? When the time comes, those idiots in the Tian Yuan world as well as that barbaric race in the divine wilderness will all die. Sovereign of the Eventide said with a grin. Of course, this was all on the premise of him refining the God Advent Tower. As he looked at the God Advent Tower, he waved his hand gently, and a huge squarish seal flew out of his interspatial ring. The squarish seal shimmered with a pale gold luster and looked extremely heavy. The seal hovered mid-air, and it spun with a buzz as it emitted black beams of light in all directions. Suppress! Waving his hand downwards, the seal slammed heavily on the God Advent Tower. Dang! A crisp metallic collision sounded, as the altar shook vigorously, like it could not withstand the impact. However, the God Advent Tower remained still. Instead, the pale gold seal was sent flying away. The sovereign of the Eventide took a deep breath. The more powerful the God Advent Tower was, the more excited he became. Only such a treasure was worth him putting in so much effort. A voracious smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he muttered to himself in a deep voice. What a good treasure, but no matter how good a treasure is, it is just a treasure and it is dead. Without your owner present, I'll smash down on you 100 times a day. I want to see how long that array of yours can last. Chapter 750, Statue Shatters. In the alternate dimension where the black-armored demon god was sealed, Yi Yun sat quietly in meditation. A green leaf floated not far away from him. As the green leaf spun, it fluttered through the void slowly, entering the spatial barrier at times before appearing once again. A spatial barrier that could isolate Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was completely ineffective against the Dao Leaf. As the Dao Leaf entered the spatial barrier time and time again, Yi Yun's consciousness followed the Dao Leaf as he experienced the spatial dimensional powers in the spatial barrier, so he could be enlightened on spatial dimension laws. The spatial dimension laws in the Dao Leaf were far closer to the origins of spatial dimension powers than the spatial barrier. It was formed out of the chaos when the universe first was formed. Back then, heaven and earth had yet to appear and space itself had yet to form. The universe began from chaos before yin-yang and spacetime formed. Finally, the 5 elements appeared, forming all matter. The spatial dimension laws of chaos could be said to be the essence of spatial dimensions. Hence, when the Dao Leaf flittered through the spatial barrier, the power of the spatial dimensions barrier would even open up, like it was evading the Dao Leaf. Wherever the Dao Leaf passed, there would be energy flow left behind. All this could be clearly seen in Yi Yun's energy vision. For Yi Yun to have the Dao Leaf and the purple crystal at the same time, this unique method of Dao enlightenment was truly unrivaled. Unfortunately, this method of Dao enlightenment could not be shared with Lin Xintong. The Dao Leaf had fallen for Yi Yun, while Yi Yun had been sitting under the Dao tree for more than half a year to seek enlightenment. Furthermore, it was done in the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Now, even though Lin Xintong could see the Dao Leaf, the insights in the Dao Leaf could not leave as deep an impression on her as much as Yi Yun. However, Lin Xintong's perception was surprisingly good. She was extremely focused on her martial path. Even if gaining insight in her present situation was extremely difficult, she did not falter one bit. Suddenly, Yi Yun frowned and opened his tightly shut eyes. It was like 2 lightning beams that flashed in the dark alternate dimension. God Advent Tower. While Yi Yun was in a mystical state of meditation, he suddenly sensed the abnormal changes to the God Advent Tower. It seemed like someone was attacking and refining the God Advent Tower. He had been pulled into the alternate dimension by the God Advent Tower, while the God Advent Tower had been left behind with the desolate race. No one in the desolate race would use this treasure, what more attempt to refine the God Advent Tower? Yi Yun guessed that something had happened to the God Advent Tower. Someone had used some trick to steal it from the desolate race. Now, that person was trying to wipe the imprint he had left in the God Advent Tower away. As the possessor of the God Advent Tower, his spiritual connection with the God Advent Tower had weakened a lot due to the spatial barrier. However, he was the first to realize it when someone attempted to refine the God Advent Tower. Regardless of who that person was, it was impossible for that person to take it for himself. That was the Azure Yang Lord's enchanted treasure. It was not something that anyone could refine, however. The spiritual imprint he had left in the God Advent Tower was different. If that person kept draining the God Advent Tower's arrays of their energy, and by cutting the provision of Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, the God Advent Tower would not be able to replenish its energy. Then, the energy in the God Advent Tower's arrays would slowly dissipate, and it would not be able to protect the spiritual imprint that he left in the God Advent Tower. When that happened, his spiritual imprint would be forcefully wiped away. This would cause non-trivial damage to Yi Yun's soul. Things went from bad to worse. Yi Yun took a deep breath and he ignored the God Advent Tower. He shut his eyes once again. Despite knowing of something happening, it did not cause any changes to his mental well-being. It was useless being anxious while trapped in the alternate dimension. The only thing he needed to do was gain insight into the spatial dimension laws, so he could finish the black-armored demon god. In the umbriferous divine palace. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion happened again and again. The sovereign of the Eventide had once again put his pale gold seal away and looked at the undamaged God Advent Tower. He would slam on the God Advent Tower every day and night. The blood sacrificial array was also constantly in a circular motion, but this was an extremely slow way of draining the God Advent Tower of its energy. If this went on, it would take them at least another 7 or 8 years before they could fully drain the God Advent Tower of its energy. Back then, in Yi Yun's fight with the black-armored demon god, the black-armored demon god had attempted to break through the God Advent Tower's array, but he did not do so. Instead, he used spatial dimensional forces to bind the God Advent Tower. This was because breaking through the array required a long period of time. And compared to the black-armored demon god's strength, the augmentation of the sovereign of the Eventide's pale gold seal and the blood sacrificial array were inferior to the aftershocks of the black-armored demon god's blow. Although the God Advent Tower was drained of a great deal of energy, the remaining energy could be described as being as massive as an ocean. It was extremely difficult for the sovereign of the Eventide to use such methods to drain the God Advent Tower of its energy. The sovereign of the Eventide was beginning to feel impatient. After all, there was still the threat of the black-armored demon god. He needed to speed things up. If he could increase the pale gold seal's offensive strength, it would be much easier to drain the God Advent Tower of its energy. And for this to happen, the sovereign of the Eventide had long figured out a solution. This was also the second thing that the sovereign of the Eventide thought of doing. After taking another look at the God Advent Tower, the sovereign of the Eventide revealed a sinister smile. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the umbriferous divine palace. His goal was the desolate race. And at this moment, in the desolate race's territory. After having the God Advent Tower stolen under their eyes, many members of the desolate race were furious. They also felt that they had let down Yi Yun. Yi Yun had saved the desolate race, yet they could not even protect Yi Yun's treasure well. However, they also knew that the person who stole the God Advent Tower was a Heaven Ascension realm expert. Even the shepherd boy and the Sanctuary Island Lord had failed to catch up to that person. So even if they were furious, they could not do a single thing. Here, they could only guard the void where Yi Yun had disappeared. They longed for the day where Yi Yun and Lin Xintong would return, despite knowing their hopes were extremely slim. On this day, the remote mountains were enjoying good weather. The fog of war had dispersed, but the entire desolate race's territory was enshrouded by a dark shadow. Zhang Xioro was silently sitting in front of the sacred spirit statue. Ever since Yi Yun had disappeared, she had been sitting there day and night in arduous cultivation. In a warrior's world, strength was everything. Jiang Xiaoro had heard from her mother that she possessed this world's strongest bloodline. She had just been unable to develop the full powers from her bloodline at the moment. If she possessed enough strength, would she have been helpless when the black-armored demon god attacked the remote mountains? That she eventually had to see Yi Yun get sealed in the alternate dimension, without knowing what had happened to him? Jiang Xiaoro had been meditating in front of the sacred spirit statue for more than a month. Today, Jiang Xiaoro felt her heart suddenly tingle. She felt a deep ominous feeling. She suddenly opened her pair of beautiful eyes. This was. She held the bone staff in her hand tightly as she got up. Suddenly. Ka ka ka. The sound of crisp cracking echoed in Jiang Xiaoro's ears. In front of Jiang Xiaoro, a series of cracks had appeared on the sacred spirit statue. The sacred spirit statue that had existed for tens of millions of years had suddenly shattered today. What was going on? Jiang Xiaoro felt a sense of doubt and anxiousness. She crushed a voice transmission charm, sending the news of the sacred spirit statue shattering. Now, nearly all the desolate race's imperial kings were gathered in the remote mountains. Informing all the legendary desolate race figures of the situation was the safest option. Jiang Xiaoro took a deep breath as she walked out of the hall with her bone staff in hand. Chapter 751, Sacred Spirits Corpse. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. When Jiang Xiaoro walked out of the desolate race palace, she saw that in the remote mountains, the endless marshlands and stretches of collapsed mountains were covered by a dark cloud. A man in black robes hovered high in the sky, and behind him were some of his followers. This black-robed man gave people a very cold feeling. After his appearance, it was like the sky had darkened greatly as a dark, sticky energy seemed to permeate the void. It was from the laws of darkness. Who is he? Jiang Xiaoro was stunned and she felt a deep sense of unease. And at that moment, the former desolate queen, shepherd boy, and many legendary desolate race figures had rushed over. Seeing the black-robed man in the sky, their hearts sank. The former desolate queen was flying high in the sky, and when she saw the black-robed man, she could vaguely sense his cultivation level. It was at the peak of the middle stages of the Heaven Ascension realm, and it was even closing in on the late stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. The peak of the middle stages of the Heaven Ascension realm? In the entire Tian Yuan world, including the divine wilderness where the desolate race resided, the number of experts that had attained the Heaven Ascension realm were extremely few. And most of them were nearly at the early stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. For example, the Sanctuary Island couple were only at the peak of the early stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. The two of them were proficient in the art of joint attacks, and by combining forces, they had the offensive strength of the middle stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. As for a middle stage Heaven Ascension realm expert, there was only one. He was the sovereign of the Eventide. The sovereign of the Eventide was the strongest figure in the Tian Yuan world, so although the former desolate queen had never met the sovereign of the Eventide, she knew that he was supposed to look like an old man. He did not resemble the middle-aged man in front of her. However, having differing looks was not enough to say that they were two different people, especially when this middle-aged man cultivated the law of darkness, which was the same as the sovereign of the Eventide. You are the sovereign of the Eventide? The former desolate queen had a cold expression. During the battle in the remote mountains, both the human and desolate race had paid a heavy price. Many of the legendary human and desolate race figures had burned their life force essence, dropping in cultivation realms, as well as dying in battle. Yet, the sovereign of the Eventide never appeared. As the only middle-stage Heaven Ascension realm warrior in this world, he definitely knew about the intense battle in the remote mountains. However, he did not appear during the battle, and now that the calamity was temporarily put on hold, he had appeared. The moment he appeared, he came with unkind intentions. This made the former desolate queen think of the theft of the God Advent Tower more than 10 days ago. This made her facial expression sink. It's you who stole the God Advent Tower. To be able to kill a Yuan opening realm desolate race elder in an instant, and rely on his speed to evade a bunch of legendary human and desolate race figures pursuing them, there were not many that could do that in this world. The sovereign of the Eventide was highly suspicious. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, please don't malign me. After the black-armored demon god appeared, I went into reclusive training and I hoped to make a breakthrough in my cultivation realm, so I could provide a bit of strength to save this world. Unfortunately, after I exited reclusion, I heard that the black-armored demon god had been repulsed by Yi Yun as well as the human and desolate race experts, and now, the black-armored demon god has sealed himself. I find it such a pity that I missed the battle in the remote mountains. I'm also very impressed by young Master Yi's fabulous display of his skill during the battle in the remote mountains. I would love to protect the God Advent Tower left behind by young Master Yi, so how could I steal it? The sovereign of the Eventide said with a plausible tone. Regardless, Yun's battle with the black-armored demon god had temporarily saved the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness. Now, many family clans had returned to their family clans' territories. The legendary human figures, who had personally experienced the battle in the remote mountains, were full of praise for Yi Yun, including the Sanctuary Island couple who were even more so. Hence, Yi Yun enjoyed great prestige in the Tian Yuan world now. Even though the sovereign of the Eventide was considered the strongest figure in the Tian Yuan world, he did not dare openly admit to the great crime of stealing the God Advent Tower. As long as the sovereign of the Eventide refused to admit it, then no matter how much suspicion the human or desolate race had for him, it would be useless. This despicable person. The former desolate queen was enraged. The sovereign of the Eventide was too shameless. You came here today, striking our desolate race's divine bone altar. Is that a declaration of war against us? Below the sovereign of the Eventide was the desolate race's divine bone altar. The divine bone altar was an important treasure of the desolate race. Back then, Jiang Xiao had done her worshipping on top of the divine bone altar, awakening her ancient bloodline, eventually obtaining the recognition of the sacred spirit. Now, the desolate race's headquarters had been moved to the remote mountains, so the divine bone altar had naturally been moved here. A while ago, the sovereign of the Eventide had struck the divine bone altar, activating the arrays in it. This also alerted the legendary desolate race figures to rush here. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Why would I declare war on the desolate race? In the face of a calamity, before the black-armored demon god is destroyed, the human race and desolate race have to stay united. I came here today because I have an ancient desolate bone relic recipe in my hands. It is an ancient mystic relic that can help my cultivation go one step further. However, the materials needed to refine this relic are extremely scarce. In the entire divine wilderness, even killing a few primordial true spirits would not be enough, so I came here today for the sacred spirit's corpse. I never expected your esteemed race to bury the sacred spirit's corpse beneath the divine bone altar. I wanted to borrow the sacred spirit's corpse to refine a cauldron of relics, but I didn't expect a protective array to be residing on the divine bone altar, so I inadvertently activated the array. Sorry for disturbing all of you. As the sovereign of the Eventide said this, he nonchalantly cupped his hands at the legendary desolate race figures, like he was doing something trivial. However, these words enraged the desolate race immediately when they fell into their ears. Sacred spirit's corpse. This sovereign of the Eventide dared to covet the sacred spirit's corpse. The sacred spirit was a religion to the desolate race. It had protected the desolate race for tens of millions of years, and it was equivalent to their god. If it wasn't for the sacred spirit in the desolate race headquarters several months ago, the desolate race would probably have been wiped out. And following that, in the battle in the remote mountains, the sacred spirit had burned the last of its life force, dying in battle for the desolate race. The desolate race had buried the sacred spirit underneath the divine bone altar. But now, a human wanted to use its corpse to refine into relics. Was this even tolerable? Immediately, swaths of murderous intent locked onto the sovereign of the Eventide. As the atmosphere turned tense, many legendary Desolate Race figures were already tempted to attack him. Seeing the Desolate Race reacting like that, the sovereign of the Eventide shook his head like he felt distressed. He said, "All of us are martial arts practitioners. In 20 years' time, the black-armored demon god will return once again. Yet, you have the intention to kill me now? This is very disappointing for me. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong are already dead. You have burned your blood essence, dropping in cultivation realms. There is no way for you to withstand the black-armored demon god. In 20 years, who is going to face him in battle? Back then, the sacred spirit of your esteemed race burned its life force to strike the black-armored demon god. That was such a respectable act, and the sacred spirit's sacrifice was no doubt to save the divine wilderness and kill the black-armored demon god completely. Unfortunately, the black-armored demon god is still alive, while Yi Yun and Lin Shintong have failed as well. I think that if the sacred spirit is aware of this in the netherworld, it would wish that it could provide the last bit of warmth hope. Against the black-armored demon god, I'm sure the sacred spirit is willing to give up its corpse. Now, the strongest warrior in this world is the lowly me. If I were to make a breakthrough, there might be a tiny bit of chance that I will be able to lead all of you to kill the black-armored demon god, and let all of you survive." Chapter 752, Gift. The legendary Desolate Race figures never thought that a person could be so shameless. The sovereign of the Eventide had failed to steal the sacred spirit's corpse, and he had activated the divine bone altar's arrays as a result. Yet, he stood there, all high and mighty, like he was on a moral high ground, and he even reprimanded them. It was like the sovereign of the Eventide was doing this for all life under the skies, while the Desolate Race appeared selfish. The legendary Desolate Race figures were tempted to attack him, but at this moment, a crisp voice resounded beneath the dark clouds. "Yuner will not die." Jiang Sharo, with her bone staff in hand, stood in front of the Desolate Race palace. As the cold wind blew, Jiang Sharo's red dress fluttered about. She stood in great contrast against the dark sky. The sovereign of the Eventide was slightly surprised as he turned his head around and looked at Jiang Sharo. "I know you. You are Yi Yun's Desolate Race sister, right? I understand the yearning in your heart, but unfortunately..." The sovereign of the Eventide shook his head. "The time you spent cultivating martial arts is short, so you are limited in your realms. You can't understand the terrifying complexities of the spatial maze set up by the black-armored demon god. There is a vast difference between the understanding of spatial dimension laws amongst the Tian Yuan world and divine wilderness warriors and the black-armored demon gods. Although my strength might not match up to Yi Yun, I happen to be one of the few people in this world that understands spatial dimension laws. But even I would be forever lost if I were to be sealed in the black-armored demon god's spatial maze." Jiang Shiro looked coldly at the sovereign of the Eventide. She said slowly but with a forceful tone, "Indeed, I do not understand the terror of the black-armored demon god, but I know that even if I were to hand you the sacred spirit's corpse, and even if you were to break through by a few realms, you would still be like manure in front of the black-armored demon god. Yuner could force the black-armored demon god to seal himself. As for you, all you could do was flee before the black-armored demon god arrived. You were like a mouse tunneling into a hole to hide. Hoping that you would withstand the black-armored demon god in 20 years' time? I rather hope that the black-armored demon god would commit suicide." Jiang Shiro got to the truth with her pertinent remarks. She voiced out what many of the legendary Desolate Race figures were thinking. The sovereign of the Eventide's eyebrow pricked up as he narrowed his eyes to look at Jiang Shiro. And at this moment, the legendary Desolate Race figures were already transmitting voices amongst themselves. They were prepared to attack. They believed that the God Advent Tower was in the sovereign of the Eventide's hands. And they had to protect the object that Yi Yun had left behind by all means. "Her." The sovereign of the Eventide sneered. "You want to set up a battle formation to fight me? How would I allow that?" Upon saying this, the sovereign of the Eventide moved. He long knew about the God-confining lock that the desolate race had. As the God-confining lock array was extremely draining on the legendary desolate race figures, and having used it twice during the battle with the black-armored demon god, many legendary desolate race figures had suffered a drop in their cultivation realms. Now, it was unknown if they could successfully activate such an array. Even if they could, the setting up of the God-confining lock array required time. Such an array could only be effective if it was set up in advance for a known incoming invader. With the Sovereign of the Eventide suddenly coming, how would he watch idly as the legendary desolate race figures set up the array? The Sovereign of the Eventide flew straight at the former desolate queen. He knew that the God-confining lock's array disc was in the former desolate queen's hands. Suppress! A squarish pale gold seal flew out of the Sovereign of the Eventide's hands. The seal flickered with a black glow as it came suppressing down on the former desolate queen. Your Majesty! Beside the former desolate queen, a blue beam flashed. Shepherd Boy had rushed forward to face the Sovereign of the Eventide. Shepherd Boy was extremely talented, and his strength was one of the top few amongst the desolate race. However, due to his bravery in the battle against the black-armored demon god a few months ago, he was greatly drained, so he was currently in a weak state. A pearl grain of rice dares to compete with the moon's luminosity? The Sovereign of the Eventide sneered, and with a revolution of the pale gold seal, it came smashing down on the Shepherd Boy. Boom! Black Yuan Qi exploded out in all directions. The blue beam was shattered immediately as the Shepherd Boy grunted. He had been sent into retreat by the pale gold seal, and that strike had damaged his meridians. The Sovereign of the Eventide was already the strongest warrior in this world, so Shepherd Boy was not his match to begin with. Now, the Sovereign of the Eventide was at his peak, while Shepherd Boy was in a trough. In this waxing and waning situation, the difference between their strengths was even greater. Die! The Sovereign of the Eventide controlled the pale gold seal as he suppressed it downwards like a mountain. He aimed it at the Shepherd Boy's head. He had already decided on fleeing into the 12 Empyrean heavens, so he did not mind a deadly feud with the desolate race. If killing all the legendary desolate race figures allowed him to obtain the sacred spirit's corpse, he would choose to do so without hesitation. As for when the black-armored demon god appeared once again, the Sovereign of the Eventide couldn't even be bothered if there was anyone who could resist him. Seeing the pale gold seal about to smash downwards, with Shepherd Boy's life on the line, the legendary desolate race figures felt their hearts tightened. The former desolate queen waved her hands, and out of the sleeves of her robe, a squarish array disc flew out. It was the God-confining lock array. At this moment, the array disc flashed with golden beams of light. The array disc flew up to the Sovereign of the Eventide's head, and the other legendary desolate race figures had flown at the Sovereign of the Eventide, with great teamwork. They were already prepared to work alongside the effects of the array disc to seal the Sovereign of the Eventide. If the Sovereign of the Eventide carried on attacking Shepherd Boy, it was very likely that he would be sealed to death by the God-confining lock. Oh! The array was set up so fast? The Sovereign of the Eventide frowned. Of course, he wouldn't exchange his life for the Shepherd Boy's life. At the same moment that the pale gold seal came crashing down, the Sovereign of the Eventide flew high up into the sky to escape the scope of the God-confining lock array. Boom! The pale gold seal slammed heavily into Shepherd Boy's arm as he had crossed it in front of his chest to forcefully block the strike. Although it was a hasty blow, it had still fractured Shepherd Boy's bones. I'll spare your life temporarily. As he was afraid of the God-confining lock, the Sovereign of the Eventide kept far away from it. Roar! 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 The furious roars of primordial true spirits echoed from the desolate race palace's surroundings. The primordial true spirits that protected the desolate race palace were rushing over. Controlling desolate beasts was one of the most important battle techniques that the desolate race had. Although these legendary desolate race figures had suffered a drop in cultivation realms, the primordial true spirits would still remain a challenge for the Sovereign of the Eventide. Furthermore, with them about to finish setting up the god-confining lock array, this made the sovereign of the Eventide realize that he could not stay here for long. Fall of the Eternal Night. With a long hum from the sovereign of the Eventide, Black Yuan Qi surged out of his body, creating an explosive force field. The sticky power of darkness enveloped the remote mountains. All the legendary desolate race figures were enshrouded within. Careful! Everyone felt alarmed. This was the sovereign of the Eventide's domain. Warriors could use their energies to form a domain and demarcate a space. They would then become master of this space. As they were immersed in the darkness, the legendary desolate race figures felt an inexplicable sense of despair, like their souls would forever reside in darkness. In front of the desolate race palace, Jiang Shuro was enveloped in the eternal night domain. She used her bone staff to support her body. Her face turned pale as her soul felt a sharp pain. It was so unbearable that it nearly made her lose consciousness. Break the domain first. The former desolate queen shouted. The legendary desolate race figures teamed up and they were about to break the sovereign of the Eventide's domain open. At this moment, a raucous laughter came from the sovereign of the Eventide amidst the darkness. I'll leave a gift with you. See you later. Chapter 753, Laws of Darkness. Phew! The sovereign of the Eventide blended into a black beam of light that shot towards the heavens at an incredible speed. His followers had also been wrapped up in the black light, disappearing along with him. The eternal night domain had disappeared, reducing the suppressive feeling and sense of despair to the soul. The pressure that disappeared suddenly made the legendary desolate race figures feel an excruciating pain to their souls instantly. The imperial kings were alright, but the weaker desolate race young elites, including Jiang Shuro, were in terrible shape. They felt a strong sense of dizziness, the weaker ones even fainted straight away. Jiang Shuro took a deep breath as she touched her chest, and her eyebrows furrowed. She felt a tingling pain in her heart. With the sovereign of the Eventide gone, the legendary desolate race figures were furious, but they could not do a thing. The sovereign of the Eventide had escaped just as they finished setting up the god-confining lock array. Although the god-confining lock array was extremely powerful, it was not flexible. Typical arrays were used in a defensive manner, and with the sovereign of the Eventide prepared for it, hoping that he would fly into the array's effective range and then killing him was very difficult. That shameless person! The former desolate queen took a deep breath. She was considering on how to use the existing resources to kill the sovereign of the Eventide, but under careful analysis, the sovereign of the Eventide's strength far exceeded any one of them. Furthermore, the desolate race had been forced to retreat to the remote mountains. Many of the legendary desolate race figures were injured, while the desolate race headquarters, that had accumulated in strength for tens of millions of years, had been destroyed by the black-armored demon god, as such it was abandoned. Under such circumstances, the sovereign of the Eventide could nearly have total freedom to come and go. It was very difficult for them to prevent that from happening. Qing Kuei, are you fine? The former desolate queen looked at Shepherd Boy. He was covered in blood with his face pale, and one of his arms was fractured. He forced a laugh, saying, I'm fine. I'll recover after taking a few days of rest. Although Shepherd Boy said so, everyone knew that he was barely holding on. He had yet to recover from the injuries that he received from the black-armored demon god. With his blood essence greatly drained, and now, with new injuries added on, it was a problem if he could recover in the future. It might even cause irreparable damage to Shepherd Boy's potential and lifespan. Qing Kuei, Xiao, and I owe you too much. The former desolate queen sighed. All these years, the Shepherd Boy had been loyal. Regardless of the danger, he would be first in line to protect them. He had saved the desolate race and Jiang Shuro more than once. Shepherd Boy smiled again as he shook his head, about to say something. At this moment, a legendary desolate race figure's expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, someone has fainted. Ha! After experiencing the loss of the God Advent Tower and the attack of the Sovereign of the Eventide, the desolate race were on high alert. Having suddenly heard of people fainting, these legendary desolate race figures rushed there immediately. They spread their perception around the palace and they easily discovered the situation. In fact, there was not only one person who had fainted. More than a dozen young desolate race elites had fainted. A simple check showed that these people had received a spiritual damage. A black energy had entered deep into their soul seas, and spread out in all directions like a spiderweb, becoming one with their souls. This is... The former desolate queen felt alarmed and enraged. The black energy was filled with darkness, and without a doubt, it was left behind by the Sovereign of the Eventide. The Sovereign of the Eventide had realized that he was no match for the primordial true spirits and the desolate race's array, so he decided to retreat. However, before his retreat, he had cast a tremendously powerful Eternal Night Domain. This Eternal Night Domain was not targeted at the legendary desolate race figures, because he knew that against so many legendary desolate race figures, it was unlikely that the Eternal Night Domain could have much effect. His target from the very beginning was the young desolate race elites. The darkness elemental energy had embedded itself into the young desolate race elite's souls as the Eternal Night Domain expanded. It had merged with their souls and began devouring their spiritual energies. It would not kill their young elites for the moment, but it would gradually weaken their souls. It was not difficult to remove the darkness energy, but with the darkness energy spreading out into numerous strands, it was tightly bound to the young elite's souls. Wiping out the energy would inadvertently damage the young elite's souls, and it might even turn them into retards. And as for how to extract the darkness energy? It probably would need someone whose attainment in laws of darkness were on a level approaching the Sovereign of the Eventide. And if one searched throughout the entire Tian Yuan world, there were not many legendary figures who cultivated in the laws of darkness. As for trying to find someone who surpassed the Sovereign of the Eventide, that was just a joke. Instantly, the faces of the legendary desolate race figures turned ugly. The Sovereign of the Eventide had attacked so many young elites in such a split instant, but the fact that he did not kill them was clearly a threat. It increased his chips for negotiation. He was still eyeing the Sacred Spirit's corpse. Probably only by handing over the Sacred Spirit's corpse would the Sovereign of the Eventide agree to removing the darkness mark on the young desolate race elites. The Sovereign of the Eventide had indulged into such madness. The threat of the black-armored demon god had yet to been removed, yet he did such a despicable thing to the desolate race. He had ignored his status and attacked juniors. This was an act worthy of condemnation in the martial world. Oh no! The former desolate queen's body suddenly stiffened up. Roar! With a flash, she rushed straight at Jiang Xioro. Having attacked so many young elites, it was impossible for the Sovereign of the Eventide to avoid Jiang Xioro. After all, Jiang Xioro was the desolate race's most important new queen. The group of legendary desolate race figures felt their hearts tightened as they also rushed towards Jiang Xioro. They saw her face as white as a sheet. She was meditating on the ground, but despite not fainting, she was clearly not in a good condition. The former desolate queen pressed her fingers on Jiang Xioro's forehead and felt her meridians. This probe caused the former desolate queen's heart to turn cold. Jiang Xioro's body was filled with more than 100 black energy bodies. The black energy bodies in other young desolate race elites combined was not even a fifth of what Jiang Xioro had. The Sovereign of the Eventide clearly knew about Jiang Xioro's importance. Hence, he had placed the focal point on Jiang Xioro. This was the so-called gift before the Sovereign of the Eventide left. Xioro. The former desolate queen's eyes were moist. She had been in command of the divine wilderness for years, and as desolate queen, she was in control of the world's strongest faction. However, today, she felt a stab right at the weakest spot in her heart. Her love that ended in tragedy back in her youth with Jiang Xioro's father. She later lost her daughter, causing Jiang Xioro to experience all sorts of difficulties in the cloud wilderness. It was not easy for her to find Jiang Xiao again, but soon, they experienced the return of Blood Moon and the black-armored demon god. This made Jiang Xiao tether on the line of life and death. Now that the calamity with the black-armored demon god was temporarily put on hold, it was the sovereign of the Eventide's turn. He had planted so much darkness energy inside her body. Seeing more than 100 darkness energy bodies, devouring Jiang Xiao's life force like leeches, the former desolate queen could no longer stop herself from crying. Enough! The desolate race had already experienced too much. She and her daughter had already experienced so much. Would the two of them really have to die, and the desolate race be exterminated before all of this would come to an end? Translator's note: we are 12 days away from Christmas. For the next 12 days, there will be a free increase in chapters. There will be one more chapter in about 10 hours. Also, I'll begin to give my personal take on these chapters that some readers might skim through without realizing because they think it's all filler. You can skip it if you want. In this chapter, we see the aftermath of the sovereign of the Eventide, Seti, escaping, and due to the battle with the black-armored demon god, Badg, the desolate race is unable to deal with him, even if they had the god-confining lock. It stands in contrast to the battle with Badg, where Lin Xintong delayed enough time for the desolate race to use the array. The Sati is currently considered the most powerful person in terms of cultivation realm in the Tian Yuan world, but he remains vigilant, while the Badg, who was the most powerful person, was too arrogant and also ignorant when it came to the god-confining lock. And every tiny thing basically wore the Badg down, pushing him closer and closer to the point of him collapsing. This chapter also reiterates how much the shepherd boy has done for Jiang Xiao and her mother. He had suffered a serious wound from Shintu Patriarch more than a decade ago just to save the former desolate queen. And he was the first one to concede to the human race's demands, just so that they could borrow the cosmic infinite array. It also lets us see the former desolate queen lament over her tragic life. She was separated from her partner and then her daughter, and just recently, her daughter had been eyed by the Badg and now injured by the Sati. As for this darkness energy, we might see how this would further push the plot forward in the next chapter, and I will give my comments about that next. Chapter 754, Void Tearing. Your Majesty. Do we really have to hand over the sacred remains of the sacred spirit? A legendary desolate race figures asked in a helpless manner. The former desolate queen did not answer. She used all her remaining strength to hug Jiang Xiao, like she wanted to merge her daughter into her own body. She truly did not know how to resolve the situation. The sacred spirit had protected the desolate race for tens of millions of years, sacrificing its life for the desolate race, so how could she hand over the sacred spirit's corpse? The sacred spirit did not belong to the desolate race to begin with. She did not have the right to use the sacred spirit's corpse to exchange for her daughter's life. At this moment, Shepherd Boy was standing beside her. He had a deadpan expression, but the look in his eyes was fearsome. Many legendary desolate race figures present had known Shepherd Boy for years, but they had never seen him in such a murderous state. Give the order. Gather all desolate race warriors who know laws of darkness in the palace. Also, inform Sanctuary Island Lord of this matter. Shepherd Boy was a proud person, and unless necessary, he would never seek the help of others. But now, the solution to the damage caused by the laws of darkness was something probably only the Sanctuary Island couple could come up with. After all, in terms of nomological attainments, it was more of a forte of the human race rather than that of the desolate race. By the time the Sanctuary Island couple received the news and rushed to the remote mountains, it had been 20 days. No one could remove the darkness energy left behind by the sovereign of the Eventide. It was an extremely damaging attack. The person who originally created it did it not for killing, but for torturing and threatening. It was even possible that the person who created this attack was the sovereign of the Eventide himself. Under such circumstances, how could he allow others to crack his darkness energy so easily? Your Majesty, I apologize for I do not have a solution either. The Sanctuary Island Lord shook his head. A few legendary human figures, who had some understanding of the laws of darkness, had accompanied him, but they also shook their heads. Towards such a scum that came from the human race, these legendary human figures felt ashamed. However, they too were out of options. They had yet to recover from their injuries, and even if they had recovered, preventing the sovereign of the Eventide from escaping was highly unlikely. Besides, from the desolate race's description, the sovereign of the Eventide, who had restored his looks to that of a middle-aged man, seemed to have grown stronger. Sovereign of the Eventide has already gone against the tide, and he no longer cares about the circumstances. The Sanctuary Island Lord sighed. Back when he saw that the God Advent Tower was stolen, he had a hunch that it was possibly the sovereign of the Eventide. Now, with facts in hand, this was an outcome that he did not wish to see. This was because, with his present strength, there was nothing he could do. "I'm really sorry, my strength is limited. I can't crack sovereign of the Eventide's laws of darkness, nor can I capture him to force him to treat Fairy Jiang. In the future, the few of us will live in the remote mountains. Although we will not be able to handle the sovereign of the Eventide, by contributing a bit of our strengths, we should still be able to help you protect Fairy Jiang." Previously, the sovereign of the Eventide had succeeded in planting the darkness energy in Jiang Shiro's body because he had caught the desolate race off guard. Once they were on alert, especially with the Sanctuary Island couple helping hold the ground, then no matter how strong the sovereign of the Eventide was, he could no longer wreak havoc in the desolate race's territory easily. With the Sanctuary Island Lord expressing his intentions, the other legendary human figures also echoed in unison that they were willing to remain in the remote mountains. Staying in the remote mountains was considered a form of sacrifice. This was because in 20 years, the black-armored demon god would attack again. And the first spot he would attack was most likely the remote mountains. "Thank you, everyone," the former desolate queen said with utmost gratitude. Now, all they could do was take things one step at a time. "Your Majesty, you do not need to worry too much. The energy left behind by the sovereign of the Eventide may be despicable and unremovable, but it looks like it won't be easy for it to easily devour Fairy Jiang's life force." After probing Jiang Shiro's meridians for a long time, the Sanctuary Island Lord spoke. He discovered that although the darkness energy was devouring Jiang Shiro's life force, the loss of her life force seemed to be slowly awakening the hidden power in her bloodline due to the catalytic effects of the darkness energy. Jiang Shiro's bloodline was extremely extraordinary that even the black-armored demon god coveted it. In the words of the black-armored demon god, Jiang Shiro possessed the most valuable bloodline in this world. Back when he was seriously injured by Yi Yun, all he thought was to capture Jiang Shiro and drink her blood to treat his injuries. It was obvious what the quality of the blood that could treat the black-armored demon god's wounds was. Such a bloodline gave Jiang Shiro her tremendous life force. Even now, despite her strength being extremely limited, her life force still existed, and it was not easy for the darkness energy to devour it. Furthermore, it seemed that slowly, the darkness energy was repressed by Jiang Shiro's life force. What terrifying life force! I really wonder what sort of person Fairy Jiang's father is in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Maybe he is from some noble race. The Sanctuary Island couple exchanged words. If Jiang Shiro's hidden life force was continuously released, the darkness energy bodies would not take her life for the time being. Of course, they would not be removed, but they would reside in Jiang Shiro's organs and her soul, like maggots in a bone. This could be said to be a latent problem for Jiang Shiro. And she would have to live through such days for the next 2 decades, before the black-armored demon god's return. The thought of the black-armored demon god returning made people feel helpless. As the desolate race was not having any peace due to the appearance of the sovereign of the Eventide, in the alternate dimension, Yi Yun's insights into the spatial dimension laws were slowly reaching a certain degree of proficiency. After cultivating for an unknown period of time, every time Yi Yun went into meditation, months would pass in a blink of an eye. Every time he gained insight into a spatial dimension Dao for himself, he would match it to the runic patterns on the Dao leaf, so he could compare them. An incorrect understanding would be abandoned by Yi Yun. If it was correct, it would be ingrained in Yi Yun's soul, becoming his own true Tao. With the Tao leaf as a standard of measure, the spatial dimension laws that Yi Yun understood were already approaching the origins of spatial dimension very closely. Compared to the black-armored demon god, Yi Yun's understanding was still extremely shallow. Although it was shallow, it was a lot more solid and correct as it was close to the essence of space itself. This meant that Yi Yun's future attainment in spatial dimension Tao would be even higher. One day, Yi Yun, who was in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes as he reached out to tear the void. Intense spatial dimension forces surged as they gathered to form black bolts of lightning. As the snakes of lightning flashed, the void was torn apart. A small flake of a layer in the spatial curtain had been forcefully torn out by Yi Yun. He had torn the void. This was the beginning steps of spatial dimension laws, but most people did so using weapons. They used powerful attacks, with the support of spatial dimension laws, to tear the void apart. Tearing the void apart with one's bare hands, even if it was just a tiny bit, was extraordinary. For Yi Yun to be able to do so, it was all from his understanding towards the laws. As for the amount of energy required, it wasn't much. Yi Yun, you can already tear the void? Beside Yi Yun, Lin Xintong was astonished and delighted seeing this scene. She had tried to gain Tao enlightenment together with Yi Yun. Her perception was extraordinary, and with it, she had managed to gain some insight into spatial dimension laws, but she was much more inferior to Yi Yun. She never expected Yi Yun to be able to tear apart the void so quickly. If this carried on, it wouldn't be long before they could leave. Translator's notes: in this chapter, we see how much progress the desolate and human race has progressed compared to before the badge's appearance. They are willing to help each other, instead of constantly being at odds with each other. Maybe it had to do with BADG clearing the human scum of the Tian Yuan world up, while Yi Yun saved the remaining good ones by defeating the BADG? It also starts to show us a world where human and desolate race would coexist peacefully even after Yi Yun inadvertently leaves the Tian Yuan world for the 12 Empyrean heavens. As a common trope, a common enemy tends to unite people despite their differences, and as humans begin to live amongst the desolate race, there is hope that the peace would last as they realize that they weren't that different after all. Note the following paragraph is mostly speculatory, as I did not ask the author for spoilers. Regarding the darkness energy in Zhang Xiao's body, the words of the Sanctuary Island Lord seems to foreshadow that it would give Zhang Xiao a future power boost, or in other words, Zhang Xiao would not be left behind when Yi Yun grows even stronger. It is exciting to look forward to the background and identity of Zhang Xiao's father, and what was that mission of his? And back to Yi Yun, we see him proceeding rapidly in terms of his comprehension in spatial dimension laws, and that despite having a cheat in the form of the purple crystal, he still has to put in a lot of effort of learning by trial and error. We see Yi Yun beginning to go beyond just pure yang as his only focus, and isn't spatial dimension warping cool to begin with? In summary, this chapter seems to be a classic depiction of how every cloud has a silver lining. We see Yi Yun grasping spatial dimension laws as a result of being sealed by the BADG, while Zhang Xiao might experience a power boost, thanks to the Sati's darkness attack. Chapter 755, Breaking the Spatial Barrier. Spatial dimension laws were considered very important in the 12 Empyrean heavens, but they were considered very difficult to learn. By being proficient in spatial dimension laws, other than void tearing, the next stages were partitioning the heavens, spatial/void transference, teleportation, refining independent spaces, etc. The higher the difficulty, the more powerful it became. Ignoring everything else, just grasping void transference was extremely important in the 12 Empyrean heavens. This was because the 12 Empyrean heavens were extremely vast. Even if a peerless mighty figure wanted to travel between two Empyrean heavens, he would also need to exhaust a great deal of time. By grasping transference, he could quickly reach his destination. However, many experts in the 12 Empyrean heavens were unable to do void transference. If they wanted to embark on a distant journey, they would need to use teleportation arrays or sit in spiritual boats that possesses void transference capabilities. As for refining independent spaces, The God Advent Tower or Pure Yang Sword Palace's worlds were both independent spaces. This was an indispensable ability when refining advanced enchanted treasures. There were even fewer people that had such abilities. As such, when some peerless mighty figures wanted to refine their mobile enchanted treasures, they would have to hire the mighty figures, who knew spatial dimension laws, at high prices to open an independent space for them in the enchanted treasure. Mighty figures, who had the ability to open up independent spaces in items, led an extremely comfortable life even in the 12 empyrean heavens. Now, Yi Yun had only grasped void tearing, but to even tear the thick spatial barrier in front of his eyes apart was extremely difficult. Yi Yun took his Pure Yang broken sword out of his interspatial ring. He imbued spatial dimension laws into the Pure Yang broken sword and he slashed at the spatial curtain. Sha! The blade tore through the void as the spatial barrier cracked. However, after the crack appeared, it began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spatial barriers had the ability to restore themselves. Yi Yun had to tear it apart before the spatial barrier fully restored, but this was easier said than done. By just slashing about a dozen strikes with his sword, Yi Yun already felt the energy deficit in his body, and he felt faint. Oh! Yi Yun frowned slightly. He knew that this was due to the impure energies in his body. In this alternate dimension, Heaven Earth Yuan Qi had been isolated. So for all this time, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong would rely on the energies supplied to them through desolate bone relics, be it for their body consumption, healing or nomological meditation. The more desolate bone relics they ate, the more impure the energies in their bodies were. This was inevitable. After taking a deep breath, Yi Yun calmed himself again. Ever since he entered the Yuan opening realm, the battles he went through and the insights he gained over the years, as well as the arduous cultivation in this alternate dimension, Yi Yun had long consolidated his realm. He could now greatly improve his cultivation level. As long as he broke through the spatial barrier, he would be able to absorb Heaven Earth Yuan Qi and make a breakthrough immediately. But now, the spatial barrier had yet to be torn apart. Yi Yun was in no hurry. He meditated quietly in front of the spatial barrier, while the Dao leaf floated in front of him. The leaf veins shimmered with a golden glow. Open! Yi Yun roared as he slashed out with the Pure Yang broken sword. Xie! The spatial dimension forces were severed by the Pure Yang broken sword, as a large spatial rift 100 foot long appeared in front of Yi Yun. It's opening! Lin Xintong's eyes lit up. Just producing a few more of such spatial rifts would cause the spatial barrier to collapse, however, at this moment. With a crisp but nearly imperceptible chipping sound, an inconspicuous black charm seal shattered along with the spatial rift's appearance, transforming into strands of black gas. This black charm seal was embedded in the chaotic spatial dimensional forces, so it was difficult to detect it. So even though Yi Yun had some knowledge of spatial dimension laws, he could tell that something was amiss with this charm seal. Yi Yun shuddered for a moment as he slowly lowered his broken sword. What's wrong? Lin Xintong asked. I seem to have triggered the black-armored demon god's trap, or it might be some form of alert mechanism. Oh? Lin Xintong was astounded. Isn't the black-armored demon god asleep? He can still wake up with the alert mechanism? Yi Yun shook his head. It's impossible that he can wake up as he pleases. If not, the black-armored demon god's slumber would be like child's play. The moment he enters deep slumber, he definitely cannot be awoken easily. If that happens, his soul might collapse immediately. Besides, I still have the evil energy left inside his soul. See? Yi Yun's gaze was cold as he forcefully gathered Yuan Qi, slashing out again with the Pure Yang broken sword. In the alternate dimension, Heaven Earth Yuan Qi was isolated, so Yi Yun's stamina was being quickly depleted. He lacked the energy required to tear apart the space. I'll help you. Lin Xintong held onto Yi Yun's hands, as a continuous stream of purine Yuan Qi surged into Yi Yun's body. The two of them cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra, so despite them not having much Yuan Qi left, and were relying on the impure Yuan Qi from desolate bone relics to sustain themselves, the Jade Marrow spiritual energy and Nine Yang spiritual energy that was in its truest origins remained intact. This was the foundation of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Lin Xintong and Yi Yun held hands as the Jade Marrow spiritual energy and Nine Yang spiritual energy slowly blended together. Yi Yun felt a refreshing feeling flowing into his body, like his nearly dried-up meridians were being revived. Another slash. Yi Yun roared as all his body's energy surged out without reservation. Shi La. The thick spatial barrier was split apart by Yi Yun's strike. Following that, the spatial dimension forces sealed in the spatial barrier surged out like a storm. Even the spatial maze and array formation seals set up by the black-armored demon god were completely shattered. Yi Yun's muscles ruptured as the strike he just dealt was something his body could not withstand. It was open. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were delighted. Yi Yun's strike had opened up a spatial passage, and after the spatial storm dissipated, what welcomed Yi Yun and Lin Xintong was an independent space. This space was filled with a thick, evil aura. It belonged to the black-armored demon god. Yi Yun focused his eyes as a stalwart man, dressed in torn armor, was floating in the void. His arms were around his chest, and his eyes were shut. He was deep in sleep. This was the black-armored demon god. It's him! Black-armored demon god. Lin Xintong's pupils constricted and the frost chi in her sword surged. The black-armored demon god was indeed deep in slumber, and even though they had torn the spatial barrier apart, he remained asleep. Maybe he knew about what was going on, but he could not wake up immediately. Take advantage of his perilous situation. Yi Yun had charged at the black-armored demon god, and at the same time, the Draco First True Gold avatar in his Dantian flew out. It wore a pale gold robe, and 999 flying sabers revolved around it. Thousand Snow Domain. Yi Yun's actual body flicked his hands, as the Death Soulwood began to spin in front of his body. The Withering Domain immediately caused the murderous aura in this space to wither and die out due to the Death Soulwood. Die! Yi Yun shouted. Just as Lin Xintong thought he was about to kill the sleeping black-armored demon god, Yi Yun and the Draco First True Gold avatar flew past the black-armored demon god's body. Oh! Lin Xintong was startled. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yun and the Draco First True Gold avatar had flown 1,000 feet away from the sleeping black-armored demon god. Here, the 1,000 Snow Domain's 999 flying sabers condensed into one, slashing into emptiness with withering sword intent. Translator's notes: we begin the chapter explaining the different capabilities of spatial dimension laws, and indeed, they are important if Yi Yun ever wants to become someone extraordinarily powerful in the Tian Yuan world. We then have some action as Yi Yun tears apart the void to face the BADG in his slumber. We also see how Lin Xintong is crucial in all of this, despite being a silent protagonist. Without her providing Yin energy to nourish Yi Yun of his depleted reserves, he would not have been able to tear the void open. This chapter also foreshadows that Yi Yun will enter the Heaven Ascension realm soon, having consolidated his cultivation for so long. It has probably been about 2 years since he entered the Yuan opening realm. We also see how the spatial barriers set up by the BADG are powerful and not easily destroyed as it should be. But thanks to Lin Xintong, Yi Yun is able to destroy it, and wiping out any traps or warning mechanisms the BADG had set up. I have a feeling that by doing so, the author is speeding things up, knowing the readers want the BADG dead as soon as possible. He could have very well put Yi Yun in a spatial maze and spend several chapters letting Yi Yun navigate through it. So don't keep thinking that the author is just trying to drag things out for money. Chapter 756, Killing the Demon God. Bam! A terrifying explosion torn up the space completely as Yi Yun used spatial dimension laws to transfer the damaging energy into a spatial rift. Roar! A terrible roar echoed out of the spatial rift caused the alternate dimension to tremble. In the void, the sleeping black-armored demon god figure suddenly began to distort like a reflection on a water surface before it gradually disappeared. Phantom image? Lin Shintong was surprised, but she immediately understood that the sleeping black-armored demon god that she first saw was just an illusion. It could have even been a trap, used to attract attacks. Once the black-armored demon god illusion was attacked, it might trigger some array restrictions, but Yi Yun had managed to see through all of this almost immediately. He had even found where the black-armored demon god was hiding. It was the place where Yi Yun and the Draco First True Gold Avatar attacked. The black-armored demon god would have never imagined that the sealed Yi Yun, who did not know any spatial dimension laws, would not only be able to tear apart the spatial barrier while he was sleeping, but even precisely locate his true location. Yi Yun could do this firstly because of the purple crystal's energy vision, and secondly, because of his connection with the evil energy. As it was sealed in the black-armored demon god's soul sea, Yi Yun knew its location very clearly. Hence, even though the black-armored demon god's true body was hidden in a spatial rift, he failed to escape Yi Yun's fatal blow. The black-armored demon god in the spatial rift roared crazily. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were blood red. Yi Yun's pure yang broken sword had already penetrated the black-armored demon god's chest. The withering concepts had been injected, causing the black-armored demon god's organs to begin to lose their vitality. The black-armored demon god's physical defenses were at their weakest while in slumber. You! The black-armored demon god spat out black blood as he grabbed Yi Yun's pure yang broken sword. Pathetic life form, you want to kill me? I'll kill you. The black-armored demon god was forcefully awoken from his slumber. His broken soul was once again dealt a severe blow and his life was on the verge of collapse. The black-armored demon god had extremely great vitality. He had been sealed by the Azure Yan Lord for tens of millions of years, having weakened through all those years. His seriously damaged vitality had also received numerous attacks from Yi Yun. However, no matter how great his vitality was, he was put in the most terrible of situations. He was completely on the boundaries of death. Phew! An ice lotus bloomed in the void as Lin Shintong appeared while riding a frostwind. With the sword in her hand, she stabbed into the black-armored demon god's throat like a ghost. This strike caused the black-armored demon god's life to collapse completely. At the same time, Yi Yun triggered the evil energy that the black-armored demon god had suppressed. It began to wantonly devour the black-armored demon god's soul. The black-armored demon god roared in excruciating pain as he threw a punch at Yi Yun's heart. If it hit its target, Yi Yun's chest would definitely be penetrated. Yi Yun flew backwards and as he retreated, he threw the Death Soulwood in his hand. Phew! The Death Soulwood flew into the black-armored demon god's chest like a javelin, embedding itself in the hole left behind by the pure yang broken sword. Pwah! Blood dyed the Death Soulwood, but it was rapidly absorbed by the Death Soulwood. This divine piece of wood had previously been dyed by a demon god's blood. It had absorbed it, resulting in its death. It embodied the concept of decline and withering. Back then, the ancient demon god that died on the Death Soulwood was much stronger than the black-armored demon god. The Death Soulwood was embedded in the black-armored demon god's chest like a nail in a monster. The black-armored demon god's life force was rapidly depleting. His armor began to shatter, and his body began rupturing. Blood kept on flowing. Just opening his mouth caused black blood to rush out. As the black-armored demon god looked at Yi Yun, his gaze looked like it wanted to penetrate Yi Yun. You want me dead, I want you to accompany me. The black-armored demon god enunciated each word bit by bit, as his teeth was stained with blood. At this moment, the black-armored demon god looked like a demon that had crawled out from hell. The black-armored demon god roared as every inch of his muscles ruptured, causing chaotic energies to vent out of his body. These energies filled the alternate dimension, causing the spatial dimension forces to turn chaotic. A visible crack appeared in space as it rapidly expanded. Yi Yun's expression changed. This was collapse. The black-armored demon god roared as the spatial boundaries began to explode and shatter, causing a terrifying spatial storm to surge around freely. I'll make this alternate dimension completely explode. Let us be embroiled in the spatial turbulence at the boundaries of this great world, forever drifting in it, experiencing eternal death. The black-armored demon god had already fallen into madness. As his energies were wantonly surging out, he revealed a ferocious and tragic laugh. At the moment of his last laugh, the black-armored demon god's life was completely extinguished. Boom! With an explosion, the black-armored demon god's soul finally collapsed. The dissipating black-armored demon god's soul was devoured freely by the evil energy. The black-armored demon god's eyes turned dimmed as his body began to quickly lose its vitality. This ancient demon god that had existed for so long had finally been completely eliminated, dying at the hands of Yi Yun. However, at this moment, the terrifying spatial storm began to sweep at Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. Careful! Yi Yun's expression changed greatly as he grabbed Lin Xintong's hand and held her by the waist. At this moment, Yi Yun was in a terrible situation. He injected the tiny Yuan Qi that was left in his body into the Dao leaf, causing the Dao leaf to shimmer. A transparent membrane of light enveloped him and Lin Xintong. As the spatial storm came sweeping over, the membrane of light looked like a bubble in a storm. It looked like it would burst at any moment. Yi Yun struggled to hold on, but his Yuan Qi had been greatly depleted. He could not control where to go in this spatial storm. He watched helplessly as this energy bubble was swept around by the spatial storm, floating in a haphazard fashion. It was beginning to enter deep into the spatial turbulence. The deeper he went, the harder it was to return to the world where the Tian Yuan world and divine wilderness was. Yi Yun was mortified. His insights into spatial dimension forces were just at the beginning stage. Although he could tear the spatial void, to return to the Tian Yuan world, he still needed more research. But now, he and Lin Xintong had been thrown into the spatial turbulence, and the deeper he was, the harder it was to find the way back. And with time, it would be as the black-armored demon god said, they would be lost in the spatial turbulence, floating in space for eternity till their deaths. Seeing themselves drifting farther away, Yi Yun's heart turned cold. He found it very demanding to already support the energy membrane of light, much less float upstream against the spatial storm. Did the heavens want me dead? Yi Yun gritted his teeth. He was indignant, for he had just begun his life, so how could he die here? Translator's notes, ding dong. The witch demon is dead. There's nothing much to be said about this chapter, since it's mostly action. The past few chapters have been laying the foundations for future chapters in order to make a smooth transition, and this is where we begin transiting to the aftermath of the BADG. I didn't expect much of a fight with the BADG, since the author had previously mentioned how the BADG was powerless in his sleep, and indeed, it was game over once Yi Yun found the badge's resting place. I like how Yi Yun impaled the death soulwood into the badge's chest after Yi Yun retreated backwards, and along with the evil energy eating at the badge's soul, the BADG couldn't be any more dead. Again, the purple crystal's energy vision is once again highlighted for its usefulness. Underestimation of the purple crystal has caused severe trouble to the antagonists faced in the story. And finally, the common trope of the final boss launching a final attack to die along with the protagonist happens. How would Yi Yun survive this outcome? In my opinion, the solution is rather interesting and leaves a lot of possible shenanigans to happen in the future. Chapter 757, Crazy Idea. As the storm raged on, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong began to drift deeper into its core. The membrane of light created by the Dao leaf began to vibrate intensely, and it seemed like they would forever be lost in the void. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong held hands, and using their yin and yang energies, they maintained the membrane of light, preventing it from rupturing. However, if this carried on, it was equivalent to being sitting ducks. Yi Yun was anxious. In this scenario with death assured, he could not think of any ways out. What could he do? What? Ian's mind raced with thoughts, and at this moment, he suddenly saw a shadow flash past in the turbulent spatial storm. Oh? That is? Ian's eyes flashed as he made out the shadow in the spatial storm clearly. It was actually a floating corpse, the dead black-armored demon god's corpse. The black-armored demon god's soul sea had collapsed and it had been completely extinguished. However, his powerful body had managed to remain intact in the spatial storm. Corpse. Black-armored demon god's corpse. Yun lit up his mind in a flash of brilliance. Yes, the demon god's corpse. The evil energy. In the black-armored demon god's soul sea, there was the evil energy, and it was taking advantage of his shattered soul sea, wantonly devouring his spiritual energies. The evil energy had an uncanny ability to grow. Previously, it had devoured the masked man's soul, and many of the inspectors in the soul tomb. It had absorbed all this soul energy to aid its growth. The evil energy could not only devour soul energy, it could also control a soul unnoticed. Back then, the masked man from Blood Moon had been controlled by the evil energy, and it was eventually made into a puppet by Yun. With the masked man as a puppet, Yun had even managed to read a portion of his memories. This allowed him to have a smooth experience during the battle in the Soul Tomb, allowing him to successfully crush Blood Moon's plan. Controlling puppets. Reading memories. A crazy idea suddenly developed in Yun's mind. Since he could use the evil energy back then to make the masked man his puppet, then why couldn't he do the same thing now? He could make the black-armored demon god his own puppet, right? The moment he had this idea, it began to take root in Yun's mind, as he got obsessed with the idea. Puppet. It was a demon god puppet. The black-armored demon god was indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he was already dead. After his soul sea collapsed, his powerful soul could only be used as nourishment for the evil energy. By absorbing the demon god's soul, the evil energy could rapidly grow, and even grow to the point of being able to control the black-armored demon god's body. As for the black-armored demon god's body, it had been honed and it could be compared to a peerless enchanted object. However, without a soul supporting it, it was just a dead item. It was impossible to control it. If he possessed such a demon god puppet, then in the future, be it Yun's strength or his nomological insights, they would take a big step forward. In addition to the Draco First True Gold avatar, he would then have a puppet and an avatar. Together with himself, they would be practically redoubtable. Besides, the evil energy could obtain a portion of the original soul's memories through its devouring. The black-armored demon god had deep knowledge of spatial dimension laws. But of course, these nomological insights could not be exactly replicated into Yun's brain through the evil energy, as the memories obtained through the evil energy were generally very vague. But even so, they would give Yun great inspiration and guidance. The spatial dimension laws that Yun understood at this moment were through trial and error. He lacked heritage, but with the black-armored demon god's memories, it was equivalent to having a teacher. With the black-armored demon god's strength, leaving this void would not be a problem. After all, this void was opened up by the black-armored demon god to begin with. If Yun controlled the black-armored demon god, it was equivalent to holding the key to opening this space. We can go out. In the storm, Yun said this anxiously as his eyes flickered with excitement. Oh? Lin Shintone was surprised. At this moment, Yun had begun interfacing his spiritual energy with the purple crystal. His perception emanated, projecting itself onto the black-armored demon god's corpse. The suppression brought by the purple crystal had long left a deep impression on the evil energy. Probably no matter how powerful the evil energy grew, it would not be able to defy the purple crystal's will. It was a suppression that derived from the origin of laws. Come over here. Yun waved his hand as the black-armored demon god's corpse began to rapidly approach them in the spatial storm. Finally, the corpse entered the membrane of light, allowing Yun to retrieve it successfully. Devour. Devour the black-armored demon god's soul. Completely control this body. Yi Yun issued an order to the evil energy through the purple crystal. His life and everything he held dear now lay with the evil energy. With the black-armored demon god puppet, Yi Yun could even forcefully break through the void. All this while, Yi Yun had used the evil energy to do many things. But similarly, the evil energy also relied on Yi Yun greatly. By following Yi Yun, it had devoured all the inspectors in the soul tomb, and now, it could devour the black-armored demon god's soul, allowing it to grow rapidly. It would take time for the evil energy to control the black-armored demon god's body. By now, the spatial storm was gradually weakening as Yi Yun and Lin Shinton had already drifted deep into the void. With Lin Shinton's jade marrow spiritual energy, she nourished Yang within, allowing Yi Yun to continuously maintain the light membrane through the Dao leaf. The energy membrane looked like a gigantic, transparent egg in the void that enclosed Yi Yun and Lin Shinton in layers. And the demon god puppet underwent embryonic development in the gigantic egg. Yi Yun believed that he could perfectly control the demon god puppet in a few months' time, at the most. Time quickly went by, and in a blink of an eye, several months passed. As Yi Yun and Lin Shinton were refining the demon god puppet, the Tian Yuan world was undergoing tumultuous changes. Before the black-armored demon god entered his slumber, he had declared that he would back in 20 years, returning to the Tian Yuan world at his peak to slaughter all that lived under the heavens. Although the legendary human figures had intentionally concealed this matter to ensure stability, there were just too many people who knew of this matter. This news had proliferated in the Tian Yuan world. Immediately, a sense of despair emanated throughout the Tian Yuan world. The black-armored demon god's appearance had swept the Tian Yuan world in an indomitable fashion. In 20 years' time, he had threatened to return in peak condition. When that happened, who could stop him? Didn't that mean that everyone only had 20 years left in their lives? The Sanctuary Island couple and some legendary human figures had announced news that Yi Yun and Lin Shinton had only been sucked into the alternate dimension, and they had not died. They could still return in 20 years to battle the black-armored demon god. However, very few people believed their words. Yi Yun and Lin Shinton were strong, but they were still far weaker than the black-armored demon god. How was being sealed with the black-armored demon god in an alternate dimension different from a mortal being locked in a cage with a tiger? Was it even possible that they could survive? Without Yi Yun and Lin Shinton, there was no one who could stop the black-armored demon god. And as people were feeling despair, a twist occurred. The sovereign of the Eventide appeared, and he declared that he had found an escape route for all the warriors in the Tian Yuan world. Translator's notes, that sure was an ingenious solution, wasn't it? The BADG is now like a gift that keeps on giving. Spatial dimension laws teacher? Check. Super powerful puppet? Check. And somehow, I feel like someone is going to shit his pants when he sees the BADG. Also, the imagery of the BADG puppet being an embryo born from the couple felt kind of weird but funny. Many readers seem to worry about the evil energy gaining sentience, but this chapter seems to reiterate that Yi Yun would not allow it to, nor would it be able to do so anytime soon, and even if it did gain sentience, it might not be a trouble for Yi Yun. In the final part of the chapter, we see the Sadi proceeding with his plans, feeding on the despair and helplessness people were feeling. But with this chapter foreshadowing that Yi Yun's return will be soon, the Sadi won't be acting so freely for long. Chapter 758, Yi Yun returns. In the world that the Tian Yuan world resided, no one from the human race or the desolate race had a chance of surviving the black-armored demon god's slaughter. The so-called escape route was none other than the 12 Empyrean heavens. The legendary human figures of the Tian Yuan world had vaguely read records regarding the 12 Empyrean heavens, but it appeared as a legend to them. Only when the black-armored demon god appeared did they learn new things, confirming the legend. The legend said of the 12 Empyrean heavens was a place with more resources, richer heaven-earth Yuan Qi, and a more brilliant world of martial arts. This was extremely alluring for the Tian Yuan world warriors. The sovereign of the Eventide claimed that whoever followed him could open up a passage to the 12 Empyrean heavens with him. When the time came, he would use a mobile immortal residence to take these people away with him from the Tian Yuan world to the 12 Empyrean heavens. The moment this news came out, all the warriors in the Tian Yuan world were stunned. A few felt hope appear in the midst of despair as they seemed to be unexpectedly rescued from a dreary situation. They thought about following the sovereign of the Eventide to the 12 Empyrean heavens. However, there were people who did not believe the sovereign of the Eventide at all. Opening a passage to the 12 Empyrean heavens? Was that so easy? Even though the sovereign of the Eventide was the strongest person in the Tian Yuan world, with his strength and his handful of followers, he was still a great distance away from opening a passage to the 12 Empyrean heavens. As for his mobile enchanted treasure, it was a question if it could really take people to the 12 Empyrean heavens. Even if they followed the sovereign of the Eventide in order to head to the 12 Empyrean heavens, it might all end up as a ruse. Many Tian Yuan world warriors had lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years. They would not easily trust others, even if the person who said this was sovereign of the Eventide, the person who had the highest authority in the Tian Yuan world. However, there were a lot of warriors who chose to believe the sovereign of the Eventide. They might have had their doubts, but they believed that no one would be a match for the black-armored demon god in 20 years' time. So at least, there would be hope by seeking refuge with the sovereign of the Eventide and opening a path to the 12 Empyrean heavens with him. These people also knew that opening a path to the 12 Empyrean heavens was extremely difficult. They might even turn into cannon fodder, but people could not just live on as sitting ducks. At least, it seemed that opening a passage was easier than killing the black-armored demon god. Hence, as time went by, the number of sovereign of the Eventide's followers increased. There were even a minority of legendary human figures who wavered. The 12 Empyrean heavens was too mysterious to the Tian Yuan world warriors. At this moment, in the remote mountains, Desolate Race Palace. The meditating Sanctuary Island Lord had also recently received news regarding the sovereign of the Eventide. This news made him frown slightly. To protect the Desolate Race, the Sanctuary Island couple, as well as a couple of legendary human figures who shared the same values as the couple, had decided to live permanently with the Desolate Race. As such, the sovereign of the Eventide would not be able to wreak havoc in the Desolate Race, but for the Tian Yuan world. Without the Sanctuary Island couple and the legendary human figures, the sovereign of the Eventide had no match in the Tian Yuan world. As the strongest person in the Tian Yuan world, it was easy for him to expand his power. With the apocalypse approaching, people inevitably had a slavish mentality. Many of them would tend to seek refuge with the strongest person in the Tian Yuan world, the sovereign of the Eventide. Besides, the sovereign of the Eventide had indeed given a lot of people hope. Opening up the passage to the 12 Empyrean heavens. What naivety! If it was that simple to open a path, it would have been opened up long ago. The Sanctuary Island Lord said as he crushed a news jade slip. The sovereign of the Eventide had claimed to have found a secret spatial node, making it 100 times easier to open up a passage, but the Sanctuary Island Lord refused to believe him. Even if the sovereign of the Eventide had really found a spatial node, his strength was likely insufficient to survive the long spatial storms before he arrived at the 12 Empyrean heavens. Maybe it was for this reason that the sovereign of the Eventide needed the God Advent Tower to protect him. From the world where the Tian Yuan world resided into the 12 Empyrean heavens, nearly no human had traversed it. So no one knew how dangerous it was. It was a question whether the sovereign of the Eventide could mind himself, as for taking his followers? How could it be possible? Eventide is expanding his power. I suspect he is trying to stir up a war between the humans and Desolate Race. Behind the Sanctuary Island Lord, the former Desolate Queen walked over slowly. She had a heavy expression as she did not have an easy time recently. With the dark energy entering Jiang Xioro's body, it made her bloodline's energy extremely unstable. She did not know if Jiang Xioro would be able to hold on, and if so, how long. As for the storm stirring the Tian Yuan world, the sovereign of the Eventide had gathered a large number of minions, making the former desolate queen suspect that he was preparing for war. If the sovereign of the Eventide really was able to open up a passage from the Tian Yuan world to the 12 Empyrean heavens, he did not need to consider the consequences of the black-armored demon god appearing again. He could let the human race and desolate race go to war for his goal, and none of this would affect him negatively. Eventide is no match for us, the Sanctuary Island Lord said indifferently. Even though he and the legendary desolate race figures were injured and suffered a drop in cultivation realms, they had many experts. The sovereign of the Eventide had amassed a large following, but his followers were of average strength. There were very few legendary human figures who sought refuge with the sovereign of the Eventide. Even if the mighty figures of the human race believe that Eventide has the ability to open a path to the 12 Empyrean heavens, they would not blindly follow him. If war breaks out, many legendary human figures would stand on the desolate race's side. Right and wrong could be inferred and reason existed. The legendary human figures could at least be able to understand reason, the only problem was whether they would act in accordance with reason. However, the former desolate queen shook her head at the Sanctuary Island Lord's words. Eventide does not want to wipe us out, he only wants the sacred spirit's remains. For your esteemed race's legendary figures to stand on my desolate race's side, I am extremely grateful, but the legendary human figures would only protect my desolate race only in times of danger. But for them to risk injury or even consume their lifespans to protect a sacred spirit's corpse doesn't make sense. The sacred spirit was the desolate race's totem. The desolate race could give up their lives to protect a corpse because of their faith and as a form of reciprocation to the sacred spirit. But to the human race, the sacred spirit was just a powerful desolate beast. Getting them to protect a desolate beast's corpse did not make sense. Furthermore, just years ago, the sacred spirit, who had protected the desolate race, was an arch-enemy of the human race. I do not know what Eventide is planning on doing, but if Eventide attacks, it is because he has the absolute confidence. This is because he knows very clearly how much combat strength we have. It is impossible for him to wipe us out, but to take the sacred spirit's remains, he might still have the means to do so. The former desolate queen sighed while shaking her head. As the former desolate queen and the Sanctuary Island Lord were discussing the situation in the Tian Yuan world, in the land towards the far north. Swish! With a crisp sound, space began ripping apart as a black-clothed youth and a white-dressed fairy slowly walked out of the spatial rift. Seeing this cold and desolate land, Ian exhaled. He was finally back. Destroying the black-armored demon god and breaking through the confines of space, they had walked out of the jaws of death. Now, everything had finally passed. Translator's notes: this chapter goes into greater depth of the psyche of people when a Messiah appears, professing a path to a literal heaven. As with most false prophets or scammers, many promises are made, such as better martial heritage, better heaven-earth yuan qi and better resources. In real life, this happens with get-rich-quickly schemes employed by scammers, and even if one remains doubtful about it, it is easy for these scammers to prey on the weak or when people are approached in their times of need. In contrast, we have the former desolate queen and the Sanctuary Island Lord being the voices of reason. If it was so easy to accomplish those promises, wouldn't that have been done earlier? The chapter also seems to question how much would you fight for someone's religion? Would dying for the sacred spirit's corpse, a more powerful desolate beast's corpse, be worth it? It shows how the former desolate queen is cognizant of this point, giving some dimension to the two races too. It is the classic conundrum between reason and faith. Which is more right? Reason says that the sacred spirit's corpse is useless lying underground, and it should be used to improve the powers of a human, saving them all. Faith says that the sacred spirit's corpse should be sanctified. But there is a twist added to this. Is it reasonable to go to war against the desolate race to obtain the sacred spirit just for a slim chance at salvation? Whose side would you stand on if you did not know all the facts and situation? As you ponder over the deeper questions in life, Yi Yun is back, by the way. Chapter 759, Pagoda Refinement. This is the far north. Yi Yun had come here before. So with the place lingering within Shi and filled with killing aura, he was able to recognize this place immediately. The land of the far north was a long distance away from the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness. However, this distance could no longer deter Yi Yun, who had already grasped spatial dimension laws. He could reach the divine wilderness in a very short period of time. ZZZ. The spatial rift above Yi Yun began to emit black bolts of lightning as a stalwart, bare-chested man stepped out of the spatial rift. His muscles were sculpted like metal, and purple veins lined his muscles. It looked like a demonic totem. After the stalwart man appeared, he stood respectfully behind Yi Yun. He was like a towering pagoda, emitting a fearsome and sinister gaze. After subduing the black demon, making him his puppet, it was equivalent to Yi Yun having a super hitman. At the current stage, just this puppet alone had much greater combat strength than Yi Yun and his avatar combined. Yi Yun was eager to try this puppet's combat strength. And just as Yi Yun had this idea, he suddenly felt a prick in his soul C. It was a sting that disappeared in a flash. Yi Yun's expression sunk. The prick was a result of the God Advent Tower. Over all this time, the person who had robbed the God Advent Tower had been trying to incessantly wipe away the imprint he had left in the God Advent Tower. And now, he finally managed to touch the imprint Yi Yun left behind in the constantly weakening defensive arrays in the God Advent Tower. Of course, this was still a long way from him being able to fully wipe away Yi Yun's imprint. Yi Yun sneered. He was interested to see who dared to covet the God Advent Tower while he was sealed in the alternate dimension. Shintong, let's go. I want to see who it is. As Yi Yun spoke, he held Lin Shintong's hand and began flying. Behind him, the demon god puppet followed closely behind, just like it was Yi Yun's super bodyguard. Phew! Yi Yun and Lin Shintong, along with the demon god puppet, charged out of the land of the far north. Yi Yun's speed did not seem fast, but the space beneath Yi Yun began warping. It was really like he traveled thousands of miles a second. At this moment, in the square in front of the umbriferous divine palace, there were thousands of warriors gathered. These people were the followers of the sovereign of the Eventide. With the apocalypse impending, the sovereign of the Eventide had become the Messiah in the eyes of these people. The thousands of warriors stood in a gigantic array. Their energies were constantly acquired by the array. And in the core of the array, there was a 6-story pagoda the height of a person. It was floating there, with numerous blood-colored runes circling it. These blood-colored runes were like leeches, absorbing the God Advent Tower's energy. And the array beneath the pagoda was producing new runes constantly, adding it to the array formation. At a certain moment, pang! With an explosion, all the blood-colored runes in the air exploded, disappearing into uncountable black specks of energy. The God Advent Tower was unharmed, but around the God Advent Tower, the Eventide monks who were controlling the array had turned pale from the energy backlash. Those with weaker cultivation levels even lost all their blood and chi, as their bodies jolted. Buzz. The gigantic array trembled violently before it finally dimmed. The sovereign of the Eventide looked at the infinitely sturdy God Advent Tower with a calm expression. It was still a while before the black-armored demon god would appear again. He had plenty of patience, and having gathered so many followers, using the array to wipe the imprint that Yi Yun left behind would be 10 times faster at the very least. He believed that in time soon to come, the God Advent Tower would be his. Senior Eventide, this pagoda is the enchanted treasure that will protect us on our voyage to the 12 Empyrean heavens? Amongst his many followers, some, who had just joined, asked. This was the first time they saw the God Advent Tower while witnessing the pagoda's refinement process. This pagoda was left behind by young Master Yi? Someone else asked. The news of the desolate race losing the God Advent Tower had long proliferated, so all of them had caught wind of it. That's right. the sovereign of the Eventide admitted frankly. This is indeed the God Advent Tower left behind by Yi Yun. You probably know that I took the God Advent Tower away from the desolate race. Yi Yun had battled the black-armored demon god and he was sealed in an alternate dimension by him. Now, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong are likely dead. Yi Yun is a member of our race, so the God Advent Tower he left behind is wealth that belongs to the human race. As such, it should be returned to the human race. However, the desolate race took it for themselves, and what right did they have to do so? I was only taking back something that belongs to the human race. I have never concealed this intention of mine. The sovereign of the Eventide said it as a matter of fact. His words stirred up a number of his passionate followers as they cheered him, but there were a considerable number of people who maintained their silence. Seeing these silent people, the sovereign of the Eventide sneered. Over the past few days, the number of the sovereign of the Eventide's followers were rising dramatically, but many of these followers came only because of hope. They did not truly believe in him, nor were they loyal to him. Why? Do you expect that when the apocalypse begins, the desolate race will protect you? We can only rely on ourselves. The sovereign of the Eventide said coldly. He was speaking to those followers who were still on the fence. He wanted to refine the God Advent Tower as soon as possible, and use these people to steal the sacred spirit's corpse. Are young Mastery and Fairy Lin really dead? A follower asked, unwilling to give up hope. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong enjoyed an extremely high reputation in the Tian Yuan world. Many people had heard of Yi Yun and Lin Shintong's tremendous strength, and they hoped that the two were still alive, and that there would come a day when they would defeat the black-armored demon god. Of course they are dead. The black-armored demon god possesses extraordinary strength and he is proficient in spatial dimension laws. The spatial dimension seal he set up is indestructible to anyone. My understanding of spatial dimension laws can be said to be the best in the Tian Yuan world, but when I went to the place where the black-armored demon god set up the seal, I could not even find the location of the alternate dimension. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong's understanding of the spatial dimension laws are greatly inferior to mine, so what do you think their outcome would be? The sovereign of the Eventide retorted with a rhetorical question. The follower who asked previously remained silent. Indeed, no matter how strong Yi Yun and Lin Shintong were, there was nothing that they could do in such a situation. Besides, their great power was only relative to the people from the Tian Yuan world. In front of the black-armored demon god, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong could only be described as puny. Such a pity. Many people shook their heads and sighed. They were feeling sorry for Yi Yun and Lin Shintong's demise. If they were able to mature further, they would have been able to prevent the apocalypse. A dead genius is no longer a genius. When people practice martial arts, they have to rely on themselves. If all of you can go to the 12 Empyrean heavens and obtain ancient heritage, cultivating peerless martial arts, how negligible would the black-armored demon god be? But to take you along with me to the 12 Empyrean heavens, I need to first see your value. In time to come, I will establish a powerful faction in the 12 Empyrean heavens. And the you today will become a foundational cornerstone of this faction. Translator's notes, the BADG has become Yi Yun's puppet, and there is so much to look forward to. There is no question that the BADG puppet is the strongest being in the Tian Yuan world, but how would he size up if he were to go to the 12 Empyrean heavens? Then, we have the Sadi calmly trying to refine the God Advent Tower, thinking he has all the time in the world, without knowing that Yi Yun is back, along with the BADG. It kinds of creates a dark humor with the words he says, as we know how much his face is going to be smacked shortly. He proclaims how powerful the BADG is, and it seems like he will be living proof of that soon. His short-lived and miserable plan might also seem humorous, considering he has no idea what the 12 Empyrean heavens are. To think that he could set up a powerful faction is just laughable. The sovereign of the Eventide's words were extremely provocative. To establish a faction after going to the 12 Empyrean heavens and obtaining heritage from the 12 Empyrean heavens was extremely tempting to the Tian Yuan world warriors, especially the younger ones. They also knew that the strength levels of the 12 Empyrean heavens far exceeded that of the Tian Yuan world. It would certainly be extremely difficult when they first arrived in the 12 Empyrean heavens. However, they believed that the reason that the 12 Empyrean heavens was powerful was because of its powerful heritage and rich resources. In the Tian Yuan world, they were limited by heritage and resources, destining them to mediocrity. It was not because they were weak, it was because they were limited by external conditions. As long as they were in the 12 Empyrean heavens, they would be able to grow slowly and establish a small faction. By starting from scratch, it was still possible to develop into something great. Today, I will take point here. The Umbriferous Divine Palace will be the place that I set off. In the next 20 years, I will conquer the Divine Wilderness stage so we can complete great things. Your future will depend on your choice and your striving. Your hard work will be remembered by me. When the forces are built up in the 12 Empyrean heavens, I will reward you accordingly. All of you envy Yi Yun and Lin Xintong? That's right, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong are powerful. But in the future, when you obtain the heritage of the 12 Empyrean heavens, you would surpass them sooner or later. They are already dead, dying at the hands of the black-armored demon god who they couldn't resist against. A dead genius is no longer a genius. And when our faction is established, your children might be on par with Yi Yun in their 20s or 30s. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong are nothing at all. The sovereign of the Eventide gave an impassioned speech, which roused the masses. Even the followers, who were still wavering, could not help but be engrossed in the future described by the sovereign of the Eventide. In times of despair, people needed beautiful fantasies, even if they knew that these fantasies might end up bubbles, bursting at any time. However, for some reason, the audience were no longer excited. They stared blankly at the empty space above the sovereign of the Eventide. Their eyes turned stiff as many people had expressions like they had seen a ghost in the day. Astonishment, confusion, disbelief. Oh! The followers' reaction made the sovereign of the Eventide pause. Everyone's eyes were concentrated on a spot behind and above him. What had happened? The sovereign of the Eventide's heart missed a beat. Could it be that something had appeared behind him? With his powerful perception, how could something strange suddenly appear behind him without him knowing? His perception range allowed him to lock onto a small bug even a radius of 10,000 feet. What is it? The sovereign of the Eventide jerked his head back suddenly. In the sky behind him, 3 figures had appeared out of thin air. These 3 people seemed to be distorted in the void. A black-clad youth was nonchalantly sitting on the void. One of his legs was outstretched, while the other leg was bent in front of him. His left arm was casually placed on his knee. In his right hand, he held a strange-shaped tree leaf that was slowly rotating. The leaf veins were shimmering with a charming luster. And behind the black-clad youth was a white-dressed girl. She held a sword to her chest, and with her cold expression, she seemed to have an outstanding air to her. Finally, there was a tall, dark-skinned man, who had muscles as firm as divine iron that made him look like a metallic tower. He stood behind Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Only a silhouette could be seen as he looked fuzzy. This stalwart man had a perfectly proportioned body, and although his muscles looked exaggerated, it did not give an endearing feeling. It was more of the beauty that came from the embodiment of absolute strength. Upon seeing these 3 people, the sovereign of the Eventide was completely dumbfounded. As a sovereign, he was the strongest person in the Tian Yuan world and he had lived nearly 100,000 years. Now, because of these 3 people's sudden appearance, his lips were trembling, and his face turned as white as a sheet. He failed to recover even after several seconds. He could hardly believe everything he saw in front of him. Yi Yun, Lin Xintong, as well as the one that gave him a suffocating feeling. The black-armored demon god. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god's aura was completely converged on himself. He was quietly following Yi Yun, like he was an attendant to Yi Yun. This. Impossible. Impossible. The sovereign of the Eventide felt like his mind was crumbling. He could not believe what he was seeing at all. Black-armored demon god. That is the black-armored demon god. Amongst the crowd, someone suddenly yelled. Instantly, there was chaos throughout. Many of them had never seen the black-armored demon god, as nearly everyone who saw the black-armored demon god had been killed. Wherever the demon god passed, life would be extinguished. However, there were still many people who had seen projectory images of the black-armored demon god, so they were able to recognize him. And with the demon god here, even though he had deliberately converged his aura, the pressure that came from the difference in life's natural order still caused their blood and chi to boil, and their hearts stopped beating. That black-clad youth is Yi Yun. And there's Lin Shintong as well. They are still alive, and furthermore, why are they together with the black-armored demon god? People could not believe the scene in front of them. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong's return was already unbelievable. What made people wonder if they were dreaming the black-armored demon god behind Yi Yun and Lin Shintong? Weren't they archenemies? At this moment, the sitting Yi Yun gently put down the Dao leaf in his hand. Without looking back, he said to the black-armored demon god, "Black demon puppet, go." With a simple thought from Yi Yun, the black-armored demon god moved. He turned around, and his eyes emitted a divine beam that exploded like lightning, tearing the void apart. His aura also emanated as a result. Whoever came into contact with the black-armored demon god's gaze felt a pressure press down on them. The warriors present felt that their blood was in chaos as their faces turned white. They nearly knelt down to the ground. As for those with weaker cultivation levels, they felt like their soul seas were collapsing. It was too terrifying. It was definitely the black-armored demon god. Only the black-armored demon god could push their minds so close to collapse with a single look. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god moved. His body transformed into a black flash of lightning, appearing instantly in front of an Eventide monk. This Eventide monk was presiding over the array formation, and he was a slave of the sovereign of the Eventide. His cultivation level had reached the Yuan opening realm. However, at the instant the black-armored demon god moved in front of him, the pressure that followed seemed to envelop him like a storm. Under this pressure, the monk began to bleed from all his 7 orifices while his pupils lost focus. His strength could not bear the frontal brunt of the black-armored demon god's pressure. The black-armored demon god put his hand out and grabbed the Eventide monk's neck before flying upwards, like an eagle catching mice. The black-armored demon god flew towards Yi Yun and threw the Eventide monk in front of him. This Eventide monk had unfocused eyes, and his soul sea already collapsed. With only a few breaths left, it was clear that he would not live. Translator's notes: more impassioned speech from Sati that makes you wonder. Would you have believed him if you were one of those people present? Oh well, doesn't matter, since Yi Yun had to crash the party with his appearance. The fear the people have of the BADG is pretty well described in this chapter, and indeed, we see why he can garner such reactions. Go Super Bodyguard Puppet.